Chapter 25 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 25. Kmita was very busily occupied in preparations for the road and in choosing the men of his escort, for he determined not to go without a certain sized party, first for his own safety, and second for the dignity of his person as an envoy. He was in a hurry, since he wished to start during the evening of that day, or, if the rain did not cease, early next morning. He found men at last, 6 trusty fellows, who had long served under him in those better days when, before his journey to Lubicz, he had stormed around Hovanski, old fighters of Orsha, ready to follow him even to the end of the earth. They were themselves nobles and attendant boyars, the last remnant of that once powerful band cut down by the Butryms. At the head of them was the sergeant Soroka, a trusty servant of the Kmitas, an old soldier and very reliable, though numerous sentences were hanging over him for still more numerous deeds of violence. After dinner the prince gave Pan Andrei the letters and the pass to the Swedish commanders, whom the young envoy might meet in the more considerable places. He took farewell of him and sent him away with much feeling, really like a father, recommending wariness and deliberation. Meanwhile the sky began to grow clear. Toward evening the weak sun of autumn shone over Kyedani and went down behind red clouds stretched out in long lines on the west. There was nothing to hinder the journey. Kmita was just drinking a stirrup cup with Ganov, Kharlamp, and some other officers, when about dusk Soroka came in and asked, "Are you going, Commander?" "In an hour," answered Kmita. "The horses and men are ready now in the yard." The sergeant went out, and the officers began to strike glasses still more. But Kmita rather pretended to drink than to drink in reality. The wine had no taste for him, did not go to his head, did not cheer his spirit, while the others were already merry. "Worthy Colonel," said Ganov, "commend me to the favor of Prince Boguslav. That is a great cavalier. Such another there is not in the Commonwealth. With him you will be as in France. A different speech, other customs, every politeness may be learned there more easily than even in the palace of the king." "I remember Prince Boguslav at Berestechko," said Kharlamp. "He had one regiment of dragoons drilled in French fashion completely. They rendered both infantry and cavalry service. The officers were French, except a few Hollanders. Of the soldiers the greater part were French, all dandies. There was an odor of various perfumes from them as from a drug shop. In battle they thrust fiercely with rapiers, and it was said that when one of them thrust a man through, he said, 'Pardonnez-moi,' pardon me. So they mingled politeness with uproarious life. But Prince Boguslav rode among them with a handkerchief on his sword, always smiling, even in the greatest din of battle, for it is the French fashion to smile amid bloodshed. He had his face touched with paint, and his eyebrows blackened with coal, at which the old soldiers were angry and called him a bawd. Immediately after battle he had new ruffs brought him, so as to be always dressed as if for a banquet, and they curled his hair with irons, making marvellous ringlets out of it. But he is a manful fellow, and goes first into the thickest fire. He challenged Pan Kalinowski, because he said something to him, and the king had to make peace." "There is no use in denying," said Ganov. "You will see curious things, and you will see the King of Sweden himself, who next to our prince is the best warrior in the world." "And Pan Charnyetski," said Kharlamp. "They are speaking more and more of him." "Pan Charnyetski is on the side of Yan Kazimir, and therefore is our enemy," remarked Ganov severely. "Wonderful things are passing in this world," said Kharlamp musingly. "If any man had said a year or two ago that the Swedes would come hither, we should all have thought, 'We shall be fighting with the Swedes.' But see now." "We are not alone. The whole Commonwealth has received them with open arms," said Ganov. "True as life," put in Kmita, also musingly. "Except Sapieha, Gosiewski, Charnyetski, and the hetmans of the crown," answered Kharlamp. "Better not speak of that," said Ganov. "But, worthy colonel, come back to us in good health. Promotion awaits you." "And Pan Abylevich?" asked Kharlamp. "Pan Abylevich is nothing to you," answered Kmita brusquely. "Of course nothing. I am too old. The last time—" "Wait, gentlemen, when was that?" "Ah, the last time during the election of the present mercifully reigning young Casimir." "Cease the use of that name from your tongue," interrupted Ganov. "To-day rules over us graciously Karl Gustav." "True. Consuetudo altera natura. Custom is a second nature. Well, the last time, during the election of young Casimir, our ex-king and Grand Duke of Lithuania, I fell terribly in love with one lady, an attendant of the Princess Vishnevetsky. Oh, she was an attractive little beast, but when I wanted to look more nearly into her eyes, Pan Volodyovski thrust up his sabre. I was to fight with him. Then Bogun came between us, Bogun, whom Volodyovski cut up like a hare. If it had not been for that, you would not see me alive. But at that time I was ready to fight, even with the devil. Volodyovski stood up for her only through friendship, for she was betrothed to another, a still greater swordsman. Oh, I tell you, gentlemen, that I thought I should wither away. I could not think of eating or drinking. When our prince sent me from Warsaw to Smolensk, only then did I shake off my love on the road. There is nothing like a journey for such griefs. At the first mile I was easier. Before I had reached Vilna my head was clear, and to this day I remain single. That is the whole story. There is nothing for unhappy love like a journey." "Is that your opinion?" asked Kmita. "As I live it is. Let the black ones take all the pretty girls in Lithuania and the kingdom. I do not need them." "But did you go away without farewell?" "Without farewell. But I threw a red ribbon behind me, which one old woman, very deeply versed in love matters, advised me to do." "Good health," interrupted Ganov, turning again to Pan Andrei. "Good health," answered Kmita. "I give thanks from my heart." "To the bottom, to the bottom! It is time for you to mount, and service calls us. May God lead you forth and bring you home." "Farewell." "Throw the red ribbon behind," said Kharlamp, "or at the first resting place put out the fire yourself with a bucket of water, that is, if you wish to forget." "Be with God! We shall not soon see one another." "Perhaps somewhere on the battlefield," added Ganov. "God grant side by side, not opposed." "Of course not opposed," said Kmita. And the officers went out. The clock on the tower struck 7. In the yard the horses were pawing the stone pavement with their hoofs, and through the window were to be seen the men waiting. A wonderful disquiet seized Pan Andrei. He was repeating to himself, "I go, I go." Imagination placed before his eyes unknown regions and a throng of strange faces which he was to see, and at the same time wonder seized him at the thought of the journey, as if hitherto it had never been in his mind. He must mount and move on. What happens will happen. What will be, thought he to himself. When, however, the horses were snorting right there at the window, and the hour of starting had struck, he felt that the new life would be strange, and all with which he had lived, to which he had grown accustomed, to which he had become attached heart and soul, would stay in that region, in that neighborhood, in that place. The former Kmita would stay there as well. Another man, as it were, would go hence, a stranger to all outside, as all outside were strangers to him. He would have to begin there an entirely new life. God alone knew whether there would be a desire for it. Pan Andrei was mortally wearied in soul, and therefore at that moment he felt powerless in view of those new scenes and new people. He thought that it was bad for him here, but it would be bad for him there, at least it would be burdensome. But it is time. He must put his cap on his head and ride off. But will he go without a last word? Is it possible to be so near and later to be so far, to say not one word and go forth? See to what it has come. But what can he say to her? Shall he go and say, "Everything is ruined, my lady, go thy way, and I will go mine"? Why say even that, when without saying it is so? He is not her betrothed, as she is not and will not be his wife. What has been is lost, is rent, and will not return, will not be bound up afresh. loss of time, loss of words, and new torture. I will not go, thought Pan Kmita. But, on the other hand, the will of a dead man binds them yet. It is needful to speak clearly and without anger of final separation, and to say to her, "My lady, you wish me not. I return you your word. Therefore we shall both act as though there had been no will, and let each seek happiness where each can find it." But she may answer, "I have said that long since. Why tell it to me now?" "I will not go, happen what may," repeated Kmita to himself. And pressing the cap on his head, he went out of the room into the corridor. He wished to mount straightway and be outside the gate quickly. All at once in the corridor something caught him, as it were by the hair. Such a desire to see her, to speak to her, possessed him, that he ceased to think whether to go or not to go, he ceased to reason, and rather pushed on with closed eyes, as if wishing to spring into water. Before the very door whence the guard had just been removed, he came upon a youth, a servant of the sword-bearer. "Is Pan Billevich in the room?" asked he. "The sword-bearer is among the officers in the barracks." "And the lady?" "The lady is at home." "Tell her that Pan Kmita is going on a long journey and wishes to see the lady." The youth obeyed the command, but before he returned with an answer, Kmita raised the latch and went in without question. "I have come to take farewell," said he, "for I do not know whether we shall meet again in life." Suddenly he turned to the youth. "Why stand here yet?" "My gracious lady," continued Kmita, when the door had closed after the servant, "I intended to go without parting, but had not the power. God knows when I shall return, or whether I shall return, for misfortunes come lightly. Better that we part without anger and offence in our hearts, so that the punishment of God fall not on either of us. There is much to say, and now the tongue cannot say it all. Well, there was no happiness, clearly by the will of God there was not. And now, O man, even if thou batter thy head against the wall, there is no cure. Blame me not, and I will not blame you. We need not regard that statement now, for as I have said, the will of man is nothing against the will of God. God grant you happiness and peace. The main thing is that we forgive each other. I know not what will meet me outside, whither I am going, but I cannot sit longer in torture, in trouble, in sorrow. A man breaks himself on the four walls of a room without result, gracious lady, without result. One has no labor here, only to take grief on the shoulders. Only think for whole days of unhappy events till the head aches, and in the end think out nothing. This journey is as needful to me as water to a fish, as air to a bird, for without it I should go wild." "God grant you happiness," said Panna Aleksandra. She stood before him as if stunned by the departure, the appearance, and the words of Pan Kmita. On her face were confusion and astonishment, and it was clear that she was struggling to recover herself. Meanwhile she gazed on the young man with eyes widely open. "I do not cherish ill will against you," said she after a time. "Would that all this had not been," said Kmita. "Some evil spirit came between us and separated us as if with the sea, and that water is neither to be swum across nor waded through. The man did not do what he wanted, he went not where he wished, but something as it were pushed him till we both entered pathless regions. But since we are to vanish the one from the eyes of the other, it is better to cry out even from remoteness. God guide! It is needful also for you to know that offence and anger are one thing and sorrow another. From anger I have freed myself, but sorrow sits in me, maybe not for you. Do I know myself for whom and for what? Thinking, I have thought out nothing, but still it seems to me that it will be easier both to you and to me if we talk. You hold me a traitor, and that pricks me most bitterly of all, for, as I wish my soul's salvation, I have not been and shall not be a traitor." "I hold you that no longer," said Olenka. "Oi, how could you have held me that even 1 hour? You know of me, that once I was ready for violence, ready to slay, burn, shoot. That is one thing, but to betray for gain, for advancement, never! God guard me, God judge me, you are a woman and cannot see in what lies the country's salvation. Hence it beseems you not to condemn, to give sentence. And why did you utter the sentence? God be with you. Know this, that salvation is in Prince Radziwill and the Swedes, and who thinks otherwise, and especially acts, is just ruining the country. But it is no time to discuss. It is time to go. Know that I am not a traitor, not one who sells. May I perish if I ever be that. Know that unjustly you scorned me, unjustly consigned me to death. I tell you this under oath and at parting, and I say it that I may say with it, I forgive you from my heart. But do you forgive me as well?" Panna Aleksandra had recovered completely. "You say that I have judged you unjustly. That is true. It is my fault. I confess it and beg your forgiveness." Here her voice trembled, her blue eyes filled with tears, and he cried with transport, "I forgive! I forgive! I would forgive you even my death. May God guide you and bring you to the right road. May you leave that on which you are erring." "But give peace, cried Kmita excitedly. "Let no misunderstanding rise between us again. Whether I err or err not, be silent on that point. Let each man follow the way of his conscience. God will judge every intention. Better that I have come hither than to go without farewell. Give me your hand for the road, only that much is mine. For tomorrow I shall not see you, nor after tomorrow, nor in a month, perhaps never. Oi, Olenka, and in my head it is dim, Olenka, and shall we never meet again?" Abundant tears, like pearls, were falling from Panna Aleksandra's lashes to her cheeks. "Pan Andrei, leave traitors, and all may be." "Quiet, oh, quiet!" said Kmita, with a broken voice. "It may not be, I cannot. Better say nothing. Would I were slain, less should I suffer. For God's sake, why does this meet us? Farewell for the last time, and then let death close my eyes somewhere outside. Why are you weeping? Weep not, or I shall go wild." And in supreme excitement he seized her half by constraint, and though she resisted, he kissed her eyes and her mouth, then fell at her feet. At last he sprang up, and grasping his hair like a madman, rushed forth from the chamber. "The devil could do nothing here, much less a red ribbon." Olenka saw him through the window as he was mounting in haste. The 7 horsemen then moved forward. The Scots on guard at the gate made a clatter with their weapons, presenting arms. Then the gate closed after the horsemen, and they were not to be seen on the dark road among the trees. Night, too, had fallen completely. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26, Part 1 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 26, Part 1. Kovno and the whole region on the left bank of the Vilia with all the roads were occupied by the enemy, the Russians. Therefore Kmita, not being able to go to Podlasie by the high road leading from Kovno to Grodno and thence to Białystok, went by side roads from Kyedani straight down the course of the Niewiarza to the Niemen, which he crossed near Wilkowo, and found himself in the province of Trotsk. All that part of the road which was not over great he passed in quiet, for that region lay as it were under the hand of Radziwill. Towns, and here and there even villages, were occupied by castle squadrons of the hetman, or by small detachments of Swedish cavalry, which the hetman pushed forward thus far of purpose against the legions of Zolotarenko, which stood there beyond the Vilia, so that occasions for collisions and war might be more easily found. Zolotarenko would have been glad to have an uproar with the Swedes, according to the words of the hetman, but those whose ally he was did not wish war with them, or in every case wished to put it off as long as possible. Zolotarenko therefore received the strictest orders not to cross the river, and in case that Radziwill himself, together with the Swedes, moved on him, to retreat with all haste. For these reasons the country on the right side of the Vilia was quiet, But since from one side Cossacks' pickets, from the other those of the Swedes and Radzivill were looking at one another, one musket shot might at any moment let loose a terrible war. In prevision of this, people took timely refuge in safe places. Therefore the whole country was quiet but empty. Pan Andrei saw deserted towns, everywhere the windows of houses held up by sticks, and whole villages depopulated. The fields were also empty, for there was no crop that year. Common people secreted themselves in fathomless forests, to which they drove all their cattle, but the nobles fled to neighboring Electoral Prussia, at that time altogether safe from war. For this reason there was an uncommon movement over the roads and trails of the wilderness, and the number of fugitives was still more increased by those who from the left bank of the Vilia were able to escape the oppression of Zolotarenko. The number of these was enormous, and especially of peasants, for the nobles who had not been able hitherto to flee from the left bank went into captivity or yielded their lives on the threshold. Pan Andrei, therefore, met every moment whole crowds of peasants with their wives and children, and driving before them flocks of sheep with horses and cattle. That part of the province of Trotsk touching upon Electoral Prussia was wealthy and productive, therefore the well-to-do people had something to save and guard. The approaching winter did not alarm fugitives who preferred to await better days amidst mosses of the forest, in snow-covered huts, than to await death in their native villages at the hands of the enemy. Kmita often approached the fleeing crowds or fires gleaming at night in dense forest places. Wherever he met people from the left bank of the Vilia, from near Kovno, or from still remoter neighborhoods, he heard terrible tales of the cruelties of Zolotarenko and his allies, who exterminated people without regard to age or sex. They burned villages, cut down even trees in the gardens, leaving only land and water. Never had Tartar raids left such desolation behind. Not death alone was inflicted on the inhabitants, but before death they were put to the most ingenious tortures. Many of those people fled with bewildered minds. These filled the forest depths at night with awful shrieks; others were ever in a species of continual fear and expectation of attack, though they had crossed the Niemen and Vilia, though forests and morasses separated them from Zolotarenko's bands. Many of these stretched their hands to Kmita and his horsemen of Orsha, imploring rescue and pity, as if the enemy were standing there over them. Carriages belonging to nobles were moving toward Prussia, in them old men, women, and children; behind them dragged on wagons with servants, effects, supplies of provisions, and other things. All these fleeing people were panic-stricken, terrified, and grieved because they were going into exile. Pan Andrei comforted these unfortunates at times by telling them that the Swedes would soon pass over and drive that enemy far away. Then the fugitives stretched their hands to heaven and said, "God give help, God give fortune to the Prince Voevoda. When the Swedes come, we'll return to our homes, to our burned dwellings." And they blessed the prince everywhere. From mouth to mouth news was given that at any moment he might cross the Vilia at the head of his own and Swedish troops. Besides, they praised the modesty of the Swedes, their discipline, and good treatment of the inhabitants. Radzivill was called the Gideon of Lithuania, a Samson, a savior. These people from districts steaming with fresh blood and fire were looking for him as for deliverance. And Kmita, hearing those blessings, those wishes, those almost prayers, was strengthened in his faith concerning Radzivill, and repeated in his soul, "I serve such a lord! I will shut my eyes and follow blindly his fortune. At times he is terrible and beyond knowing, but he has a greater mind than others, he knows better what is needed, and in him alone is salvation." It became lighter and calmer in his breast at this thought. He advanced therefore with greater solace in his heart, dividing his soul between sorrow for Kyedani and thoughts on the unhappy condition of the country. His sorrow increased continually. He did not throw the red ribbon behind him, he did not put out the fire with water, for he felt, first, that it was useless, and then he did not wish to do so. Oh, that she were present, that she could hear the wailing and groans of people, she would not beg God to turn me away. She would not tell me that I err, like those heretics who have left the true faith. But never mind, earlier or later she will be convinced, she will see that her own judgment was at fault, and then what God will give will be. Maybe we shall meet again in life. And yearning increased in the young cavalier, but the conviction that he was marching by the right, not by the wrong road, gave him a peace long since unknown. The conflict of thought, the gnawing, the doubts left him by degrees, and he rode forward. He sang in the shoreless forest almost with gladness. From the time that he had come to Lubich after his famous raids on Hovanski he had not felt so vivacious. Kharlamp was right in this, that there is no cure like the road for cares and troubles. Pan Andrei had iron health, his daring and love of adventures were coming back every hour. He saw these adventures before him, smiled at them, and urged on his convoy unceasingly, barely stopping for short night rests. Olenka stood ever before the eyes of his spirit, tearful, trembling in his arms like a bird, and he said to himself, "I shall return." At times the form of the hetman passed before him, gloomy, immense, terrible; but it may be just because he was moving away more and more, that form became almost dear to him. Hitherto he had bent before Radzivill, now he began to love him. Hitherto Radzivill had borne him along as a mighty whirlpool of water seizes and attracts everything that comes within its circle. Now Kmita felt that he wished with his whole soul to go with him. And in the distance that gigantic voevoda increased continually in the eyes of the young knight, and assumed almost superhuman proportions. More than once at his night halt, when Pan Andrei had closed his eyes in sleep, he saw the hetman sitting on a throne loftier than the tops of the pine trees. There was a crown on his head. His face was the same, gloomy, enormous, in his hand a sword and a sceptre, at his feet the whole Commonwealth, and in his soul Kmita did homage to greatness. On the third day of the journey they left the Nyemen far behind and entered a country of still greater forests. They met whole crowds of fugitives on the roads, but nobles unable to bear arms were going almost without exception to Prussia before the bands of the enemy, who, not held in Kharpdar, as on the banks of the Vilia, by the regiments of Sweden and Radzivill, pushed at times far into the heart of the country, even to the boundary of Electoral Prussia. Their main object was plunder. Frequently these were detachments, as if from the army of Zolotarenko, but really recognizing no authority, simply robber companies, so-called parties, commanded at times even by local bandits. Avoiding engagements in the field with troops and even with townspeople, they attacked small villages, single houses, and travelers. The nobles on their own account attacked these parties with their household servants, and ornamented with them the pine trees along the roads; still it was easy in the forest to stumble upon their frequent bands, and therefore Pan Andrei was forced to exercise uncommon care. But somewhat beyond Pilvishki, on the Sheshupa, Kmita found the population living quietly in their homes. The townspeople told him, however, that not longer than a couple of days before, a strong band of Zolotarenko's men, numbering as many as 500, had made an attack, and would, according to their custom, have cut down all the people and let the place rise in smoke, were it not for unexpected aid which fell as it were from heaven. "We had already committed ourselves to God," said the master of the inn in which Pan Andrei had taken lodgings, "when the saints of the Lord sent some squadrons. We thought at first that a new enemy had come, but they were ours. They sprang at once of Zolotarenko's ruffians, and in an hour they laid them out like a pavement, all the more easily as we helped them." "What kind of squadron was it?" asked Kmita. "God give them health! They did not say who they were, and we did not dare to ask. They fed their horses, took what hay and bread there was, and rode away." "But whence did they come, and whither did they go?" "They came from Kozlova Ruda, and they went to the south. We, who before that wished to flee to the woods, thought the matter over and stayed here, for the under starosta said that after such a lesson the enemy would not look in on us again soon." The news of the battle interested Kmita greatly, therefore he asked further, "And do you not know who commanded that squadron?" "We do not know, but we saw the colonel, for he talked with us on the square. He is young, and sharp as a needle. He does not look like the warrior that he is." "Volodyovski!" cried Kmita. "Whether he is Volodyovski or not, may his hands be holy, may God make him hetman." Pan Andrei fell into deep thought. Evidently he was going by the same road over which a few days before Volodyovski had marched with the Lauda men. In fact, that was natural, for both were going to Podlyasye. But it occurred to Pan Andrei that if he hastened he might easily meet the little knight and be captured; in that case all the letters of Radzivill would fall with him into possession of the confederates. Such an event might destroy his mission, and bring God knows what harm to the cause of Radzivill. For this reason Pan Andrei determined to stay a couple of days in Pilvishki, so that the squadron of Lauda might have time to advance as far as possible. The men, as well as the horses, travelling almost with one sweep from Kyedani, for only short halts had been given on the road hitherto, needed rest; therefore Kmita ordered the soldiers to remove the packs from the horses and settle themselves comfortably in the inn. Next day he was convinced that he had acted not only cleverly but wisely, for scarcely had he dressed in the morning when his host stood before him. "I bring news to your grace," said he. "It is good?" "Neither good nor bad, but that we have guests. An enormous cart arrived here to day and stopped at the starosta's house. There is a regiment of infantry, and what crowds of cavalry and carriages with servants! The people thought that the king himself had come." "What king?" The innkeeper began to turn his cap in his hand. "It is true that we have two kings now, but neither one came, only the prince marshal." Kmita sprang to his feet. "What prince marshal? Prince Boguslav?" "Yes, your grace, the cousin of the prince voevoda of Vilna." Pan Andrei clapped his hands from astonishment. "And so we have met!" The innkeeper, understanding that his guest was an acquaintance of Prince Boguslav, made a lower bow than the day before, and went out of the room; but Kmita began to dress in haste, and an hour later was before the house of the starosta. The whole place was swarming with soldiers. The infantry were stacking their muskets on the square; the cavalry had dismounted and occupied the houses at the side. The soldiers and attendants in the most varied costumes had halted before the houses, or were walking along the streets. From the mouths of the officers were to be heard French and German. Nowhere a Polish soldier, nowhere a Polish uniform; the musketeers and dragoons were dressed in strange fashion, different indeed from the foreign squadrons which Pan Andrei had seen in Kyedani, for they were not in German but in French style. The soldiers, handsome men and so showy that each one in the ranks might be taken for an officer, delighted the eyes of Pan Andrei. The officers looked on him also with curiosity, for he had arrayed himself richly in velvet and brocade, and 6 men, dressed in new uniforms, followed him as a suite. Attendants, all dressed in French fashion, were hurrying about in front of the starosta's house. There were pages in caps and feathers, armor bearers in velvet kaftans, and equerries in Swedish, high, wide-legged boots. Evidently the prince did not intend to tarry long in Pilvishki, and stopped only for refreshment, for the carriages were not taken to the shed, and the equerries in waiting were feeding horses out of tin sieves which they held in their hands. Kmita announced to an officer on guard before the house who he was and what was his mission. The officer went to inform the prince. After a while he returned hastily to say that the prince was anxious to see a man sent from the hetman, and showing Kmita the way, he entered the house with him. After they had passed the antechamber, they found in the dining hall a number of attendants, with legs stretched out, slumbering sweetly in armchairs. It was evident that they must have started early in the morning from the last halting place. The officer stopped before the door of the next room, and bowing to Pan Andrei, said, "The prince is there." Pan Andrei entered and stopped at the threshold. The prince was sitting before a mirror fixed in the corner of the room, and was looking so intently at his own face, apparently just touched with rouge and white, that he did not turn attention to the incomer. Two chamber servants, kneeling before him, were fastening buckles at the ankles of his high travelling boots, while he was arranging slowly with his fingers the luxuriant, evenly cut forelock on his bright gold-colored wig, or it might be of his own abundant hair. He was still a young man, of 35 years, but seemed not more than 25. Kmita knew the prince, but looked on him always with curiosity. First, because of the great knightly fame which surrounded him, and which was won mainly through duels fought with various foreign magnates; second, by reason of his peculiar figure. Whoso saw his form once was forced to remember it ever after. The prince was tall and powerfully built, but on his broad shoulders stood a head as diminutive as if taken from another body. His face also was uncommonly small, almost childlike, but in it too there was no proportion, for he had a great Roman nose and enormous eyes of unspeakable beauty and brightness, with a real eagle boldness of glance. In presence of those eyes and the nose, the rest of his face, surrounded moreover with plentiful tresses of hair, disappeared almost completely. His mouth was almost that of a child. Above it was a slight mustache barely covering his upper lip. The delicacy of his complexion, heightened by rouge and white paint, made him almost like a young lady, and at the same time the insolence, pride, and self-confidence depicted in that face permitted no one to forget that he was that chercheur de noises, seeker of quarrels, as he was nicknamed at the French court, a man out of whose mouth a sharp word came with ease, but whose sword came from its scabbard with still greater ease. In Germany, in Holland, in France, they related marvels of his military deeds, of his disputes, quarrels, adventures, and duels. He was the man who in Holland rushed into the thickest whirl of battle, among the incomparable regiments of Spanish infantry, and with his own princely hand captured a flag and a cannon. He, at the head of the regiments of the Prince of Orange, captured batteries declared by all leaders to be beyond capture. He, on the Rhine, at the head of French musketeers, shattered the heavy squadrons of Germany, trained in the 30 Years' War. He wounded, in a duel in France, the most celebrated fencer among French knights. Prince de Fremouille, another famous fighter, Baron von Gotz, begged of him life on his knees. He wounded Baron Groth, for which he had to hear bitter reproaches from his cousin Yanush, because he was lowering his dignity as prince by fighting with men beneath him in rank. Finally, in presence of the whole French court, at a ball in the Louvre, he slapped Marquis de Rieux on the face, because he had spoken to him unbecomingly. The duels that he had fought incognito in smaller towns, in taverns and inns, did not enter into reckoning. He was a mixture of effeminacy and unbounded daring. During rare and short visits to his native land he amused himself by quarrels with the Sapiehas and with hunting, but on those occasions the hunters had to find for him she bears with their young, as being dangerous and enraged. Against this he went armed only with a spear. But it was tedious for him in his own country, to which he came, as was said, unwillingly, most frequently in time of war. He distinguished himself by great victories at Berestechko, Mogilyov, and Smolensk. War was his element, though he had a mind quick and subtle, equally fitted for intrigues and diplomatic exploits. In this he knew how to be patient and enduring, far more enduring than in the loves of which a whole series completed the history of his life. The prince, at the courts where he had resided, was the terror of husbands who had beautiful wives. For that reason, doubtless, he was not yet married, though his high birth and almost inexhaustible fortune made him one of the most desirable matches in Europe. The King and Queen of France, Maria Ludwika of Poland, the Prince of Orange, and his uncle, the Elector of Brandenburg, tried to make matches for him, but so far he preferred his freedom. "I do not want a dower," said he cynically, "and of the other pleasures I have no lack as I am." In this fashion he reached the 35th year of his age. Kmita, standing on the threshold, examined with curiosity Boguslav's face, which the mirror reflected, while he was arranging with seriousness the hair of his forelock. At last, when Pan Andrei coughed once and a second time, he said, without turning his head, "But who is present? Is it a messenger from the prince voevoda?" "Not a messenger, but from the prince voevoda," replied Pan Andrei. Then the prince turned his head, and seeing a brilliant young man, recognized that he had not to do with an ordinary servant. "Pardon, Cavalier," said he affably, "for I see that I was mistaken in the office of the person. But your face is known to me, though I am not able to recall your name. You are an attendant of the prince hetman?" "My name is Kmita," answered Pan Andrei, "and I am not an attendant. I am a colonel from the time that I brought my own squadron to the prince hetman." "Kmita!" cried the prince, "that same Kmita, famous in the last war, who harried Hovanski and later on managed not wars on his own account? I have heard much about you." Having said this, the prince began to look more carefully and with a certain pleasure at Pan Andrei, for from what he had heard he thought him a man of his own cut. "Sit down," said he. "I am glad to know you more intimately. And what is to be heard in Kyedani?" "Here is a letter from the prince hetman," answered Kmita. The servants, having finished buckling the prince's boots, went out. The prince broke the seal and began to read. After a while there was an expression of weariness and dissatisfaction on his face. He threw the letter under the mirror and said, "Nothing new. The prince voevoda advises me to go to Prussia, to Tyltsa, or to Taurogi, which, as you see, I am just doing. Ma foi, I do not understand my cousin. He reports to me that the elector is in Brandenburg, and that he cannot make his way to Prussia through the Swedes, and he writes at the same time that the hairs are standing on his head because I do not communicate with him, either for health or prescription. And how can I? If the elector cannot make his way through the Swedes, how can my messenger do so? I am in Podlyasye, for I have nothing else to do. I tell you, my cavalier, that I am as much bored as the devil doing penance. I have spared all the birds near Tykotsin; the fair heads of that region have the odor of sheepskin, which my nostrils cannot endure. But do you understand French or German?" "I understand German," answered Kmita. "Praise be to God for that! I will speak German, for my lips fly off from your language." When he had said this, the prince put out his lower lip and touched it with his finger, as if wishing to be sure that it had not gone off. Then he looked at the mirror and continued, "Report has come to me that in the neighborhood of Łukovo one Skshetuski, a noble, has a wife of wonderful beauty. It is far from here, but I sent men to carry her off and bring her. Now, if you will believe it, Pan Kmita, they did not find her at home." "That was good luck," said Pan Andrei, "for she is the wife of an honorable cavalier, a celebrated man who made his way out of Zbaraj through the whole power of Khmyelnitski. The husband was besieged in Zbaraj, and I would have besieged the wife in Tykotsin. Do you think she would have held out as stubbornly as her husband?" "Your highness, for such a siege a council of war is not needed. Let it pass without my opinion," answered Pan Andrei brusquely. "True, loss of time," said the prince. "Let us return to business. Have you any letters yet?" What I had to your highness I have delivered. Besides those, I have one to the King of Sweden. Is it known to your highness where I must seek him?" "I know nothing. What can I know? He is not in CURTIN. I can assure you of that, for if he had once seen that place he would have resigned his dominion over the whole Commonwealth. Warsaw is now in Swedish hands, but you will not find the king there. He must be before Cracow or in Cracow itself, if he has not gone to Royal Prussia by this time. To my thinking, Karl Gustav must keep the Prussian towns in mind, for he cannot leave them in his rear. Who would have expected, when the whole Commonwealth abandons its king, when all the nobles join the Swedes, when the provinces yield one after the other, that just then towns, German and Protestant, would not hear of the Swedes, but prepare for resistance? They wish to save the Commonwealth and adhere to Yan Kazimir. In beginning our work we thought that it would be otherwise, that before all they would help us and the Swedes to cut that loaf which you call your Commonwealth. But now they won't move. The luck is that the elector has his eye on them. He has offered them forces already against the Swedes. But the Danzig people do not trust him, and say that they have forces enough of their own." "We knew that already in Kyedani," said Kmita. "If they have not forces enough, in every case they have a good sniff," continued the prince, laughing, "for the elector cares as much, I think, about the Commonwealth as I do, or as the prince voevoda of Vilna does." "Your highness, permit me to deny that," said Kmita, abruptly. "The prince cares that much about the Commonwealth that he is ready at every moment to give his last breath and spill his last blood for it." Prince Boguslav began to laugh. "You are young, Cavalier, young, but enough. My uncle the elector wants to grab Royal Prussia, and for that reason only he offers his aid. If he has the towns once in hand, if he has his garrisons in them, he will be ready to agree with the Swedes next day, nay, even with the Turks or with devils. Let the Swedes add a bit of Great Poland, he will be ready to help them with all his power to take the rest. The only trouble is in this, that the Swedes are sharpening their teeth against Prussia, and hence the distrust between them and the elector." "I hear with astonishment the words of your highness," said Kmita. "The devils were taking me in Podlyasye," answered the prince. "I had to stay there so long in idleness. But what was I to do? An agreement was made between me and the prince voevoda that until affairs were cleared up in Prussia I was not to take the Swedish side publicly. And that was right, for thus the gate remains open. I sent even secret couriers to Yan Kazimir, announcing that I was ready to summon the general militia in Podlyasye if a manifesto were sent me. The king, as king, might have let himself be tricked, but the queen, it is clear, does not trust me, and must have advised against it. If it were not for that woman, I should be to-day at the head of all the nobles of Podlyasye, and what is more, those confederates who are now ravaging the property of Prince Yanush would have no choice but to come under my orders. I should have declared myself a partisan of Yan Kazimir, but in fact, having power in my hand, would treat with the Swedes. But that woman knows how grass grows, and guesses the most secret thought. She is the real king, not queen. She has more wit in one finger than Yan Kazimir in his whole body." "The prince voevoda," began Kmita. "The prince voevoda," interrupted Boguslav with impatience, "is eternally late with his counsel. He writes to me in every letter, 'Do this and that,' while I have in fact done it long before. Besides, the prince voevoda loses his head. For listen what he asks of me." Here the prince took up the letter and began to read aloud. "Be cautious yourself on the road, and those rascals the confederates who have mutinied against me and are ravaging Podlyasye, for God's sake, think how to disperse them, lest they go to the king. They are preparing to visit Zabludovo, and beer in that place is strong. When they get drunk, let them be cut off. Each host may finish his guest. Nothing better is needed, for when the heads are removed, the rest will scatter." Boguslav threw the letter with vexation on the table. "Listen, Pan Kmita," said he. You see, I have to go to Prussia and at the same time arrange a slaughter in Zabludovo. I must find myself a partisan of Yan Kazimir and a patriot, and at the same time cut off those people who are unwilling to betray the king and the country. Is that sense? Does one hang to the other? Ma foi, the prince is losing his head. I have met now, while coming to Pilvishki, a whole insurgent squadron travelling along through Podlasie. I should have galloped over their stomachs with gladness, even to gain some amusement, but before I am an open partisan of the Swedes, while my uncle the elector holds firmly with the Prussian towns, and with Yan Kazimir too, I cannot permit myself such pleasure, God knows I cannot. What could I do more than to be polite to those insurgents, as they are polite to me, suspecting me of an understanding with the hetman, but not having black on white?" Here the prince lay back comfortably in the armchair, stretched out his legs, and putting his hands behind his head carelessly, began to repeat, "Ah, there is nonsense in this Commonwealth, nonsense! In the world there is nothing like it." Then he was silent for a moment; evidently some idea came to his head, for he struck his wig and inquired, "But will you not be in Podlasie?" "Yes," said Kmita, "I must be there, for I have a letter with instructions to Harasimovich, the under starosta in Zabludovo." "In God's name!" exclaimed the prince, "Harasimovich is here with me. He is going with the hetman's effects to Prussia, for we were afraid that they might fall into the hands of the confederates. Wait, I will have him summoned." Here the prince summoned a servant and ordered him to call the under starosta. "This has happened well," said the prince. "You will save yourself a journey, though it may be too bad that you will not visit Podlasie, for among the heads of the confederacy there is a namesake of yours whom you might secure." "I have no time for that," said Kmita, "since I am in a hurry to go to the king and Pan Lubomirski." "Ah, you have a letter to the marshal of the kingdom? Well, I can divine the reason of it. Once the marshal thought of marrying his son to Yanush's daughter. Did not the hetman wish this time to renew negotiations delicately?" "That is just the mission." "Both are quite children. That's a delicate mission, for it does not become the hetman to speak first. Besides," here the prince frowned, "nothing will come of it. The daughter of the hetman is not for Heraclius, I tell you that. The prince hetman must understand that his fortune is to remain in possession of the Radzivills." Kmita looked with astonishment on the prince, who was walking with quicker and quicker pace through the room. All at once he stopped before Pan Andrei and said, "Give me the word of a cavalier that you will answer truly my question." "Gracious prince," said Kmita, "only those lie who are afraid, and I fear no man." "Did the prince voevoda give orders to keep secret from me the negotiations with Lubomirski?" "Had I such a command, I should not have mentioned Lubomirski." "It might have slipped you. Give me your word." "I give it," said Kmita, frowning. "You have taken a weight from my heart, for I thought that the voevoda was playing a double game with me. I do not understand, your highness. I would not marry in France Rohan, not counting half threescore other princesses whom they were giving me. Do you know why? I do not. There is an agreement between me and the prince voevoda that his daughter and his fortune are growing up for me. As a faithful servant of the Radzivills you may know everything." "Thank you for the confidence, but your highness is mistaken. I am not a servant of the Radzivills." Boguslav opened his eyes widely. "What are you?" "I am a colonel of the hetman, not of the castle, and besides I am the hetman's relative." "A relative?" "I am related to the Kishkis, and the hetman is born of a Kishki." Prince Boguslav looked for a while at Kmita, on whose face a light flush appeared. All at once he stretched forth his hands and said, "I beg your pardon, cousin, and I am glad of the relationship." The last words were uttered with a certain inattentive though showy politeness, in which there was something directly painful to Pan Andrei. His face flushed still more, and he was opening his mouth to say something hasty, when the door opened and Harasimovich appeared on the threshold. End of chapter 26, part 1. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. Chapter 26, part 2 of The Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 26, part 2. There is a letter for you, said Boguslav. Harasimovich bowed to the prince and then to Pan Andrei, who gave him the letter. Read it, said Prince Boguslav. Harasimovich began to read. Pan Harasimovich, now is the time to show the goodwill of a faithful servant to his lord, as whatever money you are able to collect, you in Zabludovo and Pan Pszczyński in Orel. The confederates have slain Pan Pszczyński in Orel, for which reason Pan Harasimovich has taken to his heels, interrupted the prince. The under starosta bowed and read further. And Pan Pszczyński in Orel, even the public revenue, even the excise, rent, the confederates have already taken them, interrupted Boguslav again. Send me at once, continued Harasimovich. If you can mortgage some villages to neighbors or townspeople, obtaining as much money on them as possible, do so. And whatever means there may be of obtaining money, do your best in the matter and send the money to me. Send horses and whatever effects there are in Orel. There is a great candlestick too, and other things, pictures, ornaments, and especially the cannons on the port at my cousin's, for robbers may be feared. Again cancel too late, for these cannons are going with me, said the prince. If they are heavy with the stocks, then take them without the stocks and cover them, so it may not be known that you are bringing them. And take these things to Prussia with all speed, avoiding with utmost care those traitors who have caused mutiny in my army and are ravaging my estates. As to ravaging, they are ravaging. They are pounding them into dough, interrupted the prince anew. Ravaging my estates, and are preparing to move against Zabludovo on their way perhaps to the king. With them it is difficult to fight, for they are many. But if they are admitted and given plenty to drink, and killed in the night while asleep, every host can do that, or poisoned in strong beer, or, which is not difficult in that place, a wild crowd let in to plunder them, well, that is nothing new, said Prince Boguslav. You may journey with me, Pan Harasimovich. There is still a supplement, said the under starosta, and he read on. The wines, if you cannot bring them away, for with us such can be had nowhere, sell them quickly. Here Harasimovich stopped and seized himself by the head. For God's sake, those wines are coming half a day's road behind us, and surely have fallen into the hands of that insurgent squadron which was hovering around us. There will be a loss of some thousands of gold pieces. Let your highness give witness with me that you commanded me to wait till the barrels were packed in the wagons. Harasimovich's terror would have been still greater had he known Pan Zagloba, and had he known that he was in that very squadron. Meanwhile Prince Boguslav smiled and said, "Oh, let the wines be to their health. Read on. If a merchant cannot be found." Prince Boguslav now held his sides from laughter. "He has been found," said he, "but you must sell to him on credit." "But if a merchant cannot be found," read Harasimovich in a complaining voice, "bury it in the ground secretly, so that more than two should not know where it is, but leave a keg in Orel and one in Zabludovo, and those of the best and sweetest, so that the officers may take a liking to it, and put in plenty of poison, so that the officers at least may be killed. Then the squadron will break up. For God's sake, serve me faithfully in this, and secretly, for the mercy of God. Burn that I write, and whoso finds out anything, send him to me. Either the confederates will find and drink the wine, or it may be given as a present to make them friendly." The under starosta finished reading and looked at Prince Boguslav as if waiting for instructions, and the prince said, "I see that my cousin pays much attention to the confederates. It is only a pity that, as usual, he is too late. If he had come upon this plan 2 weeks ago, or even 1 week, it might have been tried. But now go with God, Pan Harasimovich, I do not need you." Harasimovich bowed and went out. Prince Boguslav stood before the mirror and began to examine his own figure carefully. He moved his head slightly from right to left, then stepped back from the mirror, then approached it, then shook his curls, then looked askance, not paying any attention to Kmita, who sat in the shade with his back turned to the window. But if he had cast even one look at Pan Andrei's face, he would have seen that in the young and white something wonderful was taking place, for Kmita's face was pale. On his forehead stood thick drops of sweat, and his hands shook convulsively. After a while he rose from the chair, but sat down again immediately, like a man struggling with himself and suppressing an outburst of anger or despair. Finally his features settled and became fixed. Evidently he had with his whole strong force of will and energy enjoined calm on himself and gained complete self-control. "Your highness," said he, "from the confidence which the prince hetman bestows on me, you see that he does not wish to make a secret of anything. I belong soul and substance to his work. With him and your highness my fortune may increase. Therefore, whither you both go, thither go I also. I am ready for everything. But though I serve in those efforts and am occupied in them, still I do not of course understand everything perfectly, nor can I penetrate all the secrets of them with my weak wit. What do you wish then, Sir Cavalier, or rather, fair cousin?" "I ask instruction, your highness. It would be a shame indeed were I unable to learn at the side of such statesmen. I know not whether your highness will be pleased to answer me without reserve." "That will depend on your question and on my humor," answered Boguslav, not ceasing to look at the mirror. Kmita's eyes glittered for a moment, but he continued calmly, "This is my question. The prince voevoda of Vilna shields all his acts with the good and salvation of the Commonwealth, so that in fact the Commonwealth is never absent from his lips. Be pleased to tell me sincerely, are these mere pretexts, or has the hetman in truth nothing but the good of the Commonwealth in view?" Boguslav cast a quick glance on Pan Andrei. "If I should say that they are pretexts, would you give further service?" Kmita shrugged his shoulders carelessly. "Of course! As I have said, my fortune will increase with the fortune of your highness and that of the hetman. If that increase comes, the rest is all one to me. You will be a man. Remember that I foretell this. But why has my cousin not spoken openly with you?" "Maybe because he is squeamish, or just because it did not happen to be the topic. You have quick wit, cousin Cavalier, for it is the real truth that he is squeamish and shows his true skin unwillingly. As God is dear to me, true. Such is his nature. So even in talking with me, the moment he forgets himself, he begins to adorn his speech with love for the country. When I laugh at him to his eyes, he comes to his senses. True, true. Then it is merely a pretext?" asked Kmita. The prince turned the chair around and sat astride of it, as on a horse, and resting his arms on the back of it, was silent a while, as if in thought. Then he said, "Hear me, Pan Kmita. If we Radzivills lived in Spain, France, or Sweden, where the son inherits after the father, and where the right of the king comes from God himself, then, leaving aside civil war, extinction of the royal stock, or some uncommon event, we should serve the king and the country firmly, being content with the highest offices which belong to us by family and fortune. But here, in the land where the king has not divine right at his back, but the nobles create him, where everything is in free suffrage, we ask ourselves with reason, why should a Vaza rule and not a Radzivill? There is no objection so far as the Vazas are concerned, for they take their origin from hereditary kings. But who will assure us, who will guarantee, that after the Vazas the nobles will not have the whim of sitting on the throne of the kingdom and on the throne of the Grand Principality even Pan Harasimowicz, or some Pan Mieleszko, or some Pan Piglachievich from Psivolki? Tfu! Can I guess whom they may fancy? And must we, Radzivills and princes of the German Empire, come to kiss the hand of King Piglachievich? Tfu! To all the horned devils, Cavalier, it is time to finish with this. Look meanwhile at Germany, how many provincial princes there, who in importance and fortune are fitted to be under starostas for us. Still they have their principalities, they rule, wear crowns on their heads, and take precedence of us, though it would be fitter for them to bear the trains of our mantles. It is time to put an end to this, and accomplish that which was already planned by my father." Here the prince grew vivacious, rose from the chair, and began to walk through the room. "This will not take place without difficulty and obstacles," continued he, "for the Radzivills of Owyta and Nyesvież are not willing to aid us. I know that Prince Michael wrote to my cousin that he would better think of a hair shirt than of a royal mantle. Let him think of a hair shirt himself, let him do penance, let him sit on ashes, let the Jesuit slash his skin with disciplines, if he is content with being a royal carver, let him carve capons virtuously or his virtuous life, till his virtuous death. We shall get on without him and not drop our hands, for just now is the time. The devils are taking the Commonwealth, for now it is so weak, has gone to such dogs, that it cannot drive them away. Every one is crawling in over its boundaries, as into an unfenced garden. What has happened here with the Swedes has happened nowhere on the earth to this day. We, Sir Cavalier, may sing in truth Te Deum laudamus. In its way the event is unheard of, unparalleled. Just think, an invader attacks a country, an invader famous for rapacity, and not only does he not find resistance, but every living man deserts his old king and hurries to a new one. Magnates, nobles, the army, castles, towns, all, without honor, without fame, without feeling, without shame. History gives not another such example. Tfu! Tfu! Trash inhabit this country, men without conscience or ambition. And is such a country not to perish? They are looking for our favor. You will have favor. In Great Poland already the Swedes are thumb-screwing nobles, and so will it be everywhere. It cannot be otherwise." Kmita grew paler and paler, but with the remnant of his strength he held in curb an outburst of fury. The prince, absorbed in his own speech, delighted with his own words, with his own wisdom, paid no attention to his listener, and continued: "There is a custom in this land that when a man is dying his relatives at the last moment pull the pillow from under his head, so that he may not suffer longer. I and the Prince Voevoda of Vilna have determined to render this special service to the Commonwealth. But because many plunderers are watching for the inheritance and we cannot get it all, we wish that a part, and that no small one, should come to us. As relatives we have that right. If with this comparison I have not spoken on a level with your understanding, and have not been able to hit the point, I will tell you in other words. Suppose the Commonwealth a red cloth, at which are pulling the Swedes, Khmelnitski, the Hyperboreans, the Tartars, the Elector, and whosoever lives around. But I and the Prince Voevoda of Vilna have agreed that enough of that cloth must remain in our hands to make a robe for us. Therefore we do not prevent the dragging, but we drag ourselves. Let Hmelnitski stay in the Ukraine, let the Swedes and the electors settle about Prussia and Great Poland, let Rakoczy or whoever is nearer take Little Poland, Lithuania must be for Prince Yanush, and together with his daughter for me." Kmita rose quickly. "I give thanks, your highness, that is all I wanted to know. You are going out, Sir Cavalier?" "I am." The prince looked carefully at Kmita, and at that moment first noted his pallor and excitement. "What is the matter, Pan Kmita?" asked he. "You look like a ghost." "Weariness has knocked me off my feet, and my head is dizzy. Farewell, your highness! I will come before starting to bow to you again." "Make haste, then, for I start after midday myself." "I shall return in an hour at furthest." When he had said this, Kmita bent his head and went out. In the other room the servants rose at sight of him, but he passed like a drunken man, seeing no one. At the threshold of the room he caught his head with both hands, and began to repeat, almost with a groan, "Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews! Jesus, Mary, Joseph!" With tottering steps he passed through the court, composed of 6 men with halberds. Outside the gate were his own men, the sergeant Soroka at the head of them. "After me!" called Kmita. And he moved through the town toward the inn. Soroka, an old soldier of Kmita's, knowing him perfectly, noticed at once that something uncommon had happened to the colonel. "Let your soul be on guard," said he quietly to the man. "Woe to him on whom his anger falls now." The soldiers hastened their steps in silence, but Kmita did not go at a walk; he almost ran, waving his hand and repeating words well nigh incoherent. To the ears of Soroka came only broken phrases: "Poisoners, faith breakers, traitors! Crime and treason, the two are the same!" Then he began to mention his old comrades. The names Kokosinski, Kulvyets, Ranitski, Rekuć, and others fell from his lips one after another. A number of times he mentioned Volodyovski. Soroka heard this with wonder, and grew more and more alarmed; but in his mind he thought, "Some one's blood will flow; it cannot be otherwise." Meanwhile they had come to the inn. Kmita shut himself in his room at once, and for about an hour he gave no sign of life. The soldiers meanwhile had tied on the packs and saddled the horses without order. "That is no harm," said Soroka. "It is necessary to be ready for everything." "We too are ready," answered the old fighters, moving their mustaches. In fact, it came out soon that Soroka knew his colonel well, for Kmita appeared suddenly in the front room without a cap, in his trousers and shirt only. "Saddle the horses!" cried he. "They are saddled." "Fasten on the packs." "They are fastened." "Educate the man!" cried the young colonel, who in spite of all his fever and excitement saw that those soldiers had guessed his thought quickly. "We give thanks, Commander!" cried all in chorus. "2 men will take the pack horses and go out of the place immediately toward Dębovo. Go slowly through the town; outside the town put the horses on a gallop, and stop not till the forest is reached." "According to command." 4 others load their pistols. For me saddle 2 horses and let another be ready. "I knew there would be something," muttered Soroka. "Now, sergeant, after me!" cried Kmita. As undressed as he was, in trousers only, and open shirt, he went out of the front room. Soroka followed him, opening his eyes widely with wonder. They went in this fashion to the well in the yard of the inn. Here Kmita stopped, and pointing to the bucket hanging from the sweep, said, "Pour water on my head." Soroka knew from experience how dangerous it was to ask twice about an order. He seized the rope, let the bucket down into the water, drew up quickly, and taking the bucket in his hands, threw the water on Pan Andrei, who, puffing and blowing like a whale, rubbed his wet hair with his hands and cried, "More!" Soroka repeated the act, and threw water with all his force, just as if he were putting out a fire. "Enough!" said Kmita at length. "Follow me, help me to dress." Both went to the inn. At the gate they met the two men going out with two pack horses. "Slowly through the town, outside the town on a gallop," commanded Kmita, and he went in. Half an hour later he appeared dressed completely, as if for the road, with high boots and an eel-skin coat, girded with a leather belt into which was thrust a pistol. The soldiers noticed, too, that from under his kaftan gleamed the edge of chain mail, as if he were going to battle. He had his sabre also girt high, so as to seize the hilt more easily. His face was calm enough, but stern and threatening. Casting a glance at the soldiers to see if they were ready and armed properly, he mounted his horse and throwing a ducat at the innkeeper, rode out of the place. Soroka rode at his side, three others behind leading a horse. Soon they found themselves on the square filled by Boguslav's troops. There was movement among them already; evidently the command had come to prepare for the road. The horsemen were tightening the girths of the saddle and bridling the horses; the infantry were taking their muskets stacked before the houses; others were attaching horses to wagons. Kmita started as it were from meditation. "Hear me, old man," said he to Soroka. "From the starosta's house does the road go on. It will not be necessary to come back through the square." "But where are we going, Colonel?" "To Dębowa." "Then we must go from the square past the house. The square will be behind us." "It is well," said Kmita. "Oh, if only those men were alive now! Few are fitted for work like this, few." Meanwhile they passed the square, and began to turn toward the starosta's house, which lay about 1 furlong and a half farther on, near the roadside. "Stop!" cried Kmita, suddenly. The soldiers halted, and he turned to them. "Are you ready for death?" asked he, abruptly. "Ready!" answered in chorus these daredevils of Orsha. "We crawled up to Hovanski's throat, and he did not devour us. Do you remember?" "We remember." "There is need to dare great things to day. If success comes, our gracious king will make lords of you, I guarantee that. If failure, you will go to the stake." "Why not success?" asked Soroka, whose eyes began to gleam like those of an old wolf. "There will be success," said three others, Bilows, Zavratynsky, and Lubieniec. "We must carry off the prince marshal," said Kmita. Then he was silent, wishing to see the impression which the mad thought would make on the soldiers. But they were silent too, and looked on him as on a rainbow, only their mustaches quivered and their faces became terrible and murderous. "The stake is near, their word far away," added Kmita. "There are few of us," muttered Zavratynsky. "It is worse than against Hovanski," said Lubieniec. "The troops are all in the market square, and at the house are only the sentries and about 20 attendants," said Kmita, "who are off their guard, and have not even swords at their sides." "You risk your head; why should we not risk ours?" said Soroka. "Hear me," continued Kmita. "If we do not take him by cunning, we shall not take him at all. Listen! I will go into the room and after a time come out with the prince. If the prince will sit on my horse, I will sit on the other, and we will ride on. When we have ridden about 100 or 150 yards, then seize him from both sides by the shoulders, and gallop the horses with all breath." "According to order," answered Soroka. "If I do not come out," continued Kmita, "and you hear a shot in the room, then open on the guards with pistols, and give me the horse as I rush from the door." "That will be done," answered Soroka. "Forward!" commanded Kmita. They moved on, and a quarter of an hour later halted at the gate of the starosta's house. At the gate were 6 guards with halberds; at the door of the anteroom 4 men were standing. Around the carriage in the front yard were occupied equerries and outriders, whom an attendant of consequence was overseeing, a foreigner, as might be known from his dress and wig. Farther on, near the carriage house, horses were being attached to 2 other carriages, to which gigantic Turkish grooms were carrying packs. Over these watched a man dressed in black, with a face like that of a doctor or an astrologer. Kmita announced himself as he had previously, through the officer of the day, who returned soon, and asked him to the prince. "How are you, Cavalier?" asked the prince joyfully. "You left me so suddenly that I thought scruples had risen in you from my words, and I did not expect to see you again. Of course I could not go without making my obeisance. Well, I thought, the prince voevoda has none whom to send on a confidential mission. I make use of you also, for I give you letters to a number of important persons and to the King of Sweden himself. But why armed as if for battle?" "I am going among confederates. I have heard right here in this place, and your highness has confirmed the report, that a confederate squadron passed. Even here in Pilbishki they brought a terrible panic on Zolotarenko's men, for a famous soldier is leading that squadron." "Who is he?" "Pan Volodyovski, and with him are Mirski, Oskierko, and the 2 Skshetuskis, one that man of Zbaraj, whose wife your highness wanted to besiege in Tykotsin. All rebelled against the prince voevoda, and it is a pity, for they were good soldiers. What is to be done? There are still fools in the Commonwealth who are unwilling to pull the red cloth with Cossacks and Swedes." "There is never a lack of fools in the world, and especially in this country," said the prince. "Here are the letters. And besides, when you see his Swedish Grace, say as if in confidence that in heart I am as much his adherent as my cousin, but for the time I must dissemble." "Who is not forced to that?" answered Kmita. "Every man dissembles, especially if he thinks to do something great." "That is surely the case. Acquit yourself well, Sir Cavalier. I will be thankful to you, and will not let the hetman surpass me in rewarding. If the favor of your highness is such, I ask a reward in advance. You have it. Surely my cousin has not furnished you over abundantly for the road. There is a serpent in his money box." "May God guard me from asking money! I did not ask it of the hetman, and I will not take it from your highness. I am at my own expense, and I will remain so." Prince Boguslav looked at the young knight with wonder. "I see that in truth the Kmitas are not of those who look at men's heads. What is your wish then, Sir Cavalier?" "The matter is as follows: without thinking carefully in Kyedani, I took a horse of high blood, so as to show myself before the Swedes. I do not exaggerate when I say there is not a better in the stables of Kyedani. Now I am sorry for him, and I am afraid to injure him on the road, in the stables of inns, or for want of rest. And as accidents are not hard to meet, he may fall into enemies' hands, even those of that Volodyovski, who personally is terribly hostile to me. I had thought, therefore, to beg your highness to take him to keep and use until I ask for him at a more convenient time." "Better sell him to me." "Impossible. It would be like selling a friend. At a small estimate that horse has taken me 100 times out of the greatest danger, for he has this virtue too, that in battle he bites the enemy savagely." "Is he such a good horse?" asked Prince Boguslav, with lively interest. "Is he good? If I were sure your highness would not be offended, I would bet 100 gold florins without looking that your highness has not such a one in your stables. Maybe I would bet, if it were not that to day is not the time for a trial. I will keep him willingly, though, if possible, I would buy. But where is this wonder kept?" "My men are holding him just here in front of the gate. As to his being a wonder, he is a wonder, for it is no exaggeration to say that the Sultan might covet such a horse. He is not of this country, but from Anatolia, and in Anatolia, as I think, only one such was found." "Then let us look at him." "I serve your highness." Before the gate Kmita's men were holding two horses completely equipped. One was indeed of high breed, black as a raven, with a star on his forehead, and a white fetlock to a leg like a lance. He neighed slightly at sight of his master. "I guess that to be the one," said Boguslav. "I do not know whether he is such a wonder as you say, but in truth he is a fine horse." "Try him!" cried Kmita. "Or no, I will mount him myself." The soldiers gave Kmita the horse; he mounted and began to ride around near the gate. Under the skilled rider the horse seemed doubly beautiful. His prominent eyes gained brightness as he moved at a trot. He seemed to blow forth inner fire through his nostrils when the wind unfolded his mane. Pan Kmita described a circle, changed his gait. At last he rode straight on the prince, so that the nostrils of the horse were not a yard from his face, and cried, "Halt!" The horse stopped with his forefeet resisting, and stood as if fixed to the ground. "What do you say?" asked Kmita. "The eyes and legs of a deer, the gait of a wolf, the nostrils of an elk, and the breast of a woman," said Boguslav. "He is all that is needed. Does he understand German command?" "Yes, for my horse trained Zend, who was a Courlander, taught him." "And the beast is swift?" "The wind cannot come up with him, a Tartar cannot escape him." "Your trainer must have been a good one, for I see that the horse is highly taught." "Is he taught? Your highness will not believe. He goes so in the rank that when the line is moving at a trot, you may let the reins drop, and he will not push one half of his nose beyond the line. If your highness will be pleased to try, and if in 2 furlongs he will push beyond the others half a head, then I will give him as a gift." "That would be the greatest wonder not to advance with dropped reins." "It is wonderful and convenient, for both hands of the rider are free. More than once have I had a sabre in one hand and a pistol in the other, and the horse went alone." "But if the rank turns?" "Then he will turn too without breaking the line." "Impossible!" exclaimed the prince. "No horse will do that. I have seen in France horses of the king's musketeers greatly trained, of purpose not to spoil the court ceremonies, but still it was necessary to guide them with reins. The wit of man is in this horse. Let your highness try him yourself." "Give him here," said the prince, after a moment's thought. Kmita held the horse till Boguslav mounted. He sprang lightly into the saddle and began to pat the steed on his shining neck. "A wonderful thing," said he. "The best horses shed their hair in the autumn, but this one is as if he had come out of water. In what direction shall we go?" "Let us move in a line, and if your highness permits, towards the forest. The road is even and broad, but in the direction of the town some wagon might come in the way. Let us ride toward the forest." "Just 2 furlongs. Let your highness drop the reins and start on a gallop. 2 men on each side, and I will ride a little behind." "Take your places," said the prince. The line was formed, they turned the horses' heads from the town. The prince was in the middle. "Forward!" said he. "On a gallop from the start, march!" The line shot on, and after a certain time was moving like a whirlwind. A cloud of dust hid them from the eyes of the attendants and equerries, who, collecting in a crowd at the gate, looked with curiosity at the racing. The trained horses going at the highest speed, snorting from a fort, had run already a furlong or more, and the prince's steed, though not held by the reins, did not push forward an inch. They ran another furlong. Kmita turned, and seeing behind only a cloud of dust, through which the starosta's house could barely be seen and the people standing before it not at all, cried with a terrible voice, "Take him!" At this moment Bilows and the gigantic Zavratynski seized both arms of the prince and squeezed them till the bones cracked in their joints, and holding him in their iron fists, put spurs to their own horses. The prince's horse in the middle held the line, neither pushing ahead nor holding back an inch. Astonishment, fright, the whirlwind beating in his face, deprived Prince Boguslav of speech for the first moment. He struggled once and a second time, without result, however, for pain from his twisted arms pierced him through. "What is this, ruffians? Know ye not who I am?" cried he at last. Thereupon Kmita pushed him with the barrel of the pistol between the shoulders. "Resistance is useless; it will only bring a bullet in your body," cried he. "Traitor!" said the prince. "But who are you?" asked Kmita. And they galloped on farther. End of chapter 26, part 2. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. Chapter 27 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 27. They ran long through the pine forest with such speed that the trees by the roadside seemed to flee backward in panic. Inns, huts of forest guards, pitch clearings flashed by, and at times wagons singly or a few together going to Pilvishki. From time to time Boguslav bent forward in the saddle as if to struggle, but his arms were only wrenched the more painfully in the iron hands of the soldiers, while Pan Andrei held the pistol barrel between the prince's shoulders again, and they rushed on till the white foam was falling in flakes from the horses. At last they were forced to slacken the speed, for breath failed both men and beasts, and Pilvishki was so far behind that all possibility of pursuit had ceased. They rode on then a certain time at a walk and in silence, surrounded by the cloud of steam which was issuing from the horses. For a long time the prince said nothing; he was evidently trying to calm himself and cool his blood. When he had done this, he asked, "Whither are you taking me?" "Your highness will know that at the end of the road," answered Kmita. Boguslav was silent, but after a while said, "Cavalier, command this trash to let me go, for they are pulling out my arms. If you command them to do so, they will only hang; if not, they will go to the stake." "They are nobles, not trash," answered Kmita; "and as to the punishment which your highness threatens, it is not known whom death will strike first." "Know ye on whom ye have raised hands?" asked the prince, turning to the soldiers. "We know," answered they. "By a million horned devils!" cried Boguslav, with an outburst. "Will you command these people to let me go or not?" "Your highness, I will order them to bind your arms behind your back, then you will be quieter." "Impossible! You will put my arms quite out of joint." "I would give orders to let another off on his word that he would not try to escape, but you know how to break your word," said Kmita. "I will give another word," answered the prince, "that not only will I escape at the first opportunity, but I will have you torn apart with horses when you fall into my hands." "What God wants to give, he gives," said Kmita, "but I prefer a sincere threat to a lying promise." "Let go his hands, only hold his horse by the bridle. But, your highness, look here! I have but to touch the trigger to put a bullet into your body, and I shall not miss, for I never miss. Sit quietly, do not try to escape." "I do not dare, Cavalier, for you or your pistol." When he had said this, the prince stretched his aching arms, to straighten them and shake off the numbness. The soldiers caught the horse's bridle on both sides and led him on. After a while Boguslav said, "You dare not look me in the eyes, Pan Kmita; you hide in the rear." "Indeed," answered Kmita, and urging forward his horse, he pushed Zavratynski away, and seizing the reins of the prince's horse, he looked Boguslav straight in the face. And how is my horse? Have I added even one virtue?" "A good horse," answered the prince. "If you wish, I will buy him." "This horse deserves a better fate than to carry a traitor till his death." "You are a fool, Pan Kmita." "Yes, for I believed the Radzivills." Again came a moment of silence, which was broken by the prince. "Tell me, Pan Kmita, are you sure that you are in your right mind, that your reason has not left you? Have you asked yourself what you have done, madman? Has it not come to your head that as things are now it would have been better for you if your mother had not given you birth, and that no one, not only in Poland, but in all Europe would have ventured on such a daredevil deed? Then it is clear that there is no great courage in that Europe, for I have carried off your highness, hold you, and will not let you go." "It can only be an affair with a madman," said the prince, as if to himself. "My gracious prince," answered Pan Andrei, "you are in my hands. Be reconciled to that, and waste not words in vain. Pursuit will not come up, for your men think to this moment that you have come off with me voluntarily. When my men took you by the arms no one saw it, for the dust covered us, and even if there were no dust, neither the equerries nor the guards could have seen it was so far. They will wait for you 2 hours, the third hour they will be impatient, the fourth and fifth uneasy, and the sixth will send out men in search, but we meanwhile shall be beyond Mariapola. What of that? This, that they will not pursue, and even if they should start immediately in pursuit, your horses are just from the road, while ours are fresh. Even if by some miracle they should come up, that would not save you, for as truly as you see me here, I should open your head, which I shall do if nothing else is possible. This is the position. Radzivill has a cart, an army, cannon, dragoons. Kmita has 6 men, and Kmita holds Radzivill by the neck." "What further?" asked the prince. "Nothing farther. We will go where it pleases me. Thank God, your highness, that you are alive, for were it not that I gave orders to throw many gallons of water on my head to day, you would be in the other world already, that is in hell, for 2 reasons, as a traitor and as a Calvinist." "And would you have dared to do that?" "Without praising myself, I say that your highness would not easily find an undertaking on which I would not venture. You have the best proof of that in yourself." The prince looked carefully at the young man and said, "Cavalier, the devil has written on your face that you are ready for anything, and that is the reason why I have a proof in myself. I tell you indeed that you have been able to astonish me with your boldness, and that is no easy thing. That's all one to me. Give thanks to God, your highness, that you are alive yet, and quit. Now, Cavalier, first of all, do you thank God? For if one hair had fallen from my head, then know that the Radzivills would find you even under the earth. If you think that because there is this union between us and those of Kmicic and Ołyta, and that they will not pursue you, you are mistaken. Radzivill blood must be avenged. An awful example must be given, otherwise there would be no life for us in this Commonwealth. You cannot hide abroad either. The Emperor of Germany will give you up, for I am a prince of the German Empire. The Elector of Brandenburg is my uncle, the Prince of Orange is his brother-in-law. The King and Queen of France and their ministers are my friends. Where will you hide? The Turks and Tartars will sell you, though we had to give them half our fortune. You will not find on earth a corner, nor such deserts, nor such people." "It is a wonder to me," replied Kmita, "that your highness takes such thought in advance for my safety. A great person I Radzivill. Still I have only to touch a trigger. I do not deny that. More than once it has happened in the world that a great man died at the hands of a common one. A camp follower killed Pompey. French kings perished at the hands of low people. Without going farther, the same thing happened to my great father. But I ask you, what will come next?" "What is that to me?" I have never taken much thought at what will be to morrow. If it comes to close quarters with all the Radzivills, God knows who will be warmed up best. The sword has been long hanging over my head, but the moment I close my eyes I sleep as sweetly as a suslik. And if one Radzivill is not enough for me, I will carry off a second and a third. As God is dear to me, Cavalier, you please me much, for I repeat, that you alone in Europe could dare a deed like this. The beast does not care nor mind what will come tomorrow. I love daring people, and there are fewer and fewer of them in the world. Just think, he has carried off a Radzivill and holds him as his own. Why were you reared in this fashion, Cavalier? Whence do you come? I am Banneret of Orsha. Pan Banneret of Orsha, I grieve that the Radzivills are losing a man like you, for with such men much might be done. If it were not a question of myself, I would spare nothing to win you. Too late, said Kmita. That is to be understood, answered the prince, much too late. But I tell you beforehand that I will order you only to be shot, for you are worthy to die a soldier's death. What an incarnate devil to carry me off from the midst of my men! Kmita made no answer; the prince meditated a while, then cried, "If you free me at once, I will not take vengeance. Only give me your word that you will tell no one of this, and command your men to be silent." "Impossible!" replied Kmita. "Do you want a ransom? I do not. What the devil then did you carry me off for? I cannot understand it. It would take a long time to tell. I will tell your highness later." "But what have we to do on the road unless to talk? Acknowledge, Cavalier, one thing: you carried me off in a moment of anger and desperation, and now you don't know well what to do with me." "That is my affair," answered Kmita. "And if I do not know what to do, it will soon be seen." Impatience was depicted on Prince Boguslav's face. "You are not over communicative, Pan Banneret of Orsha, but answer me one question at least sincerely. Did you come to me to Podlyasye with a plan already formed of attacking my person, or did it enter your head in the last moment?" "To that I can answer your highness sincerely, for my lips are burning to tell you why I left your cause. And while I am alive, while there is breath in my body, I shall not return to it. The prince voevoda of Vilna deceived me, and in advance brought me to swear on the crucifix that I would not leave him till death. And you are keeping the oath well. There is nothing to be said on that point." "True!" cried Kmita, violently. "If I have lost my soul, if I must be damned, it is through the Radzivills. But I give myself to the mercy of God, and I would rather lose my soul, I would rather burn eternally, than to sin longer with knowledge and willingly, than to serve longer, knowing that I serve sin and treason. May God have mercy on me! I prefer to burn, I prefer 100 times to burn, I should burn surely if I remained with you. I have nothing to lose, but at least I shall say at the judgment of God, I know not what I was swearing, and I had discovered that I had sworn treason to the country, destruction to the Polish name. I should have broken the oath right there. Now let the Lord God be my judge." To the question," said Boguslav calmly. But Pan Andrei breathed heavily, and rode on some time in silence, with frowning brow and eyes fixed on the earth, like a man bowed down by misfortune. "To the question," repeated the prince. Kmita roused himself as if from a dream, shook his head, and said, "I believed the prince hetman as I would not have believed my own father. I remember that banquet at which he announced his union with the Swedes. What I suffered then, what I passed through, God will account to me. Others, honorable men, threw their batons at his feet and remained with their country, but I stood like a stump with the baton, with shame, with submission, with infamy, in torture, for I was called traitor to my eyes. And who called me traitor? I better not say, lest I forget myself, go mad, and put a bullet right there in the head of your highness. You are the men, you the traitors, the Judases, who brought me to that." Here Kmita gazed with a terrible expression on the prince, and hatred came out on his face from the bottom of his soul, like a dragon which had crawled out of a cave to the light of day. But Boguslav looked at the young man with a calm, fearless eye. At last he said, "But that interests me, Pan Kmita. Speak on." Kmita dropped the bridle of the prince's horse, and removed his cap, as if wishing to cool his burning head. "That same night," continued he, "I went to the hetman, for he gave command to call me. I thought to myself, I will renounce his service, break my oath, suffocate him, choke him with these hands, blow up Kyedani with powder, and then let happen what may." He knew too that I was ready for anything, knew what I was. I saw well that he was fingering a box in which there were pistols. "That is nothing," thought I to myself, "either he will miss me or he will kill me." But he began to reason, to speak, to show such a prospect to me, simpleton, and put himself forward as such a savior, that your highness knows what happened." "He convinced the young man," said Boguslav. "So that I fell at his feet," cried Kmita, "and saw in him the father, the one savior of the country, so that I gave myself to him soul and body as to a devil. For him, for his honesty, I was ready to hurl myself headlong from the tower of Kyedani." "I thought such would be the end," said Boguslav. "What I lost in this cause I will not say, but I rendered him important services. I held in obedience my squadron, which is in Kyedani now. God grant to his ruin. Others who mutinied I cut up badly. I stained my hands in brothers' blood, believing that a stern necessity for the country. Often my soul was pained at giving command to shoot honest soldiers, often the nature of a noble rebelled against him, when one time and another he promised something and did not keep his word. But I thought, I am simple, he is wise, it must be done so. But today when I learned for the first time from those letters of the poisons, the marrow stiffened in my bones. How? Is this the kind of war? You wish to poison soldiers? And that is to be in hetman fashion? That is to be the Radzivill method, and I am to carry such letters?" "You know nothing of politics, Cavalier," interrupted Boguslav. "May the thunders crush it! Let the criminal Italians practise it, not a noble whom God has adorned with more honorable blood than others, but at the same time obliged him to war with a sabre and not with a drag shop. These letters, then, so astonished you that you determined to leave the Radzivills? It was not the letters. I might have thrown them to the hangman, or tossed them into the fire, for they refer not to my duties. It was not the letters. I might have refused the mission without leaving the cause. Do I know what I might have done? I might have joined the dragoons, or collected a party again, and harried Hovanski as before, but straightway a suspicion came to me. But do they not wish to poison the country as well as those soldiers? God granted me not to break out, though my head was burning like a grenade, to remember myself, to have the power to think, draw him by the tongue, and discover the whole truth. Betray not what you have at heart, give yourself out as worse than the Radzivills themselves, and draw him by the tongue." "Whom, me?" "Yes. God aided me so that I, simple man, deceived a politician, so that your highness, holding me the last of ruffians, hid nothing of your own ruffianism, confessed everything, told everything, as if it had been written on the hand. The hair stood on my head, but I listened and listened to the end. O traitors! Ark hell dwellers! O parricides! How is it that a thunderbolt has not stricken you down before now? How is it that the earth has not swallowed you? So you are treating with Khmyelnitski, with the Swedes, with the elector, with Rakoczy, and with the devil himself to the destruction of this Commonwealth? Now you want to cut a mantle out of it for yourself, to sell it, to divide it, to tear your own mother like wolves? Such is your gratitude for all the benefits heaped on you, for the offices, the honors, the dignities, the wealth, the authority, the estates which foreign kings envy you? And you were ready without regard to those tears, torments, oppression. Where is your conscience? Where your faith? Where your honesty? What monster brought you into the world? Cavalier, interrupted Boguslav coldly, you have me in your hand, you can kill me, but I beg one thing, do not bore me. Both were silent. However, it appeared plainly from the words of Kmita that the soldier had been able to draw out the naked truth from the diplomat, and that the prince was guilty of great incautiousness, of a great error in betraying his most secret plans and those of the hetman. This pricked his vanity, therefore, not caring to hide his ill humor, he said, do not ascribe it to your own wit merely, Pan Kmita, that you got the truth from me. I spoke openly, for I thought the Prince Voevoda knew people better, and had sent a man worthy of confidence. The Prince Voevoda sent a man worthy of confidence, answered Kmita, but you have lost him. Henceforth only scoundrels will serve you. If the way in which you seized me was not scoundrelly, then may the sword grow to my hand in the first battle. It was a stratagem. I learned it in a hard school. You wish your highness to know Kmita. Here he is. I shall not go with empty hands to our gracious lord. And you think that the hair of my head will fall from the hand of Yan Kazimir? That is a question for the judges, not for me. Suddenly Kmita reined in his horse. But the letter of the Prince Voevoda, have you that letter on your person? If I had, I would not give it. The letter remained in Pilvishki. Search him, cried Kmita. The soldiers seized the prince again by the arms. Soroka began to search his pockets. After a while he found the letter. Here is one document against you and your works, said Pan Andrzej, taking the letter. The King of Poland will know from it what you have in view. The Swedish king will know too, that although now you are serving him, the Prince Voevoda reserves to himself freedom to withdraw if the Swedish foot stumbles. All your treasons will come out, all your machinations. But I have besides other letters, to the King of Sweden, to Wittenberg, to Radzieyovski. You are great and powerful, still I am not sure that it will not be too narrow for you in this Commonwealth, when both kings will prepare a recompense worthy of your treasons. Prince Boguslav's eyes gleamed with ill-omened light, but after a while he mastered his anger and said, well, Cavalier, for a life or death between us. We have met. You may cause us trouble and much evil, but I say this. No man has dared hitherto to do in this country what you have done. Woe be to you and to yours! I have a sabre to defend myself, and I have something to redeem my own with, answered Kmita. You have me as a hostage, said the prince. And in spite of all his anger he breathed calmly. He understood one thing at this moment, that in no case was his life threatened, that his person was too much needed by Kmita. Then they went again at a trot, and after an hour's ride they saw two horsemen, each of whom led a pair of pack horses. They were Kmita's men sent in advance from Pilvishki. What is the matter? asked Kmita. The horses are terribly tired, for we have not rested yet. We shall rest right away. There is a cabin at the turn, maybe 'tis a public house. Let the sergeant push on to prepare oats. Public house or not, we must halt. According to order, Commander. Soroka gave reins to the horses, and they followed him slowly. Kmita rode at one side of the prince, Lubyenyets at the other. Boguslav had become completely calm and quiet. He did not draw Pan Andrei into further conversation. He seemed to be exhausted by the journey or by the position in which he found himself, and dropping his head somewhat on his breast, closed his eyes. Still from time to time he cast a side look now at Kmita, now at Lubyenyets, who held the reins of his horse, as if studying to discover who would be the easier to overturn so as to wrest himself free. They approached the building situated on the roadside at a bulge of the forest. It was not a public house, but a forge and a wheelwright shop, in which those going by the road stopped to shoe their horses and mend their wagons. Between the forge and the road there was a small open area, sparsely covered with trampled grass. Fragments of wagons and broken wheels lay thrown here and there on that place, but there were no travelers. Soroka's horses stood tied to a post. Soroka himself was talking before the forge to the blacksmith, a Tartar, and two of his assistants. "We shall not have an over-abundant repast," said the prince. "There is nothing to be had here." "We have food and spirits with us," answered Kmita. "That is well. We shall need strength." They halted. Kmita thrust his pistol behind his belt, sprang from the saddle, and giving his horse to Soroka, seized again the reins of the prince's horse, which however Lubyenyets had not let go from his hand on the other side. "Your highness will dismount," said Kmita. "Why is that?" "I will eat and drink in the saddle," said the prince, bending down. "I beg you to come to the ground," said Kmita, threateningly. "But into the ground with you!" cried the prince with a terrible voice, and drawing with the quickness of lightning the pistol from Kmita's belt, he thundered into his very face. "Jesus! Mary!" cried Kmita. At this moment the horse under the prince struck with spurs reared so that he stood almost erect. The prince turned like a snake in the saddle towards Lubyenyets, and with all the strength of his powerful arm struck him with the pistol between the eyes. Lubyenyets roared terribly and fell from the horse. Before the others could understand what had happened, before they had drawn breath, before the cry of fright had died on their lips, Boguslav scattered them as a storm would have done, rushed from the square to the road, and shot on like a whirlwind towards Pilvishki. "Seize him! Hold him! Kill him!" cried wild voices. Three soldiers who were sitting yet on the horses rushed after him, but Soroka seized a musket standing at the wall and aimed at the fleeing man, or rather at his horse. The horse stretched out like a deer and moved forward like an arrow arched from the string. The shot thundered. Soroka rushed through the smoke for a better view of what he had done. He shaded his eyes with his hand, gazed a while, and cried at last, "Missed!" At this moment Boguslav disappeared beyond the bend, and after him vanished the pursuers. Then Soroka turned to the blacksmith and his assistants, who were looking up to that moment with dumb astonishment at what had happened, and cried, "Water!" The blacksmith ran to draw water, and Soroka knelt near Pan Andrei, who was lying motionless. Kmita's face was covered with powder from the discharge, and with drops of blood. His eyes were closed, his left brow and left temple were blackened. The sergeant began first to feel lightly with his fingers the head of his colonel. "His head is sound." But Kmita gave no signs of life, and blood came abundantly from his face. The blacksmith's assistants brought a bucket of water and a cloth. Soroka, with equal deliberation and care, began to wipe Kmita's face. Finally the wound appeared from under the blood and blackness. The ball had opened Kmita's left cheek deeply, and had carried away the end of his ear. Soroka examined to see if his cheek bone were broken. After a while he convinced himself that it was not, and drew a long breath. Kmita, under the influence of cold water and pain, began to give signs of life. His face quivered, his breast heaved with breath. "He is alive! Nothing! He will be unharmed!" cried Soroka joyfully, and a tear rolled down the murderous face of the sergeant. Meanwhile, at the turn of the road appeared Bilows, one of the three soldiers who had followed the prince. Well, what? Called Soroka. The soldier shook his head. Nothing. Will the others return soon? The others will not return. With trembling hands, the sergeant laid Kmita's head on the threshold of the forge and sprang to his feet. How is that? Sergeant, the prince is a wizard. Zavratynsky caught up first, for he had the best horse, and because the prince let him catch up. Before our eyes Boguslav snatched the sabre from his hand and thrust him through. We had barely to cry out. Vitkovski was next and sprang to help, and him this Radzivill cut down before my eyes, as if a thunderbolt had struck him. He did not give a sound. I did not wait my turn. Sergeant, the prince is ready to come back here. There is nothing in this place for us, said Soroka. To horse! That moment they began to make a stretcher between the horses for Kmita. Two of the soldiers, at the command of Soroka, stood with muskets on the road, fearing the return of the terrible man. But Prince Boguslav, convinced that Kmita was not alive, rode quietly to Pilvishki. About dark he was met by a whole detachment of horsemen sent out by Patterson, whom the absence of the prince had disturbed for some time. The officer, on seeing the prince, galloped to him. "Your highness, we did not know—" "That is nothing," interrupted Prince Boguslav. "I was riding this horse in the company of that cavalier, of whom I bought him." And after a while he added, "I paid him well." End of chapter 27. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. Chapter 28 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 28. The trusty Soroka carried his colonel through the deep forest, not knowing himself what to begin, whither to go or to turn. Kmita was not only wounded, but stunned by the shot. Soroka from time to time moistened the piece of cloth in a bucket hanging by the horse, and washed his face. At times he halted to take fresh water from the streams and forest ponds. But neither halts nor the movement of the horse could restore at once consciousness to Pan Andrei, and he lay as if dead, till the soldiers going with him, and less experienced in the matter of wounds than Soroka, began to be alarmed for the life of their colonel. "He is alive," answered Soroka. "In 3 days he will be on horseback like any of us." In fact, an hour later Kmita opened his eyes, but from his mouth came forth one word only: "Drink!" Soroka held a cup of pure water to his lips, but it seemed that to open his mouth caused Pan Andrei unendurable pain, and he was unable to drink. But he did not lose consciousness. He asked for nothing, apparently remembered nothing. His eyes were wide open, and he gazed without attention towards the depth of the forest, on the streaks of blue sky visible through the dense branches above their heads, and at his comrades, like a man roused from sleep, or like one recovered from drunkenness, and permitted Soroka to take care of him without saying a word. Nay, the cold water with which the sergeant washed the wound seemed to give him pleasure, for at times his eyes smiled. But Soroka comforted him. "Tomorrow the dizziness will pass, Colonel. God grant recovery." In fact, dizziness began to disappear toward evening, for just before the setting of the sun Kmita seemed more self-possessed, and asked on a sudden, "What noise is that?" "What noise? There is none," answered Soroka. Apparently the noise was only in the head of Pan Andrei, for the evening was calm. The setting sun, piercing the gloom with its slanting rays, filled with golden glitter the forest darkness, and lightened the red trunks of the pine trees. There was no wind, and only here and there from hazel, birch, and hornbeam trees leaves dropped to the ground, or timid beasts made slight rattle in fleeing to the depths of the forest in front of the horsemen. The evening was cool, but evidently fever had begun to attack Pan Andrei, for he repeated, "Your highness, it is life or death between us." At last it became dark altogether, and Soroka was thinking of a night camp, but because they had entered a damp forest and the ground began to yield under the hoofs of their horses, they continued to ride in order to reach high and dry places. They rode 1 hour and a second without being able to pass the swamp. Meanwhile it was growing lighter, for the moon had risen. Suddenly Soroka, who was in advance, sprang from the saddle and began to look carefully at the ground. "Horses have passed this way," said he, at sight of tracks in the soft earth. "Who could have passed when there is no road?" asked one of the soldiers supporting Pan Kmita. "But there are tracks, and a whole crowd of them. Look here between the pines, as evident as on the palm of the hand. Perhaps cattle have passed." "Impossible. It is not the time of forest pastures. Horse hoofs are clearly to be seen. Somebody must have passed. It would be well to find even a forester's cabin. Let us follow the trail. Let us ride forward." Soroka mounted again and rode on. Horses' tracks in the turfy ground were more distinct, and some of them, as far as could be seen in the light of the moon, seemed quite fresh. Still the horses sank to their knees, and beyond, the soldiers were afraid that they could not wade through or would come to some deeper quagmire, when, at the end of half an hour, the odor of smoke and rosin came to their nostrils. "There must be a pitch clearing here," said Soroka. "Yes, sparks are to be seen," said a soldier. And really in the distance appeared a line of reddish smoke, filled with flame, around which were dancing the sparks of a fire burning under the ground. When they had approached, the soldiers saw a cabin, a well, and a strong shed built of pine logs. The horses, wearied from the road, began to neigh. Frequent neighing answered them from under the shed, and at the same time there stood before the riders some kind of a figure, dressed in sheepskin, wool outward. "Are there many horses?" asked the man in the sheepskin. "Is this a pitch factory?" inquired Soroka. "What kind of people are ye? Where do ye come from?" asked the pitch maker, in a voice in which astonishment and alarm were evident. "Never fear," answered Soroka. "We are not robbers. Go your own way; there is nothing for you here. Shut thy mouth and guide us to the house, since we ask. Seest not, scoundrel, that we are taking a wounded man? What kind of people are ye? Be quick, or we answer from guns. It will be better for thee to hurry. Take us to the house; if not, we will cook thee in thine own pitch." "I cannot defend myself alone, but there will be more of us. You will lay down your lives here." "There will be more of us too. Lead on." "Go on yourselves, it is not my affair." "What thou hast to eat give us, and gorzalka. We are carrying a man who will pay, if he lives here alive." Thus conversing, they entered the cabin; a fire was burning in the chimney, and from pots, hanging by the handles, came the odor of boiling meat. The cabin was quite large. Soroka saw at the walls 6 wooden beds, covered thickly with sheepskins. "This is the resort of some company," muttered he to his comrades. "Prime your guns and watch well. Take care of this scoundrel, let him not slip away. The owners sleep outside to night, for we shall not leave the house." "The men will not come to day," said the pitch maker. "That is better, for we shall not quarrel about room, and to morrow we will go on," replied Soroka. "But now dish the meat, for we are hungry, and spare no oats on the horses. Where can oats be found here, great mighty soldiers? We herd horses under the shed, so there must be oats. Thou dost not feed them with pitch. They are not my horses. Whether they are yours or not, they must eat as well as ours. Hurry, man, hurry, if thy skin is dear to thee." The pitchmaker said nothing. The soldiers entered the house, placed the sleeping Kmita on a bed, and sat down to supper. They ate eagerly the boiled meat and cabbage, a large kettle of which was in the chimney. There was millet also, and in a room at the side of a cabin Soroka found a large decanter of spirits. He merely strengthened himself with it slightly, and gave none to the soldiers, for he had determined to hold it in reserve for the night. This empty house with 6 beds for men, and a shed in which a band of horses were neighing, seemed to him strange and suspicious. He judged simply that this was a robber's retreat, especially since in the room from which he brought the decanter he found many weapons hanging on the wall, and a keg of powder, with various furniture, evidently plundered from noble houses. In case the absent occupants of the cabin returned, it was impossible to expect from them not merely hospitality, but even mercy. Soroka therefore resolved to hold the house with armed hand, and maintain himself in it by superior force or negotiations. This was imperative also in view of the health of Pan Kmita, for whom a journey might be fatal, and in view of the safety of all. Soroka was a trained and seasoned soldier, to whom one feeling was foreign, the feeling of fear. Still in that moment, at thought of Prince Boguslav, fear seized him. Having been for long years in the service of Kmita, he had blind faith, not only in the valor but the fortune of the man. He had seen more than once deeds of his which in daring surpassed every measure, and touched almost on madness, but which still succeeded and passed without harm. With Kmita he had gone through the raids on Hovanski, had taken part in all the surprises, attacks, fights, and onsets, and had come to the conviction that Pan Andrei could do all things, succeed in all things, come out of every chaos, and destroy whomsoever he wished. Kmita therefore was for him the highest impersonation of power and fortune. But this time he had met his match seemingly, nay, he had met his superior. How was this? One man carried away, without weapons, and in Kmita's hands, had freed himself from those hands. Not only that, he had overthrown Kmita, conquered his soldiers, and terrified them, so that they ran away in fear of his return. That was a wonder of wonders, and Soroka lost his head pondering over it. To his thinking, anything might come to pass in the world rather than this, that a man might be found who could ride over Kmita. "Has our fortune then ended?" muttered he to himself, gazing around in wonder. It was not long since with eyes shut he followed Pan Kmita to Hovanski's quarters, surrounded by 80,000 men. Now at the thought of that long-haired prince with lady's eyes and a painted face, superstitious terror seized him, and he knew not what to do. The thought alarmed him that tomorrow or the next day he would have to travel on highways where the terrible prince himself or his pursuers might meet him. This was the reason why he had gone from the road to the dense forest, and at present wished to stay in that cabin until pursuers were deluded and wearied. But since even that hiding place did not seem to him safe for other reasons, he wished to discover what course to take. Therefore he ordered the soldiers to stand guard at the door and the windows, and said to the pitchmaker, "Here, man, take a lantern and come with me. I can light the great mighty lord only with a pitch torch, for we have no lantern." "Then light the torch. If thou burn the shed and the horses, it is all one to me." After such words a lantern was found right away. Soroka commanded the fellow to go ahead, and followed himself with a pistol in his hand. "Who live in this cabin?" asked he on the road. "Men live here." "What are their names?" "That is not free for me to say." "It seems to me, fellow, that thou'lt get a bullet in thy head." "My master," answered the pitch maker, "if I had told in a lie any kind of name you would have to be satisfied." "True. But are there many of those men?" "There is an old one, 2 sons, and 2 servants." "Are they nobles?" "Surely nobles." "Do they live here?" "Sometimes here, and sometimes God knows where." "But the horses, whence are they?" "God knows whence they bring them." "Tell the truth, do thy masters not rob on the highway?" "Do I know? It seems to me they take horses, but whose? That's not on my head." "What do they do with the horses?" "Sometimes they take 10 or 12 of them, as many as there are, and drive them away, but whither I know not." Thus conversing, they reached the shed from which was heard the snorting of horses. "Hold the light," said Soroka. The fellow raised the lantern and threw light on the horses standing in a row at the wall. Soroka examined them one after another with the eye of a specialist, shook his head, smacked his lips, and said, "The late Pan Zend would have rejoiced. There are Polish and Muscovite horses here. There is a Wallachian, a German, a mare. Fine horses. What dost thou give them to eat?" "Not to lie, my master, I sowed 2 fields with oats in springtime." "Then thy masters have been handling horses since spring?" "No, but they sent a servant to me with a command." "Then art thou theirs?" "I was till they went to the war." "What war?" "Do I know? They went far away last year, and came back in the summer." "Whose art thou now?" "These are the king's forests." "Who put thee here to make pitch?" "The royal forester, a relative of these men, who also brought horses with them; but since he went away once with them, he has not come back." "And do guests come to these men?" "Nobody comes here, for there are swamps around, and only one road. It is a wonder to me that ye could come, my master, for whoso does not strike the road will be drowned in the swamp." Soroka wanted to answer that he knew these woods and the road very well, but after a moment's thought he determined that silence was better, and inquired, "Are these woods very great?" The fellow did not understand the question. "How is that? Do they go far?" "Oh, who has gone through them? Where one ends, another begins, and God knows where they are not. I have never been in that place." "Very well," said Soroka. Then he ordered the man to go back to the cabin, and followed himself. On the way he was pondering over what he should do, and hesitated. On one hand, the wish came to him to take the horses while the cabin dwellers were gone, and flee with this plunder; the booty was precious, and the horses pleased the old soldier's heart greatly, but after a while he overcame the temptation. To take them was easy, but what to do farther? Swamps all around, one egress, how hit upon that? Chance had served him once, but perhaps it would not a second time. To follow the trail of hoofs was useless, for the cabin dwellers had surely wit enough to make by design false and treacherous trails leading straight into quagmires. Soroka knew clearly the methods of men who steal horses and of those who take booty. He thought a while therefore and meditated. All at once he struck his head with his fist. "I am a fool!" muttered he. "I'll take the fellow on a rope, and make him lead me to the highway." Barely had he uttered the last word when he shuddered. To the highway? But that prince will be there and pursued. To lose 15 horses! said the old fox to himself, with as much sorrow as if he had cared for the beasts from their colthood. It must be that our fortune is ended. We must stay in the cabin till Pan Kmita recovers. Stay with consent of the owners or without their consent, and what will come later, that is work for the colonel's head. Thus meditating, he returned to the cabin. The watchful soldiers were standing at the door, and though they saw a lantern shining in the dark from a distance, the same lantern with which Soroka and the pitchmaker had gone out, still they forced them to tell who they were before they let them enter the cabin. Soroka ordered his soldiers to change the watch about midnight, and threw himself down on the plank bed beside Kmita. It had become quiet in the cabin, only the crickets raised their usual music in the adjoining closet, and the mice gnawed from moment to moment among the rubbish piled up there. The sick man woke at intervals and seemed to have dreams in his fever, for to Soroka's ears came the disconnected words, "Gracious king, pardon! Those men are traitors. I will tell all their secrets. The Commonwealth is a red cloth. Well, I have you, worthy prince. Hold him! Gracious king, this way, for there is treason." Soroka rose on the bed and listened, but the sick man, when he had screamed once and a second time, fell asleep, and then woke and cried, "Olenka, Olenka, be not angry." About midnight he grew perfectly calm and slept soundly. Soroka also began to slumber, but soon a gentle knocking at the door of the cabin roused him. The watchful soldier opened his eyes at once, and springing to his feet went out. "But what is the matter?" asked he. Sergeant the pitchmaker had escaped. "100 devils! He'll bring robbers to us right away." "Who was watching him?" "Bilows." "I went with him to water our horses," said Bilows, explaining. "I ordered him to draw the water, and held the horses myself." "And what? Did he jump into the well?" "No, sergeant, but between the logs, of which there are many near the well, and into the stump holes. I let the horses go, for though they scattered there are others here, and sprang after him, but I fell into the first hole. It was night, dark. The scoundrel knows the place and ran away. May the pest strike him! He will bring those devils here to us. He'll bring them. May the thunderbolts split him." The sergeant stopped, but after a while said, "We will not lie down, we must watch till morning. Any moment a crowd may come." And giving an example to the others, he took his place on the threshold of the cabin with a musket in his hand. The soldiers sat near him talking in an undertone, listening sometimes to learn if in the night sounds of the pine woods the tramp and snort of coming horses could reach them. It was a moonlight night and calm but noisy. In the forest depths life was seething. It was the season of mating, therefore the wilderness thundered with terrible bellowing of stags. These sounds, short, hoarse, full of anger and rage, were heard round about in all parts of the forest, distant and near, sometimes right there, as if 100 yards from the cabin. "If men come, they will bellow too, to mislead us," said Bilows. They will not come tonight. Before the pitchmaker finds them 'twill be day," said the other soldiers. "In the daytime, sergeant, it would be well to examine the cabin and dig under the walls, for if robbers dwell here there must be treasures." "The best treasures are in that stable," said Soroka, pointing with his finger to the shed. "But we'll take them." "Ye are fools! There is no way out, nothing but swamps all around." "But we came in." "God guided us. A living soul cannot come here or live here without knowing the road." "We will find it in the daytime." "We shall not find it, for tracks are made everywhere purposely, and the trails are misleading. It was not right to let the men go." "It is known that the highroad is a day's journey distant, and in that direction," said Bilows. Here he pointed with his finger to the eastern part of the forest. "We will ride on till we pass through. That's what we'll do. You think that you will be a lord when you touch the highway? Better the bullet of a robber here than a rope there." "How is that, father?" asked Bilows. "They are surely looking for us there." "Who, father?" "The prince." Soroka was suddenly silent, and after him were silent the others, as if seized with fear. "Oi!" said Bilows at last. "It is bad here and bad there. Though you twist, you can't turn." "They have driven us poor devils into a net. Here robbers, and there the prince," said another soldier. "May the thunderbolts burn them there! I would rather have to do with a robber than with a wizard," added Bilows, "for that prince is possessed, yes, possessed. Zavratynsky could wrestle with a bear, and the prince took the sword from his hand as from a child. It can only be that he enchanted him, for I saw, too, that when he rushed at Vitkovski, Boguslav grew up before the eyes to the size of a pine tree. If he had not, I shouldn't have let him go alive." "But you were a fool not to jump at him." "What had I to do, sergeant? I thought this way: he is sitting on the best horse; if he wishes, he will run away. But if he attacks me, I shall not be able to defend myself, for with a wizard is a power not human. He becomes invisible to the eye or surrounds himself with dust." "That is truth," answered Soroka, "for when I fired at him he was surrounded as it were by a fog, and I missed. Any man mounted may miss when the horse is moving, but on the ground that has not happened to me for 10 years." "What's the use in talking?" said Bilows. "Better count. Lubyenyets, Vitkovski, Zavratynsky, our colonel, and one man brought them all down, and he without arms, such men that each of them has many a time stood against 4. Without the help of the devil he could not have done this. Let us commend ourselves to God, for if he is possessed, the devil will show him the road to this place. But without that he has long arms for such a lord." "Quiet!" exclaimed Soroka, quickly. "Something is making the leaves rustle." The soldiers were quiet and bent their ears. Near by, indeed, were heard some kind of heavy steps, under which the fallen leaves rustled very clearly. "I hear horses," whispered Soroka. But the steps began to retreat from the cabin, and soon after was heard the threatening and hoarse bellowing of a stag. "That is a stag. He is making himself known to a doe, or fighting off another horned fellow. Throughout the whole forest are entertainments as at the wedding of Satan." They were silent again and began to doze. The sergeant raised his head at times and listened for a while, then dropped it toward his breast. Thus passed an hour, and a second. At last the nearest pine trees from being black became gray, and the tops grew whiter each moment, as some one had burnished them with molten silver. The bellowing of stags ceased, and complete stillness reigned the forest depths. Dawn passed gradually into day, the white and pale light began to absorb rosy and gold gleams. At last perfect morning had come, and lighted the tired faces of the soldiers sleeping a firm sleep at the cabin. Then the door opened, Kmita appeared on the threshold and called, "Soroka, come here!" The soldiers sprang up. "For God's sake, is your grace on foot?" asked Soroka. "But you have slept like oxen. It would have been possible to cut off your heads and throw them out before any one would have been roused." "We watched till morning, Colonel. We fell asleep or in the broad day." Kmita looked around. "Where are we?" "In the forest, Colonel. I see that myself, but what sort of a cabin is this? We know not ourselves." "Follow me," said Kmita, and he turned to the inside of the cabin. Soroka followed. "Listen," said Kmita, sitting on the bed. "Did the prince fire at me?" "He did." "And what happened to him?" "He escaped." A moment of silence followed. "That is bad," said Kmita. "Very bad. Better to lay him down than to let him go alive. We wanted to do that, but what?" Soroka told briefly all that had happened. Kmita listened with wonderful calmness, but his eyes began to glitter, and at last he said, "Then he is victor. But we'll meet again. Why did you leave the highroad?" "I was afraid of pursuit." That was right, for surely there was pursuit. There are too few of us now to fight against Boguslav's power, too few. Besides, he has gone to Prussia. We cannot reach him there, we must wait." Soroka was relieved. Pan Kmita evidently did not fear Boguslav greatly, since he talked of overtaking him. This confidence was communicated at once to the old soldier, accustomed to think with the head of his colonel and to feel with his heart. Meanwhile Pan Andrei, who had fallen into deep thought, came to himself on a sudden, and began to seek something about his person with both his hands. "Where are my letters?" asked he. "What letters?" "Letters that I had on my body. They were fastened to my belt. Where's the belt?" asked Pan Andrei, in haste. "I unbuckled the belt myself, that your grace might breathe more easily. There it is." "Bring it." Soroka gave him a belt lined with white leather, to which a bag was attached by cords. Kmita untied it and took out papers hastily. "These are passes to the Swedish commandants. But where are the letters?" asked he, in a voice full of disquiet. "What letters?" asked Soroka. "Hundreds of thunders, the letters of the hetman to the Swedish king, to Pan Lubomirski, and all those that I had. If they are not on the belt, they are nowhere. They must have been lost in the time of the riding." "To horse and look for them!" cried Kmita, in a terrible voice. But before the astonished Soroka could leave the room, Pan Andrei sank to the bed, as if strength had failed him, and seizing his head with his hands, began to repeat in a groaning voice, "My letters, my letters!" Meanwhile the soldiers rode off, except one whom Soroka commanded to guard the cabin. Kmita remained alone in the room, and began to meditate over his position, which was not deserving of envy. Boguslav had escaped. Over Pan Andrei was hanging the terrible and inevitable vengeance of the powerful Radzivills. And not only over him, but over all whom he loved, and speaking briefly, over Olenka. Kmita knew that Prince Yanush would not hesitate to strike where he could wound him most painfully, that is to pour out his vengeance on the person of Panna Billevich. And Olenka was still in Kyedani at the mercy of the terrible magnate, whose heart knew no pity. The more Kmita meditated over his position, the more clearly was he convinced that it was simply dreadful. After the seizure of Boguslav, the Radzivills will hold him a traitor. The adherents of Yan Kazimir, the partisans of Sapieha, and the confederates who had risen up in Podlasie look on him as a traitor now, and a damned soul of the Radzivills. Among the many camps, parties, and foreign troops occupying at that moment the fields of the Commonwealth, there is not a camp, a party, a body of troops, which would not count him as the greatest and most malignant enemy. Indeed, the reward offered for his head by Hovanski is still in force, and now Radzivill and the Swedes will offer rewards, and who knows if the adherents of the unfortunate Yan Kazimir have not already proclaimed one. "I have brewed beer and must drink it," thought Kmita. When he bore away Prince Boguslav, he did so to throw him at the feet of the confederates, to convince them beyond question that he had broken with the Radzivills, to purchase a place with them, to win the right of fighting for the king and the country. Besides, Boguslav in his hands was a hostage for the safety of Olenka. But since Boguslav had crushed Kmita and escaped, not only is Olenka's safety gone, but also the proof that Kmita has really left the service of the Radzivills. But the road to the confederates is open to him, and if he meets Volodyovski's division and his friends the colonels, they may grant him his life. But will they take him as a comrade? Will they believe him? Will they not think that he has appeared as a spy, or has come to tamper with their courage and bring over people to Radzivill? Here he remembered that the blood of confederates was weighing on him, that to begin with he had struck down the Hungarians and dragoons in Kyedani, that he had scattered the mutinous squadrons or forced them to yield, that he had shot stubborn officers and exterminated soldiers, that he had surrounded Kyedani with trenches and fortified it, and thus assured the triumph of Radziwiłł in Jmud. How could I go? Thought he. The plague would in fact be a more welcome guest there than I. With Boguslav on a lariat at the saddle it would be possible, but with only my mouth and empty hands? If he had those letters he might join the confederates. He would have had Prince Yanush in hand, for those letters might undermine the credit of the hetman, even with the Swedes. Even with the price of them he might save Olenka, but some evil spirit had so arranged that the letters were lost. When Kmita comprehended all this he seized his own head a second time. For the Radzivills a traitor, for Olenka a traitor, for the confederates a traitor, for the king a traitor. I have ruined my fame, my honor, myself, and Olenka. The wound in his face was burning, but in his soul hot pain, 100-fold greater, was burning him. In addition to all, his self-love as a knight was suffering, for he was shamefully beaten by Boguslav. Those slashes which Volodyovski had given him in Lubich were nothing. There he was finished by an armed man whom he had called out in a duel, here by a defenseless prisoner whom he had in his hand. With every moment increased in Kmita the consciousness of how terrible and shameful was the plight into which he had fallen. The longer he examined it, the more clearly he saw its horror, and every moment he saw new black corners from which were peering forth infamy and shame, destruction to himself, to Olenka, wrong against the country, till at last terror and amazement seized him. "Have I done all this?" asked he of himself, and the hair stood on his head. "Impossible!" "It must be that fever is shaking me yet," cried he. "Mother of God! This is not possible!" "Blind, foolish quarreller!" said his conscience. "This would not have come to thee in fighting for the king and the country, nor if thou hadst listened to Olenka." And sorrow tore him like a whirlwind. Hey, if only he could say to himself, "The Swedes against the country, I against them; Radziwiłł against the king, I against him," then it would be clear and transparent in his soul. Then he might collect a body of cutthroats from under a dark star, and frolic with them as a gypsy at a fair, fall upon the Swedes and ride over their breasts with pure heart and conscience. Then he might stand in glory as in sunlight before Olenka, and say, "I am no longer infamous, but defensor patrii, a defender of the country. Love me as I love thee." But what was he now? That insolent spirit, accustomed to self-indulgence, would not confess to a fault altogether at first. It was the Radzivills who, according to him, had pushed him down in this fashion. It was the Radzivills who had brought him to ruin, covered him with evil repute, bound his hands, despoiled him of honor and love. Here Pan Kmita gnashed his teeth, stretched out his hands toward Jmud, on which Yanush the hetman was sitting like a wolf on a corpse, and began to call out in a voice choking with rage, "Vengeance! Vengeance!" Suddenly he threw himself in despair on his knees in the middle of the room and began to cry, "I vow to thee, O Lord Christ, to bend those traitors and gallop over them with justice, with fire, and with sword, to cut them, while there is breath in my throat, steam in my mouth, and life for me in this world. So help me, O Nazarene King. Amen." Some kind of internal voice told him in that moment, "Serve the country, vengeance afterward." Pan Andrzej's eyes were flaming, his lips were baked, and he trembled as in a fever. He waved his hands, and talking with himself aloud, walked, or rather ran, through the room, kicked the bed with his feet. At last he threw himself once more on his knees. Inspire me, O Christ, what to do, lest I fall into frenzy." At that moment came the report of a gun, which the first echo threw from pine tree to pine tree till it brought it like thunder to the cabin. Kmita sprang up, and seizing his sabre ran out. "What is that?" asked he of the soldier standing at the threshold. "A shot, Colonel." "Where is Soroka?" "He went to look for the letters." "In what direction was the shot?" The soldier pointed to the eastern part of the forest, which was overgrown with dense underwood. "There." At that moment was heard the tramp of horses not yet visible. "Be on your guard!" cried Kmita. But from the thicket appeared Soroka, hurrying as fast as his horse could gallop, and after him the other soldier. They rushed up to the cabin, sprang from the horses, and from behind them, as from behind breastworks, took aim at the thicket. "What is there?" asked Kmita. "A party is coming," answered Soroka. End of chapter 28. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. Chapter 29 of The Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 29. Silence succeeded, but soon something began to rustle in the near thicket, as if wild beasts were passing. The movement, however, grew slower the nearer it came. Then there was silence a second time. "How many of there are there?" asked Kmita. "About 6 and perhaps 8, for to tell the truth I could not count them surely," said Soroka. "That is our luck. They cannot stand against us." "They cannot, Colonel, but we must take one of them alive and scorch him so that he will show the road." "There will be time for that. Be watchful." Kmita had barely said "be watchful," when a streak of white smoke bloomed forth from the thicket, and you would have said that the birds had fluttered in the near grass about 30 yards from the cabin. "They shoot from old guns with hobnails," said Kmita. "If they have not muskets, they will do nothing to us, for old guns will not carry from the thicket." Soroka, holding with one hand the musket resting on the saddle of the horse standing in front of him, placed the other hand in the form of a trumpet before his mouth, and shouted, "Let any man come out of the bushes, he will cover himself with his legs right away." A moment of silence followed, then a threatening voice was heard in the thicket. "What kind of men are you?" "Better than those who rob on the highroad." "By what right have you found out our dwelling?" "A robber asks about right. The hangman will show you right. Come to the cabin." "We will smoke you out just as if you were badgers. But come on, only see that the smoke does not stifle you too." The voice in the thicket was silent; the invaders, it seemed, had begun to take counsel. Meanwhile Soroka whispered to Kmita, "We must decoy some one hither and bind him. We shall then have a guard and a hostage." "Pshaw!" answered Kmita. "If any one comes, it will be on parole." "With robbers parole may be broken." "It is better not to give it," said Kmita. With that questions sounded again from the thicket. "What do you want?" Now Kmita began to speak. "We should have gone as we came if you had known politeness and not fired from a gun." "You will not stay there. There will be 100 horse of us in the evening." "Before evening 200 dragoons will come, and your swamps will not save you, for they will pass as we passed." "Are you soldiers?" "We are not robbers, you may be sure." "From what squadron?" "But are you hetman? We will not report to you." "The wolves will devour you in old fashion." "And the crows will pick you." "Tell what you want, 100 devils! Why did you come to our cabin?" Come yourselves, and you will not split your throats crying from the thicket. Nearer, nearer! On your word. A word is for knights, not for robbers. If it please you, believe; if not, believe not. May two come? They may. After a while from out the thicket 100 yards distant appeared two men, tall and broad-shouldered. One somewhat bent seemed to be a man of years; the other went upright, but stretched his neck with curiosity toward the cabin. Both wore short sheepskin coats covered with gray cloth of the kind used by petty nobles, high cowhide boots, and fur caps drawn down to their ears. "What the devil!" said Kmita, examining the two men with care. "Colonel!" cried Soroka, "a miracle indeed, but those are our people." Meanwhile they approached within a few steps, but could not see the men standing near the cabin, for the horses concealed them. All at once Kmita stepped forward. Those approaching did not recognize him, however, for his face was bound up. They halted and began to measure him with curious and unquiet eyes. "And where is the other son, Pan Kyemlich?" asked Kmita. "He has not fallen, I hope." "Who is that? How's that? Who is talking?" asked the old man in a voice of amazement, as if it were terrified. And he stood motionless, with mouth and eyes widely open; then the son, who since he was younger had quicker vision, took the cap from his head. "For God's sake, father, that's the colonel!" cried he. "Oh, Jesus, sweet Jesus!" cried the old man, "that is Pan Kmita." And both took the fixed posture of subordinates saluting their commanders, and on their faces were depicted both shame and wonder. "Ah, such sons!" said Pan Andrei, laughing, "and greeted me from a gun." Here the old man began to shout, "Come this way, all of you, come!" From the thicket appeared a number of men, among whom were the second son of the old man and the pitch maker. All ran up at breakneck speed with weapons ready, for they knew not what had happened. But the old man shouted again, "To your knees, rogues, to your knees! This is Pan Kmita. What fool was it who fired? Give him this way." "It was you, father," said young Kyemlich. "You lie like a dog. Pan Colonel, who could know that it was your grace who had come to our cabin? As God is true, I do not believe my own eyes yet." "I am here in person," answered Kmita, stretching his hand toward him. "Oh, Jesus!" said the old man, "such a ghost in the pine woods! I cannot believe my own eyes. With what can we receive your grace here? If we expected, if we knew—" Here he turned to his sons. "Run, some blockhead, to the cellar, bring mead. Give the key to the padlock, father." The old man began to feel in his belt, and at the same time looked suspiciously at his son. "The key of the padlock? But I know thee, gypsy. Thou wilt drink more thyself than thou'lt bring." "What's to be done? I'll go myself. He wants the key of the padlock. But go roll off the logs, and I'll open and bring it myself." "I see that you have spoons hidden under the logs, Pan Kyemlich," said Kmita. "But can anything be kept from such robbers?" asked the old man, pointing to the sons. "They would eat up their father. Ye all stir here? Go roll away the logs. Is this the way ye obey him who begat you?" The young men went quickly behind the cabin to the pile of logs. "You are in disagreement with your sons in old fashion, it seems," said Kmita. "Who could be in agreement with them? They know how to fight, they know how to take booty; but when it comes to divide with their father, I must tear my part from them at risk of my life. Such is the pleasure I have. But they are like wild bulls. I beg your grace to the cabin, for the cold bites out there. For God's sake, such a ghost, such a ghost! And under the command of your grace we took more booty than during this whole year. We are in poverty now, wretchedness, evil times, and always worse, and old age too is no joy. I beg you to the cabin over our lovely threshold. For God's sake, Who could have looked for your grace here?" Old Kyemlich spoke with a marvellously rapid and complaining utterance, and while speaking cast quick, restless glances on every side. He was a bony old man, enormous in stature, with a face ever twisted and sullen. He as well as his two sons had crooked eyes. His brows were bushy, and also his mustaches, from beneath which protruded beyond measure an underlip, which when he spoke came to his nose, as happens with men who are toothless. The agedness of his face was in wonderful contrast to the quickness of his movements, which displayed unusual strength and alertness. His movements were as rapid as if a spring stirred him. He turned his head continually, trying to take in with his eyes everything around, men as well as things. Toward Kmita he became every minute more humble, in proportion as subservience to his former leader, fear, and perhaps admiration or attachment were roused in him. Kmita knew the Kyemliches well, for the father and two sons had served under him when single-handed he had carried on war in White Russia with Hovanski. They were valiant soldiers, and as cruel as valiant. One son, Kosma, was standard-bearer for a time in Kmita's legion, but he soon resigned that honorable office since it prevented him from taking booty. Among the gamblers and unbridled souls who formed Kmita's legion, and who drank away and lost in the day what they won with blood in the night from the enemy, the Kyemliches were distinguished for mighty greed. They accumulated booty carefully and hid it in the woods. They took with special eagerness horses, which they sold afterward at country houses and in towns. The father fought no worse than the twin sons, but after each battle he dragged away from them the most considerable part of the booty, scattering at the same time complaints and regrets that they were wronging him, threatening a father's curse, groaning and lamenting. The sons grumbled at him, but being sufficiently stupid by nature, they let themselves be tyrannized over. In spite of their endless squabbles and scoldings, they stood up, one for the other, in battle venomously without sparing blood. They were not liked by their comrades, but were feared universally, for in quarrels they were terrible, even officers avoided provoking them. Kmita was the one man who had roused indescribable fear in them, and after Kmita, Pan Ranitski, before whom they trembled when from anger his face was covered with spots. They revered also in both lofty birth, for the Kmitas from old times had high rank in Orsha, and in Ranitski flowed senatorial blood. It was said in the legion that they had collected great treasures, but no one knew surely that there was truth in this statement. On a certain day Kmita sent them away with attendants and a herd of captured horses. From that time they vanished. Kmita thought that they had fallen. His soldiers said that they had escaped with the horses, the temptation in this case being too great for their hearts. Now, as Pan Andrzej saw them in health, and as in a shed near the cabin horses were neighing, and the rejoicing and subservience of the old man were mingled with disquiet, he thought that his soldiers were right in their judgment. Therefore, when they had entered the cabin, he sat on a plank bed, and putting his hands on his sides, looked straight into the old man's eyes, and asked, "Kyemlich, where are my horses?" "Jesus, sweet Jesus!" groaned the old man. "Zolotarenko's men took the horses, they beat us and wounded us, drove us 90 miles. We hardly escaped with our lives. O most holy mother, we could not find either your grace or your men. They drove us thus far into these pine woods, into misery and hunger, to this cabin and these swamps. God is kind that your grace is living and in health, though I see wounded. Maybe we can nurse you and put on herbs, and those sons of mine went to roll off the logs, and they have disappeared. What are the rogues doing? They are ready to take out the door and get at the mead. Hunger here and misery, nothing more. We live on mushrooms, but for your grace there will be something to drink and a bite to eat. Those men took the horses from us, robbed us, there's no denying that, and they deprived us of service with your grace. We shall not have a bit of bread for old age unless your grace takes us back into service." "That may happen too," answered Kmita. Now the two sons of the old man came in, Kosma and Damian, twins, big fellows, awkward, with enormous heads completely overgrown with an immensely thick bush of hair, stiff as a brush, sticking out unevenly around the ears, forming hair screws and fantastic tufts on their skulls. When they came in, they stood near the door, for in presence of Kmita they dared not sit down, and Damian said, "The cellar is cleaned." "'Tis well," answered old Kmicic. "I will go to bring maid." Here he looked significantly at his sons. "And Zolotarenko's men took the horses," said he with emphasis, and went out of the cabin. Kmita glanced at the two who stood by the door, and who looked as if they had been hewn out of logs roughly with an axe. "What are you doing now?" "We take horses," answered the twins at the same time. "From whom?" "From whomsoever comes along." "But mostly?" "From Zolotarenko's men." "That is well, you are free to take from the enemy, but if you take from your own, you are robbers, not nobles. What do you do with those horses?" "Father sells them in Prussia." "Has it happened to you to take from the Swedes? Swedish companies are not far from here. Have you attacked the Swedes?" "We have." "Then you fall on single men or small companies. But when they defend themselves, what then?" "We pound them." "Aha, pound them! Then you have a reckoning with Zolotarenko's men and with the Swedes, and surely you could not have got away dry had you fallen into their hands." Kosma and Damian were silent. "You are carrying on a dangerous business, more becoming to robbers than nobles. It must be also that some sentences are hanging over you from old times." "Of course there are," answered Kosma and Damian. "So I thought. From what parts are you?" "We are from these parts." "Where did your father live before?" "In Borovichko." "Was that this village?" "Yes, together with Pan Kopytinski." "And what became of him?" "We killed him." "And you had to flee before the law. It will be short work with you Kyemliches, and you'll finish on tryst. The hangman will light you, it cannot be otherwise." Just then the door of the room creaked, and the old man came in bringing a decanter of mead and two glasses. He looked quietly at his sons and at Kmita, and then said, "Go and cover the cellar." The twins went out at once. The old man poured mead into one glass; the other he left empty, waiting to see if Kmita would let him drink with him. But Kmita was not able to drink himself, for he even spoke with difficulty, such pain did the wound cause him. Seeing this, the old man said, "Mead is not good for the wound unless poured in, to clear it out more quickly. Your grace, let me look at the wound and dress it, for I understand this matter as well as a barber." Kmita consented. Kyemlich removed the bandage and began to examine the wound carefully. "The skin is taken off, that's nothing. The ball passed along the outside, but still it is swollen. That is why it pains me." "But it is not 2 days old, most holy mother. Some one who must have been very near shot at your grace." "How do you know that?" "Because all the powder was not burned, and grains like cockle are under the skin. They will stay with your grace. Now we need only bread and spider web. Turbineer was the man who fired. It is well that he did not kill your grace." "It was not fated me. Mix the bread and the spider web and put them on as quickly as possible, for I must talk with you, and my jaws pain me." The old man looked suspiciously at the colonel, for in his heart there was fear that the talk might touch again on the horses said to have been taken by the Cossacks. But he busied himself at once, kneaded the moistened bread first, and since it was not hard to find spider webs in the cabin, he attended promptly to Kmita. "I am easy now," said Pan Andrei. "Sit down, worthy Kyemlich." According to command of the colonel, answered the old man, sitting on the edge of a bench and stretching out his iron grey bristly head uneasily toward Kmita. But Kmita, instead of conversing, took his own head in his hands and fell into deep thought. Then he rose and began to walk in the room. At moments he halted before Kmicic and gazed at him with distraught look. Apparently he was weighing something, wrestling with thoughts. Meanwhile, about half an hour passed. The old man squirmed more and more uneasily. All at once Kmita stopped before him. "Worthy Kmicic," said he, "where are the nearest of those squadrons which rose up against the Prince Vojevoda of Vilna?" The old man began to wink his eyes suspiciously. "Does your grace wish to go to them?" "I do not request you to ask, but to answer. They say that one squadron is quartered in Shutin, that one which came here last from Żmudzi." "Who said so?" "The men of the squadron themselves." "Who led it?" "Pan Volodiyovski." "That's well. Call Soroka." The old man went out and returned soon with the sergeant. "Have the letters been found?" asked Kmita. "They have not, Colonel," answered Soroka. Kmita shook his hand. "Oh, misery, misery! You may go, Soroka. For those letters which you have lost you deserve to hang. You may go. Worthy Kmicic, have you anything on which to write?" "I hope to find something," answered the old man. "Even 2 leaves of paper and a pen." The old man vanished through the door of a closet which was evidently a storeroom for all kinds of things, but he searched long. Kmita was walking the while through the room and talking to himself. "Whether I have the letters or not," said he, "the hetman does not know that they are lost, and he will fear lest I publish them. I have him in hand. Cunning against cunning. I will threaten to send them to the voevoda of Vitebsk. That is what I will do. In God is my hope that the hetman will fear this." Further thought was interrupted by old Kmicic, who, coming out of the closet, said, "Here are 3 leaves of paper, but no pens or ink." "No pens? But are there no birds in the woods here? They may be shot with a gun." "There is a falcon nailed over the shed." "Bring his wing hither quickly." Kmicic shot off with all speed, for in the voice of Kmita was impatience and as it were a fever. He returned in a moment with the falcon's wing. Kmita seized it, plucked out a quill, and began to make a pen of it with his dagger. "It will do," said he, looking at it before the light. "But it is easier to cut men's heads than quills. Now we need ink." So saying, he rolled up his sleeve, cut himself deeply in the arm, and moistened the quill in blood. "Worthy Kmicic," said he, "leave me." The old man left the room, and Pan Andrzej began to write at once. "I renounce the service of your highness, for I will not serve traitors and deceivers. And if I swore on the crucifix not to leave your highness, God will forgive me, and even if he were to damn me, I would rather burn for my error than for open and purposed treason to my country and king. Your highness deceived me so that I was like a blind sword in your hand, ready to spill the blood of my brethren. Therefore I summon your highness to the judgment of God, so that it may be known on whose side was treason and on whose honest intention. Should we ever meet, though you are powerful and able to strike unto death, not only a private man but the whole Commonwealth, and I have only a sabre in my hand, still I will vindicate my own, and will strike your highness, for which my regret and compunction will give me power. And your highness knows that I am of those who without attendant squadrons, without castles and cannon can injure. While in me there is breath, over you there is vengeance,
so that you can be sure neither of the day nor the hour. And this is as certain to be as that is my own blood with which I write. I have your letters to ruin you, not only with the King of Poland, but the King of Sweden. For in them treason to the Commonwealth is made manifest, as well as this too, that you are ready to desert the Swedes, if only elect daughters under them. Even had you twice your present power, your ruin is in my hands, for all men must believe signatures and seals. Therefore I say this to your highness, if a hair falls from the heads which I love, and which are left in Kyedani, I will send those letters and documents to Pan Zapiecha, and I will have copies printed and scattered through the land. Your highness can go by land or water, you have your choice, but after the war, when peace comes to the Commonwealth, you will give me the Billeviches, and I will give you the letters, or if I hear evil tidings, Pan Zapiecha will show them straight away to Pontus de la Getty. Your highness wants a crown, but where will you put it when your head falls either from the Polish or the Swedish axe? It is better, I think, to have this understanding now, though I shall not forget revenge hereafter. I shall take it only in private, except in this case. I would command you to get were it not that you put the help of the devil above that of God. Kmita. P.S. Your highness will not poison the Confederates, for there will be those who, going from the service of the devil to that of God, will forewarn them to drink beer neither in honor nor zabudowo. Here Kmita sprang up and began to walk across the room. His face was burning, for his own letter had heated him like fire. This letter was a declaration of war against the Radzivills. But still Kmita felt in himself some extraordinary power and was ready, even at that moment, to stand eye to eye before that powerful family who shook the whole country. He, a simple noble, a simple knight, an outlaw pursued by justice, who expected assistance from no place, who had offended all so that everywhere he was accounted an enemy, he, recently overthrown, felt in himself now such power that he saw, as if with the eyes of a prophet, the humiliation of Prince Janusz and Bogusław, and his own victory. How he would wage war, where he would find allies, in what way he would conquer, he knew not. What is more, he had not thought of this. But he had profound faith that he would do what he ought to do, that is, what is right and just, in return for which God would be with him. He was filled with confidence beyond measure and bounds. It had become sensibly easier in his soul. Certain new regions were opened, as it were entirely before him. Let him but sit on his horse and ride thither to honor, to glory, to Olenka. But a hair will not fall from her head, repeated he to himself, with a certain feverish joy. The letters will defend her. The hetman will guard her as the eye in his head, as I myself would. Oh, I have settled this. I am a poor worm, but they will be afraid of my sting. Then this thought came to him. And shall I write to her too? The messenger who will take the letter to the hetman can give a slip of paper to her secretly. Why not inform her that I have broken with the Radzivills, and that I am going to seek other service? This thought struck his heart greatly. Cutting his arm again, he moistened the pen and began to write. Olenka, I am no longer on the Radziwill side, for I have seen through them at last. But suddenly he stopped, thought a while, and said to himself, Let deeds, not words, bear witness for me henceforth. I will not write. And he tore the paper. But he wrote on a third sheet a short letter to Volodyovski in the following words: Gracious Colonel, The undersigned friend warns you and the other colonels to be on your guard. There were letters from the hetman to Prince Boguslav and Pan Harasimovich to poison you, or to have men under you in your own quarters. Harasimovich is absent, for he has gone with Prince Boguslav to Tulsa in Prussia, but there may be similar comments to other managers. Be careful of those managers, receive nothing from them, and at night do not sleep without guards. I know also to a certainty that the hetman will march against you soon with an army. He is waiting only for cavalry, which General Daragadi is to send, 1,500 in number. See to it, therefore, that he does not fall upon you and destroy you singly, but better send reliable men to the voevoda of Vitebsk to come, with all haste and take chief command. A well-wisher counsels this. Believe him. Meanwhile keep together, choosing quarters for the squadrons, one not far from the other, so that you may be able to give mutual assistance. The hetman has few cavalry, only a small number of dragoons and Kmita's men, but they are not reliable. Kmita himself is absent. The hetman found some other office for him, it being likely that he does not trust him. Kmita too is not such a traitor as men say. He is merely led astray. I commit you to God, Babinich. Pan Andrzej did not wish to put his own name to the letter, for he judged that it would rouse in each one aversion and especially distrust. In case they understand, thought he, that it would be better for them to retreat before the hetman than to meet him in a body, they will suspect at once, if they see my name, that I wish to collect them so that the hetman may finish them at a blow. They will think this a new trick, but from some Babinich they will receive warning more readily. Pan Andrzej called himself Babinich from the village Babinice near Orsha, which from remote times belonged to the Kmitas. When he had written the letter, at the end of which he placed a few timid words in his own defense, he felt new solace in his heart at the thought that with that letter he had rendered the first service, not only to Volodyovski and his friends, but to all the colonels who would not desert their country for Radziwiłł. He felt also that the threat would go farther. The plight into which he had fallen was difficult, indeed, almost desperate, but still there was some help, some issue, some narrow path which would lead to the high road. But now when Olenka in all probability was safe from the vengeance of Radziwiłł and the confederates from an unexpected attack, Pan Andrzej put the question, what was he to do himself? He had broken with traitors, he had burned the bridges in the rear, he wished now to serve his country, to devote to it his strength, his health, his life. But how was he to do this? How begin? To what could he put his hand? Again it came to his head to join the Confederates, but if they will not receive him, if they will proclaim him a traitor and cut him down, or what is worse, expel him in disgrace? I would rather they killed me, cried Pan Andrzej, and he flushed from shame at the feeling of his own disgrace. Perhaps it is easier to save Olenka or the Confederates than his own fame. Now the position was really desperate, and again the young hero's soul began to seethe. But can I not act as I did against Hovanski? Asked he of himself. I will gather a party, will attack the Swedes, burn, pursue. That is nothing new for me. No one has resisted them. I will resist until the time comes when the whole Commonwealth will ask, as did Lithuania, who is that hero who all alone dares to creep into the mouth of the lion? Then I will remove my cap and say, see, it is I, it is Kmita. And such a burning desire drew him onto that bloody work that he wished to rush out of the room and order the Kmicics, their attendants and his own men to mount and move on. But before he reached the door, He felt as if someone had suddenly punched him in the breast and pushed him back from the threshold. He stood in the middle of the room and looked forward in amazement. How is this? Shall I not efface my offenses in this way? And at once he began to reckon with his own conscience. Where's atonement for guilt? Asked his conscience. Here something else is required. What? Asked Kmita. With what can thy guilt be effaced, if not with service of some kind, difficult and immense, honorable and pure as a tear? Is it service to collect a band of ruffians and rage like a whirlwind with them through the fields and the wilderness? Dost thou not desire this because fighting has for thee a sweet odor, as had roast meat for a dog? That is amusement, not service, a carnival, not war, robbery, not defense of the country. And didst thou not do the same against Hovanski, but what didst thou again? Ruffians infesting the forests are ready also to attack the Swedish commands, and whence canst thou get other men? Thou wilt attack the Swedes, but also the inhabitants. Thou wilt bring vengeance on these inhabitants, and what wilt thou effect? Thou art trying to escape, thou fool, from toil and atonement. So conscience spoke in Kmita, and Kmita saw that it was right, and vexation seized him, and a species of grief over his own conscience because it spoke such bitter truth. What shall I begin? Asked he, at last. Who will help me? Who will save me? Here somehow his knees began to bend till at last he knelt down at the plank bed and began to pray aloud and implore from his whole soul and heart. O Jesus Christ, dear Lord, said he, as on the cross thou hadst pity for the thief, so now have pity for me. Behold, I desire to cleanse myself from sins, to begin a new life and to serve my country honestly. But I know not how, for I am foolish. I served those traitors. O Lord, also not so much from malice, but especially as it were through folly. Enlighten me, inspire me, comfort me in my despair, and rescue me in thy mercy, or I perish. Here Pan Andrzej's voice quivered, he beat his broad breast till it thundered in the room, and repeated, Be merciful to me, a sinner. Be merciful to me, a sinner. Be merciful to me, a sinner. Then placing his hands together and stretching them upward, he said, And thou, most holy lady, insulted by heretics in this land, take my part with thy Son, intercede for my rescue, desert me not in my suffering and misery, so that I may be able to serve thee, to avenge the insults against thee, and at the hour of my death have thee as a patroness for my unhappy soul. When Pan Andrzej was imploring thus, tears began to fall from his eyes. At last he dropped his head on the plank bed and sank into silence, as if waiting for the effect of his ardent prayer. Silence followed in the room, and only the deep sound of the neighboring pine trees entered from outside. Then chips crackled under heavy steps beyond the window, and two men began to speak. What do you think, Sergeant? Where shall we go from here? Do I know? Answered Soroka. We shall go somewhere, maybe far off, to the king who is groaning under the Swedish hand. Is it true that all have left him? But the Lord God has not left him. Kmita rose suddenly from the bed, but his face was clear and calm. He went straight to the door, and opening it said to the soldier, Have the horses ready. It is time for the road. End of chapter 29. Recording by Weronika Ciołko.
Chapter 30 of The Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LindaB. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 30. A movement rose quickly among the soldiers, who were glad to go out of the forest to the distant world, all the more since they feared pursuit on the part of Boguslav Radziwill, and old Kmicic went to the cabin, understanding that Kmita would need him. "Does your grace wish to go?" asked he. "I do. Will you guide me out of the forest? Do you know all the roads?" "I know all the roads in these parts, but whither does your grace wish to go?" "To our gracious king." The old man started back in astonishment. "O wise lady," cried he, "to what king?" "Not to the Swedish, you may be sure." Kmicic not only failed to recover, but began to make the sign of the cross. "Then surely your grace does not know that people say our lord the king has taken refuge in Silesia, for all have deserted him. Krakow is besieged." "We will go to Silesia." "Well, but how are we to pass through the Swedes?" "Whether we pass through as nobles or peasants, on horseback or on foot, is all one to me, if only we pass." "Then, too, a tremendous lot of time is needed." "We have time enough, but I should be glad to go as quickly as possible." Kmicic ceased to wonder. The old man was too cunning not to surmise that there was some particular and secret cause for this undertaking of Pan Kmita's, and that moment 1,000 suppositions began to crowd into his head. But as the soldiers, on whom Pan Andrzej had enjoined silence, said nothing to the old man or his sons about the seizure of Prince Boguslav, the supposition seemed to him most likely that the Prince Voyevoda of Vilna had sent the young colonel on some mission to the king. He was confirmed in this opinion, especially because he counted Kmita a zealous adherent of Prince Janusz, and knew of his services to the hetman. For the Confederate squadrons had spread tidings of him throughout the whole province of Podlyasha, creating the opinion that Kmita was a tyrant and a traitor. "The hetman is sending a confidant to the king," thought the old man. "That means that surely he wishes to agree with him and leave the Swedes. Their rule must be bitter to him already, else why send?" Old Kmicic did not struggle long over this question, for his interest in the matter was altogether different, and namely, what profit could he draw from such circumstances? If he served Kmita, he would serve at the same time the hetman and the king, which would not be without a notable reward. The favour of such lords would be of service too, should he be summoned to account for old sins. Besides, there will surely be war, the country will flame up, and then plunder will crawl of itself into his hands. All this smiled at the old man, who besides was accustomed to obey Kmita, and had not ceased to fear him like fire, cherishing towards him also a certain kind of love, which Kmita knew how to rouse in all his subordinates. "Your grace," said he, "must go through the Commonwealth to reach the king. Swedish troops are nothing, for we may avoid the towns and go through the woods. But the worst is that the woods, as is usual in unquiet times, are full of parties of freebooters, who fall upon travellers, and your grace has few men. You will go with me, Pan Kmicic, and your sons and the men whom you have. There will be more of us." "If your grace commands, I will go, but I am a poor man, only misery with us, nothing more. How can I leave even this poverty and the roof over my head? Whatever you do will be paid for, and for you it is better to take your head out of this place while it is yet on your shoulders. All the saints of the Lord, what does your grace say? How is that? What threatens me, innocent man, in this place? Whom do we hinder? I know you robbers, answered Pan Andrzej. You had partnership with Kopystynski and killed him. Then you ran away from the courts. You served with me. You took away my captured horses. As true as life, O mighty lady, cried the old man. Wait and be silent. Then you returned to your old lair and began to ravage in the neighbourhood like robbers, taking horses and booty everywhere. Do not deny it, for I am not your judge, and you know best whether I tell the truth. If you take the horses of Zolotarenko, that is well. If the horses of the Swedes, that is well. If they catch you, they will flay you, but that is their affair. True, true, but we take only from the enemy, said the old man. Untrue, for you attack your own people, as your sons have confessed to me, and that is simple robbery, and a stain on the name of a noble. Shame on you, robbers! You should be peasants, not nobles. Your grace wrongs us, said the old fox, growing red. For we, remembering our station, do no peasant deed. We do not take horses at night from any man's stable. It is something different to drive a herd from the fields or to capture horses. This is permitted, and there is no prejudice to a noble therefrom in time of war. But a horse in a stable is sacred, and only a gypsy, a Jew, or a peasant would steal from a stable, not a noble. We, your grace, do not do that. But war is war. Though there were 10 wars, only in battle can plunder be taken. If you seek it on the road, you are robbers. God is witness to our innocence. But you have brewed beer here. In few words, it is better for you to leave this place, for sooner or later the halter will take you. Come with me. You will wash away your sins with faithful service and win honour. I will receive you to my service, in which there will be more profit than in those horses. We will go with your grace everywhere. We will guide you through the Swedes and through the robbers, for true is the speech of your grace, that evil people persecute us here terribly, and for what? For our poverty, for nothing but our poverty. Perhaps God will take pity on us and save us from suffering. Here old Kmicic rubbed his hands mechanically, and his eyes glittered. From these works, thought he, it will boil in the country as in a kettle, and foolish the man who takes no advantage. Kmita looked at him quickly. Only don't try to betray me, said he threateningly, for you will not be able, and the hand of God only could save you. We have never betrayed, answered Kmicic gloomily, and may God condemn me if such a thought entered my head. I believe you, said Kmita after a short silence, for treason is something different from robbery. No robber will betray. What is your grace command now? Asked Kmicic. First, here are 2 letters requiring quick delivery. Have you sharp men? Where must they go? Let one go to the Prince Voyevoda, but without seeing Radziwill himself. Let him deliver the letter in the first squadron of the prince, and come back without awaiting an answer. The pitchmaker will go. He is a sharp man and experienced. He will do. The second letter must be taken to Podlyasha. Inquire for Pan Volodyovski's Lauda squadron, and give it into the hands of the colonel himself. The old man began to mutter cunningly and thought, I see work on every side. Since he is sniffing with the Confederates, there will be boiling water. There will be. Your grace, said he aloud, if there is not such a hurry with this letter, when we leave the forest it perhaps might be given to some man on the road. There are many nobles here friendly to the Confederates. Any one would take it willingly, and one man more would remain to us." "You have calculated shrewdly," answered Kmita, "for it is better that he who delivers the letter should not know from whom he takes it. Shall we go out of the forest soon?" "As your grace wishes. We can go out in 2 weeks, or tomorrow." "Of that later. But now listen to me carefully, Kmicic." "I am attending with all my mind, your grace." "They have denounced me in the whole Commonwealth as a tyrant, as devoted to the hetman or altogether to Sweden. If the king knew who I am, he might not trust me, and might despise my intention, which, if it is not sincere, God sees. Are you attending, Kmicic?" "I am, your grace." "Therefore I do not call myself Kmita, but Babinich. Do you understand? No one must know my real name. Open not your lips, let not a breath out. If men ask whence I come, say that you joined me on the road and do not know, but say, 'Whoso is curious, let him ask the man himself.'" "I understand, your grace." "Warn your sons, and also your men. Even if straps were cut out of them, they must say my name is Babinich. You will answer for this with your life." "It will be so, your grace. I will go and tell my sons, for it is necessary to put everything into the heads of those rogues with a shovel. Such is the joy I have with them. God has punished me for the sins of my youth. That is the trouble." "Let me say another word, your grace." "Speak boldly." "It seems to me better not to tell soldiers or men where we are going." "That is true. It is enough for them to know that Babinich, not Pan Kmita, is traveling, and on such a journey it is better to conceal your grace's rank." "Why?" "Because the Swedes give passes to the more considerable people, and whoso has not a pass, him they take to the commandant." "I have passes to the Swedish troops." Astonishment gleamed in the cunning eyes of Kmicic, but after a while he asked, "Will your grace let me say once more what I think?" "If you give good counsel and delay not, speak, for I see that you are a clever man." "If you have passes, it is better, for in need they may be shown. But if your grace is traveling on an errand that should remain secret, it is safer not to show the passes. I know not whether they are given in the name of Babinich or Kmita, but if you show them, the trace will remain, and pursuit will be easier." "You have struck the point," cried Kmita. "I prefer to reserve the passes for another time, if it is possible to go through without them." "It is possible, your grace, and that disguised either as a peasant or a petty noble, which will be easier, for I have some clean clothes, a cap and grey coat, for example, just such as petty nobles wear. We may travel with a band of horses as if we were going to the fairs, and drive farther till we come to Lovich and Warsaw, as I have done more than once during peace, and I know the roads. About this time there is a fair in Sobota, to which people come from afar. In Sobota we shall learn of other places where there are fairs, and so on. The Swedes, too, take less note of small nobles, for crowds of them stroll about at all the fairs. If some commandant inquires, we will explain ourselves, but if a small party asks, we will gallop over their bellies, God and the Most Holy Lady permitting." "But if they take our horses?" "Requisitions in time of war are of daily occurrence. Either they will buy or they will take them. If they buy, we will go to Sobota, not to sell, but to buy horses. And if they take them, we will raise a lament and go with our complaint to Warsaw and to Krakow." "You have a cunning mind," said Kmita, "and I see that you will serve me. Even if the Swedes take these horses, some man will be found to pay for them. I was going to Elko in Prussia with them. This turns out well, for just in that direction does our road lie. From Elko we will go along the boundary, then turn to Ostrolenko, thence through the wilderness to Pultovsk and to Warsaw." "Where is that Sobota?" not far from Piantek." "Are you jesting, Kmicic?" "How should I dare?" answered the old man, crossing his arms on his breast and bending his head. "But they have such wonderful names for towns in this region. It is a good bit of road beyond Lovich, your grace." "Are there large fairs in that Sobota?" "Not such as in Lovich, but there is one at this time of year, to which horses are driven from Prussia, and crowds of people assemble. Surely it will not be worse this year, for it is quiet about there. The Swedes are in power everywhere and have garrisons in the towns. Even if a man wanted to rise against them, he could not." "Then I will take your plan. We will go with horses, and that you suffer no loss, I will pay for them in advance." "I thank your grace for the rescue." "Only get sheepskin coats ready, and common saddles and sabres, for we will start at once. Tell your sons and men who I am, what my name is, that I am traveling with horses, that you and they are hired assistants. Hurry." When the old man turned to the door, Pan Andrei said further, "No one will call me Grace, nor Commandant, nor Colonel, only you and Babinich." Kmicic went out, and an hour later all were sitting on their horses ready to start on the long journey. Kmita, dressed in the grey coat of a poor noble, a cap of worn sheepskin, and with a bandaged face, as if after a duel in some inn, was difficult of recognition, and looked really like some poor devil of a noble strolling from one fair to another. He was surrounded by people dressed in like fashion, armed with common poor sabres, with long whips to drive the horses, and lariats to catch those that might try to escape. The soldiers looked with astonishment at their colonel, making various remarks in low tones concerning him. It was a wonder to them that he was Babinich instead of Pan Kmita, that they were to say "you" to him, and most of all shrugged his shoulders old Soroka, who, looking at the terrible colonel as at a rainbow, muttered to Bilous, "That "you" will not pass my throat. Let him kill me, but I will give him, as of old, what belongs to him." The soldiers knew not that the soul in Pan Andrei had changed as well as his external form. "Move on!" cried Babinich on a sudden. The whips cracked, the riders surrounded the horses, which were huddled together, and they moved on. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31, Part 1 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in a public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanna Dębicka. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Passing along the very boundary between the province of Trotsk and Prussia, they travelled through broad and pathless forests, known only to Kmicic, until they entered Prussia and reached Lęg, or, as old Kmicic called it, Elko, where they got news of public affairs from nobles stopping there, who, taking their wives, children, and effects, had fled from the Swedes and sought refuge under the power of the Elector. Lęg had the look of a camp, or rather it might be thought that some petty diet was in session there. The nobles drank Prussian beer in the public houses and talked, while every now and then someone brought news. Without making inquiries and merely by listening with care, Babinich learned that Royal Prussia and the chief towns in it had taken decisively the side of Jan Kazimir, and had made a treaty of mutual defence with the Elector against every enemy. It was said, however, that in spite of the treaty, the most considerable towns were unwilling to admit the Elector's garrisons, fearing lest that adroit prince, when he had once entered with armed hand, might hold them for good, or might, in the decisive moment, join himself treacherously to the Swedes, a deed which his inborn cunning made him capable of doing.
The nobles murmured against this distrust entertained by townspeople, but Pan Andrzej, knowing the Radziwiłł intrigues with the elector, had to gnaw his tongue to refrain from telling what was known to him. He was held back by the thought that it was dangerous in the electoral Prussia to speak openly against the elector, and secondly, because it did not beseem a small grey-coated noble who was going to a fair with horses to enter into the intricate subject of politics, over which the ablest statesmen were racking their brains to no purpose. Wołodyjowski must have passed over almost the same road on which Kmita was travelling, and stopped before the very boundary of Podlasie, either for a short rest or for temporary quarters, in Szczecin, where it must have been easier to find food for men and horses than in greatly plundered Podlasie. Kmita did not wish to meet the famous colonel, for he judged that, having no proofs except words, he would not be able to persuade Wołodyjowski of his conversion and sincerity. He gave command, therefore, to turn to the west towards Wansosz, 10 miles from Szczecin. As to the letter, he determined to send it to Pan Michael at the first opportunity. But before arriving in Wansosz, they stopped at a wayside inn called the Mandrake, and disposed themselves for a night's rest, which promised to be comfortable, for there was no one at the inn save the host, a Prussian. But barely had Kmita with the 3 Kiemliks and Soroka sat down to supper, when the rattling of wheels and the tramp of horses were heard. As the sun had not gone down yet, Kmita went out in front of the inn to see who was coming, for he was curious to know if it was some Swedish party. But instead of Swedes, he saw a carriage, and following it, 2 pack wagons surrounded by armed men. At the first glance, it was easy to see that some personage was coming. The carriage was drawn by 4 good Prussian horses, with large bones and rather short backs. A jockey sat on one of the front horses, holding 2 beautiful dogs in a leash. On the seat was a driver, and at his side a haiduk dressed in Hungarian fashion. In the carriage was the lord himself, in a cloak lined with wolfskin and fastened with numerous gilded buttons. In the rear followed 2 wagons, well filled, and at each of them 4 servants armed with sabres and guns. The lord, though a personage, was still quite young, a little beyond 20. He had a plump red face, and in his whole person there was evidence that he did not stint himself in eating. When the carriage stopped, the haiduk sprang to give his hand to help down the lord, but the lord, seeing Kmita standing on the threshold, beckoned with his glove and called, "Come this way, my good friend." Kmita, instead of going to him, withdrew to the interior, for anger seized him at once. He had not become accustomed yet to the grey coat, or to being beckoned at with a glove. He went back, therefore, sat at the table, and began to eat. The unknown lord came in after him. When he had entered, he half closed his eyes, for it was dark in the room, since there was merely a small fire burning in the chimney. "But why did no one come out as I was driving up?" asked the unknown lord. "The host has gone to another room," answered Kmita, "and we are travellers, like your grace." "Thank you for the confidence. And what manner of travellers?" "Oh, a noble travelling with horses." "And your company are nobles too?" "Poor men, but nobles." "With the forehead then, with the forehead. Whither is God guiding you?" "From fair to sell horses." "If you stay here all night, I'll see, perhaps I'll pick out something. Meanwhile, will you permit me to join you at the table?" The unknown lord asked, it is true, if they would let him sit with them, but in such a tone as if he were perfectly sure that they would, and he was not mistaken. The young horse dealer said, "We beg your grace very kindly, though we have nothing to offer but sausage and peas." "There are better dainties in my bags," answered the lordling, not without a certain pride. "But I have a soldier's plate, and sausage with peas, if well cooked, I prefer to everything." When he had said this, and he spoke very slowly, though he looked quickly and sharply, he took his seat on a bench on which Kmita pushed aside to give convenient room. "Oh, I beg, do not incommode yourself. On the road, rank is not regarded, and though you were to punch me with your elbow, the crown would not fall from my head." Kmita, who was pushing a plate of peas to the unknown, and who, as has been said, was not used to such treatment, would certainly have broken the plate on the head of the puffed-up young man, if there had not been something in that pride of his which amused Pan Andrzej. Therefore, not only did he restrain his internal impulse at once, but laughed and said, "Such times are the present, your grace, that crowns fall from the loftiest heads. For example, our King Jan Kazimir, who by right should wear 2 crowns, has none, unless it be one of thorns." The unknown looked quickly at Kmita, then sighed and said, "Times are such now that it is better not to speak of this unless with confidence." Then, after a moment, he added, "But you have brought that out well. You must have served with polished people, for your speech shows more training than your rank." "Rubbing against people, I have heard this and that, but I have never been a servant." "Whence are you by birth, I beg to ask?" "From a village in the province of Trock." "Birth in a village is no drawback if you are only noble. That's the main thing. What is to be heard in Lithuania?" "The old story. No lack of traitors." "Traitors, do you say? What kind of traitors?" "Those who have deserted the king and the Commonwealth." "How is the Prince Voivoda of Vilna?" "Sick, it is said. His breath fails him." "God give him health. He is a worthy lord." "For the Swedes he is, since he opened the gates to them." "I see that you are not a partisan of his." Kmita noticed that the stranger, while asking him questions, as it were good-naturedly, was observing him. "What do I care?" said he. "Let others think of him. My fear is that the Swedes may take my horses in requisition." "You should have sold them on the spot then. In Podlasie are stationed, very likely, the squadrons which rebels against the hetman, and surely they have not too many horses." "I do not know that, for I have not been among them, though some man in passing gave me a letter to one of their colonels, to be delivered when possible." "How could that passing man give you a letter when you are not going to Podlasie?" "Because in Szczecin one Confederate squadron is stationed. Therefore the man said to me, 'Either give it yourself, or find an opportunity in passing Szczecin.'" "That comes out well, for I am going to Szczecin." "Your grace is fleeing also before the Swedes." The unknown, instead of an answer, looked at Kmita and asked phlegmatically, "Why do you say 'also', since you not only are not fleeing from the Swedes, but are going among them, and will sell them horses, if they do not take your beast by force?" At this Kmita shrugged his shoulders. "I said 'also' because in Leng I saw many nobles who escaped before the Swedes, and as to me, if all were to serve them as much as I wish to serve them, I think they would not warm the places here long." "Are you not afraid to say this?" "I am not afraid, for I am not a coward, and in the second place, your grace is going to Szczecin, and there everyone says aloud what he thinks. God grant a quick passage from talking to action." "I see that you are a man of wit beyond your station," repeated the unknown. "But if you loved not the Swedes, why leave these squadrons, which have mutinied against the hetman? Have they mutinied because their wages were kept back, or from caprice? No, but because they would not serve the hetman and the Swedes. It would have been better for those soldiers, poor fellows, to remain under the hetman, but they preferred to give themselves the name of rebels, to expose themselves to hunger, hardships, and many destructive things, rather than act against the king. That it will come to war between them and the Swedes is certain, and it would have come already, were it not that the Swedes have not advanced to that corner yet. Wait, they will come, they will meet here, and then you will see. I think, too, that war will begin here very soon, said Kmita. Well, if you have such an opinion, and a sincere hatred for the Swedes, which looks out of your eyes, for you speak truth, I am a judge of that, then why not join these worthy soldiers? Is it not time? Do they not need hands and sabres? Not a few honourable men are serving among them, who prefer their own king to a foreign one, and soon there will be more of these. You come from places in which men know not the Swedes as yet, but those who have made their acquaintance are shedding hot tears. In Great Poland, though it surrendered to them of its own will, they thumbscrew nobles, plundered, make requisitions, seize everything they can. At present, in this province, their manner is no better. General Stenberg gave forth a manifesto that each man remain quietly at home and his property would be respected. But what good was in that? The general has his will, and the smallest commandments have theirs, so that no man is sure of tomorrow, nor of what property he holds. Every man wishes to get good of what he has, to use it in peace, wants it to bring him pleasure. But now the first best adventurer will come and say, "Give." If you do not give, he will find reason to strip you out of your property, or without reason will have your head cut off. Many shed bitter tears when they think of their former king. All are oppressed and look to those confederates unceasingly, to see if some rescue for the country and the people will not come from them. Your Grace, as I see, has no better wish for the Swedes than I have, said Kmita. The unknown looked around, as it were with a certain alarm, but soon calmed himself and spoke on. I would that pestilence crushed them, and I hide that not from you, for it seems to me that you are honest. And though you were not honest, you would not bind me and take me to the Swedes, for I should not yield, having armed men and a sabre at my side. Your Grace may be sure that I will not harm you. Your courage is to my heart, and it pleases me that your Grace did not hesitate to leave property behind, in which the enemy will not fail to punish you. Such goodwill to the country is highly deserving of praise. Kmita began unwittingly to speak in a patronizing tone, as a superior to a subordinate, without thinking that such words might seem strange in the mouth of a small horse-dealing noble. But apparently the young lord did not pay attention to that, for he merely winked cunningly and said, "But am I a fool? Well, the first rule is that my own shall not leave me, for what the Lord God has given must be respected. I stayed at home quietly with my produce and grain, and when I had sold in Prussia all my crops, cattle, and utensils, I thought to myself, it is time for the road. Let them take vengeance on me now. Let them take whatever pleases their taste." Your Grace has left the hind and the buildings for good? Yes, for I hired the starostaship of Vansosh from the voivoda of Mazovia, and just now the term has expired. I have not paid the last rent, and I will not, for I hear the voivoda of Mazovia is an adherent of the Swedes. Let the rent be lost to him for that, and it will add to my ready money. "'Pon my word," said Kmita, smiling, "I see that your Grace is not only a brave cavalier, but an adroit one." "Of course," replied the unknown, "adroitness is the main thing. But I was not speaking of that. Why is that, feeling the wrongs of our country and of our gracious king, you do not go to those honourable soldiers in Podlasie and join their banner? You would serve both God and yourself. Luck might come, for to more than one has it happened to come out of war a great man from being a small noble. It is evident that you are bold and resolute, and since your birth is no hindrance, you might advance quickly to some fortune, if God favours you with booty. If you do not squander that which here and there will fall into your hands, the purse will grow heavy. I do not know whether you have land or not, but you may have it. With a purse it is not hard to rent an estate, and from renting an estate to owning one, with the help of the Lord, is not far. And so, beginning as an attendant, you may die an officer, or in some dignity in the country, in case you are not lazy in labour. For who rises early, to him God gives treasure. Kmita gnawed his moustache, for laughter seized him. Then his face quivered, and he squirmed, for from time to time pain came from the healing wound. The unknown continued. As to receiving you there, they will receive you, for they need men. Besides, you have pleased me, and I take you under my protection, with which you may be certain of promotion. Here the young man raised his plump face with pride, and began to smooth his moustache. At last he said, "Will you be my attendant, carry my sabre, and manage my men?" Kmita did not restrain himself, but burst out in sincere joyous laughter, so that all his teeth gleamed. "Why laugh?" asked the unknown, frowning. "From delight at the service." But the youthful personage was offended in earnest, and said, "He was a fool who taught you such manners, and be careful with whom you are speaking, lest you exceed measure in familiarity." "Forgive me, your grace," answered Kmita joyously, "for I really do not know before whom I am standing." The young lord put his hands on his hips. "I am Pan Rzędzian Vansosh," said he with importance. Kmita had opened his mouth to tell his assumed name, when Bilis came hurriedly into the room. Here the soldier, stopped by the threatening look of Kmita, was confused, stammered, and finally coughed out with effort. "I beg to tell you some people are coming." "Where from?" "From Szczecin." Kmita was embarrassed, but hiding his confusion quickly, he answered, "Be on your guard. Are there many?" "About 10 men on horseback." "Have the pistols ready. Go." When the soldier had gone out, Kmita turned to Pan Rzędzian Vansosh and asked, "Are they not Swedes?" "Since you are going to them," answered Pan Rzędzian, who for some time had looked with astonishment on the young noble, "you must meet them sooner or later." "I should prefer the Swedes to robbers, of whom there are many everywhere. Who goes with horses must go armed and keep on the watch, for horses are very tempting." "If it is true that Pan Wołodyjowski is in Szczecin," said Pan Rzędzian, "this is surely a party of his. Before they take up their quarters, there they wish to know if the country is safe, for with Swedes at the border it would be difficult to remain in quiet." When he heard this, Pan Andrzej walked around in the room and sat down in its darkest corner, where the sides of the chimney cast a deep shadow on the corner of the table. But meanwhile the sound of the trump and the snorting of horses came in from outside, and after a time a number of men entered the room. Walking in advance, a gigantic fellow struck with wooden foot the loose planks in the floor of the room. Kmita looked at him, and heart died with his bosom. It was Józef Butrym, called Footless. "Where is the host?" inquired he, halting in the middle of the room. "I am here," answered the innkeeper, "at your service." "Oats for the horses." "I have no oats, except what these men are using." Saying this, he pointed at Rzędzian and the horse dealer's men. "Whose men are you?" asked Rzędzian. "And who are you yourself?" "The starosta of Vansosh." His own people usually called Rzędzian starosta, as he was the tenant of a starostaship, and he thus named himself on the most important occasions. Yuzva Butrym was confused, seeing with what high personage he had to do. Therefore he removed his cap and said, "With the forehead, great mighty lord, it was not possible to recognize dignity in the dark." "Whose men are these?" repeated Rzędzian, placing his hands on his hips. "The Lauda men from the former Billevich squadron, and now on Pan Wołodyjowski's." "For God's sake! Then Pan Wołodyjowski is in the town of Szczecin?" "In his own person, and with other colonels who have come from Żmudź." "Praise be to God! Praise be to God!" repeated the delighted starosta. "And what colonels are with Pan Wołodyjowski?" "Pan Mirski was," answered Butrym, "till apoplexy struck him on the road. But Pan Oskierko is there, and Pan Kowalski, and the two Skrzetuskis." "What Skrzetuskis?" cried Rzędzian. "Is not one of them Skrzetuski from Budziec?" "I do not know where he lives," said Butrym, "but I know that he was at Zbaraj." "Save us! That is my lord!" Here Rzędzian saw how strangely such a word would sound in the mouth of a starosta, and added, "My lord Godson's father, I wanted to say." The starosta said this without forethought, for in fact he had been the second godfather to Skrzetuski's first son, Yaremka. End of chapter 31, part 1.
Chapter 31, Part 2 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 31, Part 2. Meanwhile, thoughts, one after another, were crowding into the head of Pan Kmita, sitting in the dark corner of the room. First the soul within him was roused at the sight of the terrible grey coat, and his hand grasped the sabre involuntarily. For he knew that Yuzva, mainly, had caused the death of his comrades, and was his most inveterate enemy. The old-time Pan Kmita would have commanded to take him and tear him with horses, but the Pan Babinich of that day controlled himself. Alarm, however, seized him at the thought that if the man were to recognize him, various dangers might come to his farther journey and the whole undertaking. He determined therefore not to let himself be known, and he pushed ever deeper into the shade. At last he put his elbow on the table, and placing his head in his palms began to feign sleep. But at the same time he whispered to Soroka, who was sitting at the table, "Go to the stable, let the horses be ready, we will go in the night." Soroka rose and went out. Kmita still feigned sleep. Various memories came into his head. These people reminded him of Lauda, Vodotki, and that brief past which had vanished as a dream. When a short time before Yuzva Butrym said that he belonged to the former Billevich squadron, the heart trembled in Pan Andrei at the mere name. And it came to his mind that it was also evening, that the fire was burning in the chimney in the same way, when he dropped unexpectedly into Vodotki, as if with the snow, and for the first time saw in the servants' hall Olenka among the spinners. He saw now with closed lids, as if with eyesight, that bright, calm lady. He remembered everything that had taken place, how she wished to be his guardian angel, to strengthen him in good, to guard him from evil, to show him the straight road of worthiness. If he had listened to her, if he had listened to her! She knew also what ought to be done, on what side to stand, knew where was virtue, honesty, duty, and simply would have taken him by the hand and led him, if he had listened to her. Here love, roused by remembrance, rose so much in Pan Andrei's heart that he was ready to pour out all his blood, if he could fall at the feet of that lady, and at that moment he was ready to fall on the neck of that bear Lauda, that slayer of his comrades, simply because he was from that region, and had named the Bileviches, had seen Olenka. His own name repeated a number of times by Yuzva Butrym roused him first from his musing. The tenant of Vansosh inquired about acquaintances, and Yuzva told him what had happened in Kyedani, from the time of the memorable treaty of the hetman with the Swedes. He spoke of the oppression of the army, the imprisonment of the colonels, of sending them to Birji, and their fortunate escape. The name of Kmita, covered with all the horror of treason and cruelty, was repeated prominently in those narratives. Yuzva did not know that Pan Volodyovski, the Szyszkowskis, and Zagloba owed their lives to Kmita, but he told of what happened in Billeviche. Our colonel seized that traitor in Billeviche as a fox in his den, and straightway commanded to lead him to death. I took him with great delight, for the hand of God had reached him, and from moment to moment I held the lantern to his eyes to see if he showed any sorrow. But no, he went boldly, not considering that he would stand before the judgment of God, such is his reprobate nature. And when I advised him to make even the sign of the cross, he answered, "Shut thy mouth, fellow, 'tis no affair of thine." We posted him under a pear tree outside the village, and I was already giving the word, when Pan Zagloba, who went with us, gave the order to search him, to see if he had papers on his person. A letter was found. Pan Zagloba said, "Hold the light," and he read. He had barely begun reading when he caught his head. "Jesus! Mary! Bring him back to the house." Pan Zagloba mounted his horse and rode off, and we brought Kmita back, thinking they would burn him before death, to get information from him. But nothing of the kind. They let the traitor go free. It was not for my head to judge what they found in the letter, but I would not have let him go. "What was in that letter?" asked the tenant of Vansosh. "I know not. I only think that there must have still been other officers in the hands of the Prince Voivode, who would have had them shot right away if we had shot Kmita. Besides, our colonel may have taken pity on the Panna Bielovich, for she fell in a faint, so that hardly were they able to bring her to her senses. I do not make bold to complain, still evil has happened for the harm which that man has done, Lucifer himself would not be ashamed of. All Lithuania weeps through him, and how many widows and orphans and how many poor people complain against him is known to God only. Whoso destroys him will have merit in heaven and before men." Here conversation turned again to Pan Volodyovski, the Szyszkowskis, and the squadrons in Podlyasye. "It is hard to find provisions," said Butrym, "for the lands of the hetman are plundered completely. Nothing can be found in them for the tooth of a man or a horse, and the nobles are poor in the villages, as with us in Jmud. The colonels have determined, therefore, to divide the horses into hundreds and post them 5 or 10 miles apart. But when winter comes, I cannot tell what will happen." Kmita, who had listened patiently while the conversation touched him, moved now and had opened his mouth to say from his dark corner, "The hetman will take you, when thus divided, one by one, like lobsters from a net." But at that moment the door opened, and in it stood Soroka, whom Kmita had sent to get the horses ready for the road. The light from the chimney fell straight on the stern face of the sergeant. Yuzva Bertram glanced at him, looked a long time, then turned to Jendzian and asked, "Is that a servant of your great mightiness? I know him from some place or another." "No," replied Jendzian, "those are nobles going with horses to fairs." "But whither?" asked Yuzva. "To Svoboda," said old Kyemlich. "Where is that?" "Not far from Pyantek." Yuzva accounted this answer an untimely jest, as Kmita had previously, and said with a frown, "Answer when people ask." "By what right do you ask?" "I can make that clear to you, for I am sent out to see if there are not suspicious men in the neighborhood. Indeed, it seems to me there are some who do not wish to tell where they are going." Kmita, fearing that a fight might rise out of this conversation, said, without moving from the dark corner, "Do not be angry, worthy soldier, for Pyantek and Svoboda are towns, like others, in which horse fairs are held in the fall. If you do not believe, ask the Lord Starosta, who must know of them." "They are regular places," said Jendzian. "In that case it is all right. But why go to those places? You can sell horses in Shchuchyn, where there is a great lack of them, and those we took in Pilvishki are good for nothing, they are galled." "Every man goes where it is better for him, and we know our own road," answered Kmita. I know not whether it is better for you, but it is not better for us that horses are driven to the Swedes and informants go to them." "It is a wonder to me," said the tenant of Vansosh. "These people talk against the Swedes, and somehow they are in a hurry to go to them." Here he turned to Kmita. "And you do not seem to me greatly like a horse dealer, for I saw a fine ring on your finger, of which no lord would be ashamed." "If it has pleased your grace, buy it of me. I gave 2 quarters for it in Leng." 2 quarters? Then it is not genuine, but a splendid counterfeit. Show it." "Take it, your grace." "Can you not move yourself? Must I go?" "I am terribly tired." "Ah, brother, a man would say that you are trying to hide your face." Hearing this, Yuzva said not a word, but approached the chimney, took out a burning brand, and holding it high above his head, went straight towards Kmita and held the light before his eyes. Kmita rose in an instant to his whole height, and during one wink of an eyelid they looked at each other eye to eye. Suddenly the brand fell from the hand of Yuzva, scattering 1,000 sparks on the way. "Jesus Mary!" screamed Butrym. "This is Kmita." "I am he," said Pan Andrei, seeing that there was no further means of concealment. This way! Seize him!" shouted Yuzva to the soldiers who had remained outside. Then, turning to Pan Andrei, he said, "Thou art he, O hell-dweller traitor! Thou art that Satan in person. Once thou didst slip from my hands, and now thou art hurrying in disguise to the Swedes. Thou art that Judas, that torturer of women and men. I have thee." So saying, he seized Pan Andrei by the shoulder, but Pan Andrei seized him. First, however, the 2 young Kamlichis, Kosma and Damian, had risen from the bench, almost touching the ceiling with their bushy heads, and Kosma asked, "Shall we pound, father?" "Pound," answered the old Kyemlich, unsheathing his sabre. The doors burst open and Yuzva's soldiers rushed in, but behind them, almost on their necks, came Kyemlich's men. Yuzva caught Pan Andrei by the shoulder, and in his right hand held a naked rapier, making a whirlwind and lightning with it around himself. But Pan Andrei, though he had not the gigantic strength of his enemy, seized Bertram's throat as if in a vice. Yuzva's eyes were coming out; he tried to stun Kmita with the hilt of his rapier, but did not succeed, for Kmita thundered first on his forehead with the hilt of his sabre. Yuzva's fingers, holding the shoulder of his opponent, opened at once; he tottered and bent backward under the blow. To make room for a second blow, Kmita pushed him again, and slashed him with full sweep on the face with his sabre. Yuzva fell on his back like an oak tree, striking the floor with his skull. "Strike!" cried Kmita, in whom was roused in one moment the old fighting spirit. But he had no need to urge, for it was boiling in the room as in a pot. The 2 young Kyemliches smashed with their sabres, and at times butted with their heads, like a pair of bullocks, putting down a man with each blow. After them advanced their old father, bending every moment to the floor, half closing his eyes, and thrusting quickly to the point of his weapon under the arms of his sons. But Soroka, accustomed to fighting in inns and close quarters, spread the greatest destruction. He pressed his opponents so sorely that they could not reach him with the blade, and when he had discharged his pistols in the crowd, he smashed heads with the butts of the pistols, crushing noses, knocking out teeth and eyes. Kyemlich's servants and Kmita's 2 soldiers aided their masters. The fight moved from the table to the upper end of the room. The Lauda men defended themselves with rage, but from the moment that Kmita, having finished Yuzva, sprang into the fight and stretched out another Bertram, the victory began to incline to his side. Jendzian's servants also sprang into the room with sabres and guns, but though their master cried, "Strike!" they were at a loss to do, for they could not distinguish one side from the other, since the Lauda men wore no uniforms, and in the disturbance the starosta's young men were punished by both sides. Jendzian held himself carefully outside the battle, wishing to recognize Kmita and point him out for a shot, but by the faint light of the fire Kmita vanished time after time from his eye, at one instant springing to view as red as a devil, then again lost in darkness. Resistance on the part of the Lauda men grew weaker and weaker, for the fall of Yuzva and the terrible name of Kmita had lessened their courage; still they fought on with rage. Meanwhile the innkeeper went past the stragglers quietly with a bucket of water in his hand and dashed it on the fire. In the room followed black darkness; the strugglers gathered into such a dense crowd that they could strike with fists only. After a while cries ceased; Only panting breaths could be heard, and the orderless stamp of boots. Through the door, then flung open, sprang first Jędrzejon's people, after them the Lauda men, then Kmita's attendants. Pursuit began in the first room, in the bins before the house, and in the shed. Some shots were heard, then uproar and the noise of horses. A battle began at Jędrzejon's wagons, under which his people hid themselves. The Lauda men, too, sought refuge there, and Jędrzejon's people, taking them for the other party, fired at them a number of times. "Surrender!" cried old Kyemlich, thrusting the point of his sabre between the spokes of the wagon, and stabbing at random the men crouched beneath. "Stop! We surrender!" answered a number of voices. Then the people from Vansosh threw from under the wagon their sabres and guns. After that the young Kyemlichs began to drag them out by the hair, till the old man cried, "To the wagons! Take what comes under your hands! Quick, quick, to the wagons!" The young men did not let the command be given thrice, but rushed to untie the coverings from beneath which the swollen sides of Jędrzejon's sacks appeared. They had begun to throw out the sacks when suddenly Kmita's voice thundered, "Stop!" And Kmita, supporting his command by his hand, fell to slashing them with the flat of his bloody sabre. Kosma and Damian sprang quickly aside. "Can we not take them, your grace?" asked the old man submissively. "Stand back!" cried Kmita. "Find the starosta for me." Kosma and Damian rushed to the search in a moment, and behind them their father. In a quarter of an hour they came bringing Jędrzejon, who, when he saw Kmita, bowed low and said, "With the permission of your grace, I will say that wrong is done me here, for I did not attack any man, and to visit acquaintances, as I am going to do, is free to all." Kmita, resting on his sabre, breathed heavily and was silent. Jędrzejon continued, "I did no harm here either to the Swedes or the Prince Hetman. I was only going to Pan Volodyovski, my old acquaintance. We campaigned together in Russia. Why should I seek a quarrel? I have not been in Kyedani, and what took place there is nothing to me. I was trying to carry off a sound skin, and what God has given me should not be lost, for I did not steal it, but earned it in the sweat of my brow. I have nothing to do with this whole question. Let me go free, your great mightiness." Kmita breathed heavily, looking absently at Jędrzejon the whole time. "I beg humbly, your great mightiness," began the starosta again. "Your great mightiness saw that I did not know those people and was not a friend of theirs. They fell upon your grace, and now they have their pay. But why should I be made to suffer? Why should my property be lost? How am I to blame? If it cannot be otherwise, I will pay a ransom to the soldiers of your great mightiness, though there is not much remaining to me, poor man. I will give them a thaler apiece, so that their labor be not lost. I will give them 2, and your great mightiness will receive from me also." "Cover the wagons!" cried Kmita suddenly. "But do you take the wounded men and go to the devil?" "I thank your grace humbly," said the lord tenant of Vansosh. Then old Kyemlich approached, pushing out his under lip with remnants of his teeth and groaning, "Your grace, that is ours. Mirror of justice, that is ours." But Kmita gave him such a look that the old men cowered, and dared not utter another word. Jędrzejon's people rushed, with what breath they had, to put the horses to the wagons. Kmita turned again to the lord starosta. "Take all the wounded and killed, carry them to Pan Volodyovski, and tell him from me that I am not his enemy, but may be a better friend than he thinks. I wish to avoid him, for it is not yet time for us to meet. Perhaps that time will come later, but today he would neither believe me, nor have I that wherewith to convince him. Perhaps later. Do you understand? Tell him that those people fell upon me and I had to defend myself." "In truth it was so," responded Jędrzejon. "Wait, tell Pan Volodyovski, besides, to keep the troops together for Radzivill. The moment he receives cavalry from Pontus de la Gardie, will move on them. Perhaps now he is on the road. Yanush and Boguslav Radzivill are intriguing with the Elector of Brandenburg, and it is dangerous to be near the boundary. But above all let them keep together, or they will perish for nothing. The voevoda of Vityebsk wishes to come to Podlasie. Let them go to meet him, so as to give aid in case of obstruction. I will tell everything as if I were paid for it. Though Kmita says this, though Kmita gives warning, let them believe him, take counsel with other colonels, and consider that they will be stronger together. I repeat that the hetman is already on the road, and I am not an enemy of Pan Volodyovski." "If I had some sign from your grace, that would be still better," said Jendzian. "What is a good sign?" "Pan Volodyovski would straightway have greater belief in your grace's sincerity, would think there must be something in what he says if he has sent a sign." "Then here is the ring, though there is no lack of signs of me on the heads of those men whom you are taking to Pan Volodyovski." Kmita drew the ring from his finger. Jendzian on his part took it hastily and said, "I thank your grace humbly." An hour later Jendzian with his wagons and his people, a little shaken up, however, rode forward quietly towards Szczucin, taking 3 killed and the rest wounded, among whom were Yuzva Bertram, with a cut face and a broken head. As he rode along, Jendzian looked at the ring, in which the stone glittered wonderfully in the moonlight, and he thought of that strange and terrible man, who having caused so much harm to the Confederates and so much good to the Swedes and Radzivill, still wished apparently to save the Confederates from final ruin. "For he gives sincere advice," said Jendzian to himself. "It is always better to hold together. But why does he forewarn? Is it from love of Volodyovski, because the latter gave him his life in Billeviche? It must be from love. Yes, but that love may come out with evil result for the hetman. Kmita is a strange man. He serves Radzivill, wishes well to our people, and is going to the Swedes. I do not understand this." After a while he added, "He is a bountiful lord, but it is evil to come in his way." As earnestly and vainly as Jendzian did old Kyemlich rack his brain in effort to find an answer to the query, "Whom does Pan Kmita serve?" "He is going to the king, and kills the Confederates, who are fighting specially on the king's side. What is this? And he does not trust the Swedes, for he hides from them. What will happen to us?" Not being able to arrive at any conclusion, he turned in rage to his sons. "Rascals! You will perish without blessing, and you could not even pull away a little from the slain?" "We were afraid," answered Kosma and Damian. Soroka alone was satisfied, and he clattered joyously after his colonel. "Evil fate has missed us," thought he, "for we killed those fellows. I'm curious to know whom we shall kill next time." And it was all one to him, as was also this, whither he was faring. No one dared approach Kmita or ask him anything, for the young colonel was as gloomy as night. He grieved terribly that he had to kill those men, at the sight of whom he would have been glad to stand as quickly as possible in the ranks. But if he had yielded and let himself be taken to Volodyovski, what would Volodyovski have thought on learning that he was seized making his way in disguise to the Swedes, and with passes to the Swedish commandants? "My old sins are pursuing and following me," said Kmita to himself. "I will flee to the farthest place, and guide me, O God." He began to pray earnestly and to appease his conscience, which repeated, "Again corpses against thee, and not corpses of Swedes." "O God, be merciful," answered Kmita. "I am going to my king, there my service will begin." End of chapter 31, part 2.
Chapter 32 of The Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Deluge, Volume 1. By Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Jendzian had no intention of passing a night at the Mandrake, for from Vansosh to Shuhin was not far. He wanted merely to give rest to his horses, especially to those drawing the loaded wagons. Therefore, when Kmita let him travel farther, Jendzian lost no time and entered Shuhin late in the evening. Having announced himself to the sentries, he took his place on the square, for the houses were occupied by soldiers, who even then were not all able to find lodgings. Shuhin passed for a town, but was not one in reality, for it had not yet even walls, a town hall, courts of justice, or the college of monks founded in the time of King Jan III. It had a few houses, but a greater number of cabins than houses, and was called a town because it was built in a quadrangular form with a market-place in the centre, slightly less swampy than the pond at which the paltry little place was situated. Jendzian slept under his warm wolf-skin till morning, and then went straight to Pan Volodyovski, who, as he had not seen him for an age, received him with gladness, and took him at once to Pan Yan and Zagloba. Jendzian shed tears at sight of his former master, whom he had served faithfully so many years, and with whom he had passed through so many adventures and worked himself finally to fortune. Without shame of his former service, Jendzian began to kiss the hands of Pan Yan and repeat with emotion: "My master, in what times do we meet again?" Then all began in a chorus to complain of the times. At last Zagloba said: "But you, Jendzian, are always in the bosom of fortune, and as I see, have come out a lord. Did I not prophesy that if you were not hanged you would have fortune? What is going on with you now?" "My master, why hang me, when I have done nothing against God, nothing against the law? I have served faithfully, and if I have betrayed any man he was an enemy, which I consider a special service. And if I destroyed a scoundrel here and there by stratagem, as some one of the rebels, or that witch—do you remember, my master? That is not a sin. But even if it were a sin, it is my master's, not mine, for it was from you that I learned stratagems." "Oh, that cannot be. See what he wants," said Zagloba. "If you wish me to howl for your sins after death, give me their fruit during life. You're using alone all that wealth which you gained with the Cossacks, and alone you'll be turned to roast bacon in hell." "God is merciful, my master, though it is untrue that I use wealth for myself alone. For first I beggared our wicked neighbours with lawsuits, and took care of my parents, who are living now quietly in Jendziane, without any disputes. For the Jaworskis have gone off with packs to beg, and I at a distance am earning my living as I can." "Then you are not living in Jendziane?" asked Pan Yan. "In Jendziane my parents live as of old, but I am living in Vansosh, and I cannot complain, for God has blessed me. But when I heard that all you gentlemen were in Shchuchyn, I could not sit still, for I thought to myself, surely it is time to move again. There is going to be war, let it come." "Own up," said Zagloba, "the Swedes frightened you out of Vansosh." "There are no Swedes yet in Vidzka, though small parties appear, and cautiously, for the peasants are terribly hostile." "That is good news for me," said Volodyovski, "for yesterday I sent a party purposely to get an informant concerning the Swedes, for I did not know whether it was possible to stay in Shchuchyn with safety. Surely that party conducted you hither?" "That party? Me? I have conducted it, or rather I have brought it, for there is not even one man of that party who can sit on a horse alone." "What do you say? What has happened?" inquired Volodyovski. "They are terribly beaten," explained Jendzian. "Who beat them?" "Pan Kmita." The Skshetuskis and Zagloba sprang up from the benches, one interrupting the other in questioning: "Pan Kmita? But what was he doing here? Has the prince himself come already? Well, tell right away what has happened." Pan Volodyovski rushed out of the room to see with his eyes, to verify the extent of the misfortune, and to look at the men; therefore Jendzian said: "Why should I tell? Better wait till Pan Volodyovski comes back, for it is more his affair, and it is a pity to move the mouth twice to repeat the same story." "Did you see Kmita with your own eyes?" asked Zagloba. "As I see you, my master." "And spoke with him?" "Why should I not speak with him, when we met at the Mandrake not far from here? I was resting my horses, and he had stopped for the night. An hour would have been short for our talk. I complained of the Swedes, and he complained also of the Swedes." "Of the Swedes? He complained also?" asked Pan Yan. "As of devils, though he was going among them. Had he many troops? He had no troops, only a few attendants. True, they were armed and had such snouts that even those men who slaughtered the holy innocents at Herod's command had not rougher or viler. He gave himself out as a small noble in pigskin boots, and said that he went with horses to the fairs. But though he had a number of horses, his story did not seem clear to me, for neither his person nor his bearing belonged to a horse dealer, and I saw a fine ring on his finger. This one." Here Jendzian held a glittering stone before the listeners. Zagloba struck himself on the side and cried, "Ah, you gypsied that out of him! By that alone might I know you, Jendzian, at the end of the world." "With permission of my master, I did not gypsy it, for I am a noble, not a gypsy, and feel myself the equal of any man, though I live on rented lands till I settle on my own. This ring Pan Kmita gave as a token that what he said was true, and very soon I will repeat his words faithfully to your graces, for it seems to me that in this case our skins are in question." "How is that?" asked Zagloba. At this moment Volodyovski came in, roused to the utmost and pale from anger. He threw his cap on the table and cried, "It passes imagination! 3 men killed! Yuzva Butrym cut up, barely breathing." "Yuzva Butrym? He's a man with the strength of a bear," said the astonished Zagloba. "Before my eyes Pan Kmita stretched him out," put in Jendzian. "I've had enough of that Kmita!" cried Volodyovski, beside himself. "Wherever that man shows himself, he leaves corpses behind like the plague. Enough of this! Balance for balance, life for life! But now a new reckoning! He has killed my men, fallen upon good soldiers. That will be set to his account before our next meeting." "He did not attack them, but they him, for he hid himself in the darkest corner so they should not recognize him," explained Jendzian. "And you, instead of giving aid to my men, testify in his favor," said Volodyovski in anger. "I speak according to justice. As to aid, my men tried to give aid, but it was hard for them, for in the tumult they did not know whom to beat and whom to spare, and therefore they suffered. That I came away with my life and my sex is due to the sense of Pan Kmita alone, for fear how it happened." Jendzian began a detailed account of the battle in the Mandrake, omitting nothing, and when at length he told what Kmita had commanded him to tell, they were all wonder, fully astonished. "Did he say that himself?" asked Zagloba. "He himself," replied Jendzian. "I," said he, "am not an enemy to Pan Volodyovski or the confederates, though they think differently. Later this will appear. But meanwhile let them come together in God's name, or the voevoda of Vilna will take them one by one like lobsters from a net." "And did he say that the voevoda was already on the march?" asked Tan Yan. "He said that the voevoda was only waiting for Swedish reinforcements, and that he would move at once on Podlyasye." "What do you think of all this, gentlemen?" asked Volodyovski, looking at his comrades. "Either that man is betraying Radzivill, or he is preparing some ambush for us. But of what kind? He advises us to keep in a body. What harm to us may rise out of that?" "To perish of hunger," answered Volodyovski. "I have just received news that Juromski, Kotovski, and Lipnitsky must dispose their cavalry in parties of some tens each over the whole province, for they cannot get forage together." "But if Radzivill really does come," asked Pan Stanislav, "who can oppose him?" No one could answer that question, for really it was as clear as the sun that if the grand hetman of Lithuania should come and find the confederates scattered, he could destroy them with the greatest ease. "An astonishing thing!" repeated Zagloba, and after a moment's silence he continued, "Still, I should think that he had abandoned Radzivill. But in such a case he would not be slipping past in disguise, and to whom? To the Swedes." Here he turned to Jendzian. "Did he tell you that he was going to Warsaw?" "He did." "But the Swedish forces are there already." About this hour he must have met the Swedes if he travelled all night, answered Jendzian. Have you ever seen such a man? asked Zagloba, looking at his comrades. That there is in him evil with good, as tares with wheat, is certain, said Pan Yan. But that there is any treason in his counsel that he gives us at present, I simply deny. I do not know whither he is going, why he is slipping past in disguise, and it would be idle to break my head over this, for it is some mystery. But he gives good advice, warns us sincerely. I will swear to that, as well as to this, that the only salvation for us is to listen to his advice. Who knows if we are not indebted to him again for safety and life? For God's sake, cried Volodyovski, how is Radziwill to come here when Zolotarenko's men and Hovanski's infantry are in his way? It is different in our case. One squadron may slip through, and even with one we had to open a way through Pilvishki with sabres. It is another thing with Kmita, who is slipping by with a few men. But when the Prince Hetman passes with a whole army, either he will destroy those first. Volodyovski had not finished speaking when the door opened and an attendant came in. A messenger with a letter to the colonel, said he. Bring it. The attendant went out and returned in a moment with the letter. Pan Michael broke the seal quickly and read: That which I did not finish telling the tenant of Vansosh yesterday, I add today in writing. The hetman of himself has troops enough against you, but he is waiting for Swedish reinforcements, so as to go with the authority of the King of Sweden. For then, if the Northerners attack him, they will have to strike the Swedes too, and that would mean war with the King of Sweden. They will not venture to make war without orders, for they fear the Swedes, and will not take on themselves the responsibility of beginning a war. They have discovered that it is Radzivill's purpose to put the Swedes forward against them everywhere. Let them shoot or cut down even one man, there would be war at once. The Northerners themselves know not what to do now, for Lithuania is given up to the Swedes. They stay therefore in one place, only waiting for what will be, and warring no further. For these reasons they do not restrain Radziwill nor oppose him. He will go directly against you, and will destroy you one after the other, unless you collect in one body. For God's sake do this, and beg the voevoda of Vityebsk to come quickly, since it is easier for him to reach you now through the Northerners, while they stand as if stupefied. I wanted to warn you under another name so that you might more easily believe, but because tidings are given you already from another, I write my own name. It is destruction if you do not believe. I am not now what I was, and God grant that you will hear something altogether different about me. Kmita. You wish to know how Radziwill would come to us? Here is your answer, said Pan Yan. That is true, he gives good reasons, answered Volodyovski. What good reasons? Holy reasons, cried Zagloba. There can be no doubt here. I was the first to know that man, and though there are no curses that have not been showered on his head, I tell you we shall bless him yet. With me it is enough to look at a man to know his value. You remember how he dropped into my heart at Kyedani. He loves us too, as knightly people. When he heard my name the first time, he came near suffocating me with admiration, and for my sake saved you all. You have not changed, remarked Jendzian. Why should Pan Kmita admire you more than my master or Pan Volodyovski? You're a fool, answered Zagloba. He knew you at once, and if he called you the tenant and not the fool of Vansosh, it was through politeness. Then maybe he admired you through politeness, retorted Jendzian. See how the bread swells. Get married, Lord Tenant, and surely you will swell better. I guarantee that. That is all well, said Volodyovski, but if he is so friendly, why did he not come to us himself instead of slipping around us like a wolf and biting our man? Nod your head, Pan Michael. What we counsel do you carry out, and no evil will come of it. If your wit were as good as your sabre, you would be Grand Hetman already, in place of Revera Potocki. And why should Kmita come here? Is it not because you would not believe him, just as you do not now believe his letter, from which it might come to great trouble, for he is a stubborn cavalier. But suppose that you did believe him, what would the other colonels do, such as Kotovski, Jaromski, or Lipnitsky? What would your Lauda men say? Would not they cut him down the moment you turned your head away?" "Father is right," said Pan Yan. "He could not come here." "Then why was he going to the Swedes?" insisted the stubborn Pan Michael. "The devil knows whether he is going to the Swedes. The devil knows what may flash into Kmita's wild noddle. That is nothing to us, but let us take advantage of the warning if we wish to carry away our heads." "There is nothing to meditate on here," said Pan Stanislav. "It is needful to inform with all speed Kotovski, Jaromski, Lipnitsky, and the other Kmita," said Pan Yan. "Send to them, Michael, news at once, but do not write who gave the warning, for surely they would not believe." "We alone shall know whose the service, and in due time we shall not fail to publish it," cried Zagloba. "Onward, lively, Michael!" "And we will move to Bialystok ourselves, appointing a muster there for all. God give us the voevoda of Vityebsk at the earliest," said Yan. "From Bialystok we must send a deputation from the army to him. God grant that we shall stand before the eyes of the hetman of Lithuania," said Zagloba, "with equal force or greater than his own. It is not for us to rush at him, but it is different with the voevoda. He is a worthy man and honest, there is not another such in the Commonwealth." "Do you know Pan Sapieha?" asked Stanislav. "Do I know him? I knew him as a little boy, not higher than my sabre, but he was then like an angel." "And now he has turned into money, not only his property, not only his silver and jewels, but most likely he has melted into coin the metal of his horse trappings, so as to collect as many troops as possible against the enemy," said Volodyovski. "Thank God that there is even one such man," answered Pan Stanislav, "for remember how we trusted in Radzivill." "Oh, that is blasphemous!" cried Zagloba. "Voevoda of Vityebsk, bah, bah! Long life to the voevoda of Vityebsk! And you, Michael, to the road with all speed, to the road! Let the mudfish remain in these swamps of Shchuchyn, but we will go to Bialystok, where perhaps we shall find other fish. The Jews there on Sabbath bake very excellent bread. Well, at least war will begin. I'm yearning for it. And if we break through Radzivill, we will begin at the Swedes. We have shown them already what we can do. To the road, Michael, for periculum in mora. There is danger in delay." "I will go to put the squadrons in line," said Pan Yan. An hour later, messengers, between 10 and 20 in number, were flying as a horse gallops toward Podlyasye, and soon after them moved the whole squadron of Lauda. The officers went in advance, arranging and discussing, and Rokovalski, the lieutenant, led the soldiers. They went through Osovyets and Gonyandz, shortening for themselves the road to Bialystok, where they hoped to find other Confederate squadrons. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33, Part 1 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 33, Part 1. Pan Volodyovski's letters announcing the expedition of Radzivill found hearing with all the colonels scattered throughout the whole province of Podlyasye. Some had divided their squadrons already into smaller detachments so as to winter them more easily, others permitted officers to lodge in private houses, so that there remained at each flag merely a few officers and some tens of soldiers. The colonels permitted this, partly in view of hunger, and partly through the difficulty of retaining in just discipline squadrons which, after they had refused obedience to their own proper authority, were inclined to oppose officers on the slightest pretext. If a chief of sufficient weight had been found, and had led them at once to battle against either of the two enemies, or even against Radzivill, discipline would have remained surely intact, but it had become weakened by idleness in Podlyasye, where the time passed in shooting at Radzivill's castles, in plundering the goods of the voevoda, and in parleying with Prince Boguslav. In these circumstances the soldier grew accustomed only to violence and oppression of peaceful people in the province. Some of the soldiers, especially attendants and camp followers, deserted, and forming unruly bands, worked at robbery on the highway. And so that army, which had not joined an enemy, and was the hope of the king and the patriots, was dwindling day by day. The division of squadrons into small detachments had dissolved them completely. It is true that it was difficult to subsist in a body, but still it may be that the fear of want was exaggerated purposely. It was autumn and the harvest had been good. No enemy had up to that time ravaged the province with fire and sword. Just then the robberies of the Confederate soldiers were destroying this province precisely as inactivity was destroying the soldiers themselves, for things had combined so wonderfully that the enemy left those squadrons in peace. The Swedes, flooding the country from the west and extending to the south, had not yet come to that corner which between the province of Mazovia and Lithuania formed Podlyasye. From the other side, the legions of Hovanski, Trubetskoy, and Serebryany stood in inactivity in the district occupied by them, hesitating, or rather not knowing what to lay hold on. In the Russian provinces, Bertolin and Hmelnitski sent parties out in old fashion, and just then they had defeated at Grodek a handful of troops led by Potocki, grand hetman of the kingdom. But Lithuania was under Swedish protection. To ravage and to occupy it further meant, as was stated justly by Kmita in his letter, to declare war against the Swedes, who were terrible and roused universal alarm in the world. There was therefore a moment of relief from the Northerners, and some experienced men declared that they would soon be allies of Yan Kazimir and the Commonwealth against the King of Sweden, whose power, were he to become lord of the Commonwealth, would not have an equal in Europe. Hovanski therefore attacked neither Podlyasye nor the Confederate squadrons, while these squadrons, scattered and without a leader, attacked no one, and were unable to attack or to undertake anything more important than plundering the property of Radzivill. And withal they were dwindling away. But Volodyovski's letters, touching the impending attack by the hetman, roused the colonels from their inactivity and slumber. They assembled the squadrons, called in scattered soldiers, threatening with penalties those who would not come. Zaromsky, the most important of the colonels, and whose squadron was in the best condition, moved first, and without delay, to Bialystok. After him came in 1 week Yakub Kmita. True, with only 120 men. Then the soldiers of Kotovski and Lipnitsky began to assemble, now singly, now in crowds. Petty nobles from the surrounding villages also came in as volunteers, such as the Zensinskis, the Sviderskis, the Yavorskis, the Zenzians, the Mazovzyetskis. Volunteers came even from the province of Lyublisk, such as the Karvovskis and the Turs. And from time to time appeared a more wealthy noble with a few servants well armed. Deputies were sent from the squadrons to levy contributions, to collect money and provisions for receipts. In a word, activity reigned everywhere, and military preparations sprang up. When Volodyovski with his Lauda squadron arrived, there were already some thousands of people under arms, to whom only a leader was wanting. These men were unorganized and unruly, though not so unorganized nor so unruly as those nobles of Great Poland, who a few months before had the task of defending the passes of Uistsie against the Swedes. For these men from Podlyasye, Lublin, and Lithuania were accustomed to war, and there were none among them, unless youths, who had not smelled the powder and who had not used the snuff-box of Gradivus. Each in his time had fought, now against the Cossacks, now against the Turks, now against the Tartars. There were some who still had in remembrance the Swedish wars. But above all towered in military experience and eloquence Pan Zagloba, and he was glad to be in that assemblage of soldiers, in which there were no deliberations with a dry throat. Zagloba extinguished the importance of colonels the most important. The Lauda men declared that had it not been for him, Volodyovski, the Skshetuskis, Mirski, and Oskierko would have died at the hands of Radzivill, for they were being taken to Birji to execution. Zagloba did not hide his own services, but rendered complete justice to himself, so that all might know whom they had before them. "I do not like to praise myself," said he, "nor to speak of what has not been, for with me truth is the basis, as my sister's son also can testify." Here he turned to Roh Kovalski, who straightway stepped forth from behind Pan Zagloba and said, with a ringing, stentorian voice, "Uncle never lies." And puffing, Pan Roh rolled his eyes over the audience, as if seeking the insolent man who would dare to gainsay him. But no one ever gainsaid him. Then Zagloba began to tell of his old-time victories, how during the life of Koniecpolski he had caused victory twice over Gustavus Adolphus, how in later times he staggered Hmelnitski, how he acted at Zbaraj, how Prince Yeremy relied on his counsels in everything, how he confided to him the leadership in sorties. And after each sortie, said he, when we had spoiled 5,000 or 10,000 of the ruffians, Hmelnitski in despair used to butt his head against the wall and repeat, "No one has done this but that devil of a Zagloba." And when it came to the treaty of Zabrovo, the Khan himself looked at me as a wonder, and begged for my portrait, since he wished to send it as a gift to the Sultan. "Such men do we need now more than ever," said the hearers. And since many had heard besides of the marvellous deeds of Zagloba, accounts of which were travelling over the whole Commonwealth, and since recent events in Kyedani, such as the liberation of the colonels and the battle with the Swedes at Klavany, confirmed the old opinion concerning the man, his glory increased still more, and Zagloba walked in it, as in the sunlight, before the eyes of all men, bright and radiant beyond others. "If there were 1,000 such men in the Commonwealth, it would not have come to what it has," said the soldiers. "Let us thank God that we have even one among us." He was the first to proclaim Radziwill a traitor, and he snatched honourable men from his grasp, and on the roads he so pummeled the Swedes at Klavany that a witness of their defeat could not escape. He won the first victory. God grant not the last. Colonels like Zyromski, Kotoviski, Jakub Kmita, and Lipnitsky looked also on Zagloba with great respect. They urged them to their quarters, seizing him from one another by force, and his counsel was sought in everything, while they wondered at his prudence, which was quite equal to his bravery. And just then they were considering an important affair. They had sent, it is true, deputies to the voevoda of Vityebsk, asking him to come and take command. But since no one knew clearly where the voevoda was at that moment, the deputies went away, and as it were fell into water. There were reports that they had been taken by Zolotarenko's parties, which came as far as Volkovysk, plundering on their own account. The colonels at Bialystok therefore decided to choose a temporary leader, who should have management of all till the arrival of Sapyeha. It is not needful to say that, with the exception of Volodyovski, each colonel was thinking of himself. Then began persuading and soliciting. The army gave notice that it wished to take part in the election, not through deputies, but in the general circle which was formed for that purpose. Volodyovski, after advising with his comrades, gave strong support to Zyromski, who was a virtuous man and important. Besides, he impressed the troops by his looks, and a senatorial beard to his girdle. He was also a ready and experienced soldier. He, through gratitude, recommended Volodyovski, but Kodovsky, Lipnitsky, and Jakub Kmita opposed this, insisting that it was not possible to select the youngest, for the chief must represent before the country the greatest dignity. "But who is the oldest here?" asked many voices. "Uncle is the oldest," cried suddenly Roh Kovalski, with such a thundering voice that all turned toward him. "It is a pity that he has no squadron," said Yakovich, Zyromski's lieutenant. But others began to cry, "Well, what of that? Are we bound to choose only a colonel? Is not the election in our power? Is this not free suffrage? Any noble may be elected king, not merely commander." Then Pan Lipnitsky, as he did not favor Zyromski, wished by all means to prevent his election, raised his voice. "As true as life, you are free, gracious gentlemen, to vote as may please you. If you do not choose a colonel, it will be better, for there will be no offence to any man, nor will there be jealousy." Then came a terrible uproar. Many voices cried, "To the vote! To the vote!" But others, "Who here is more famous than Pan Zagloba? Who is a greater knight? Who is a more experienced soldier? We want Pan Zagloba. Long life to him! Long life to our commander!" Long life to Pan Zagloba, long life to him, roared more and more throats. To the sabres with the stubborn, cried the more quarrelsome. There is no opposition, by acclamation, answered the crowds. Long life to him! He conquered Gustavus Adolphus, he staggered Hmelnitski. He saved the colonels themselves, he conquered the Swedes at Klavany. Vivat, vivat, Zagloba du! Vivat, vivat! And throngs began to hurl their caps in the air, while running through the camp in search of Zagloba. He was astonished, and the first moment confused, for he had not sought the office. He wanted it for Pan Yan, and did not expect such a turn of affairs. So when a throng of some thousands began to shout his name, his breath failed him, and he became as red as a beet. Then his comrades rushed round him, but in their enthusiasm they interpreted everything in a good sense, for seeing his confusion they fell to shouting, "Look at him! He blushes like a maiden. His modesty is equal to his manhood. Long life to him, and may he lead us to victory." Meanwhile the colonels also came up, glad, not glad. They congratulated him on his office, and perhaps some were even glad that it had missed their rivals. Pan Volodyovski merely moved his moustaches somewhat; he was not less astonished than Zagloba, and Jendzian, with opened eyes and mouth, stared with unbelief, but already with respect, at Zagloba, who came to himself by degrees, and after a while put his hands on his hips, and rearing his head, received with fitting dignity the congratulations. Juromski congratulated first on behalf of the colonels, and then of the army. Pan Zamirski, an officer of Kotovski's squadron, spoke very eloquently, quoting the maxims of various sages. Zagloba listened, nodded. Finally, when the speaker had finished, the commander gave utterance to the following words: "Gracious gentlemen, even if a man should endeavor to drown honest merit in the unfordable ocean, or cover it with the heaven-touching Carpathians, still having like oil the property of floating to the surface, it would work itself out, so as to say to the eyes of men, I am that which trembles not before light, which has no fear of judgment, which waits for reward. But as a precious stone is set in gold, so should that virtue be set in modesty. Therefore, gracious gentlemen, standing here in your presence, I ask, have I not hidden myself in my services? Have I praised myself in your presence? Have I asked for this office with which you have adorned me? You yourselves have discovered my merits, for I am this moment ready to deny them and say to you, there are better than I, such as Pan Zaromski, Pan Kotovski, Pan Lipnitsky, Pan Kmita, Pan Oskierko, Pan Skshetuski, Pan Volodyovski, such great cavaliers that antiquity itself might be proud of them. Why choose me leader and not some one of them? It is still time. Take from my shoulders this office, and clothe in this mantle a worthier man." "Impossible! Impossible!" bellowed hundreds and thousands of voices. "Impossible!" repeated the colonels, delighted with the public praise, and wishing at the same time to show their modesty before the army. "I see myself that it is impossible now," said Zagloba. "Then, gracious gentlemen, let your will be done. I thank you from my heart, lords, brothers, and I have faith that God will grant that you be not deceived in the trust which you have placed in me. As you are to stand with me to death, so I promise to stand with you. And if an inscrutable fate brings us either victory or destruction, death itself will not part us, for even after death we shall share a common renown." Tremendous enthusiasm reigned in the assembly. Some grasped their sabres, others shed tears. Sweat stood in drops on the bald head of Zagloba, but the ardor within him grew greater. "We will stand by our lawful king, by our elected, and by our country," shouted he. "Live for them, die for them. Gracious gentlemen, since this fatherland is a fatherland, never have such misfortunes fallen on it. Traitors have opened the gates, and there is not a foot of land, save this province, where an enemy is not raging. In you is the hope of the country, and in me your hope. On you and on me the whole Commonwealth has its eyes fixed. Let us show that it holds not its hands forth in vain. As you ask from me manhood and faith, so I ask of you discipline and obedience. And if we be worthy, if we be open, by our example, the eyes of those whom the enemy has deceived, then half the Commonwealth will fly to us. Whoso has God and faith in his heart will join us, the forces of heaven will support us, and who in that hour can oppose us? It will be so! As God lives, it will be so! Solomon is speaking! Strike! Strike!" shouted thundering voices. But Zagloba stretched forth his hands to the north and shouted, "Come now, Radzivill! Come now, Lord Hetman, Lord Heretic, Voevoda of Lucifer! We are waiting for you, not scattered but standing together, not in discord but in harmony, not with papers and compacts but with swords in our hands. An army of virtue is waiting for you, and I am its leader. Take the field, meet Zagloba, call the devils to your side, let us make the trial, take the field." Here he turned again to the army, and roared till his voice was heard throughout the camp. "As God is true, gracious gentlemen, prophecies support me. Only harmony, and we shall conquer those scoundrels, those wide breeches and stocking fellows, fish-eaters and lousy rogues, sheepskin tanners who sleigh ride in summer. We'll give them pepper till they wear off their heels racing home. Let every living man slay them, the dog brothers. Slay whoso believes in God, to whom virtue and the country are dear." Several thousand sabres were gleaming at once. Throngs surrounded Zagloba, crowding, trampling, pushing, and roaring. "Lead us on! Lead us on!" "I will lead you tomorrow. Make ready!" shouted Zagloba with ardor. This election took place in the morning, and in the afternoon there was a review of the army. The squadrons were deposed on the plain of Horoshchan, with the colonels and banners in front, and before the regiments rode the commander under a horse-tail standard, with a gilded baton in his hand and a heron feather in his cap. You would have said a born hetman. And so he reviewed in turn the squadrons, as a shepherd examines his flock, and courage was added to the soldiers at sight of that lordly figure. Each colonel came out to him in turn, and he spoke with each, praised something, blamed something, and in truth of the newcomers, who in the beginning were not pleased with the choice, were forced to admit in their souls that the new commander was a soldier very well conversant with military affairs, and for whom leadership was nothing new. Volodyovski moved his mustaches somewhat strangely when the new commander clapped him on the shoulder at the review, in presence of the other colonels, and said, "Pan Michael, I am satisfied with you, for your squadron is in such order as no other. Hold on in this fashion, and you may be sure that I'll not forget you." "'Pon my word," whispered Volodyovski to Pan Yan on the way home from the review. "What else could a real hetman have told me?" That same day Zagloba sent detachments in directions in which it was needful to go, and in direction in which there was no need of going. When they returned in the morning he listened with care to every report, then he betook himself to the quarters of Volodyovski, who lived with Pan Yan and Pan Stanislav. "Before the army I must uphold dignity," he said kindly. "When we are alone we can have our old intimacy. Here I am a friend, not a chief. Besides, I do not despise your counsel, though I have my own reason, for I know you as men of experience such as few in the Commonwealth have." They greeted him therefore in old fashion, and intimacy soon reigned completely. Jendzian alone dared not be with him as formerly, and sat on the very edge of his bench. "What does father think to do?" asked Pan Yan. "First of all, to uphold order and discipline, and keep the soldiers at work, that they may not grow mangy from laziness. I said well, Pan Michael, that you mumbled like a suckling when I sent those parties toward the 4 points of the world, but I had to do so to inure men to service, for they have been idle a long time. That first, second, what do we need? Not men, for enough of them come, and more will come yet. Those nobles who fled from Mazovia to Prussia before the Swedes will come too. Men and sabres will not be wanting, but there are not provisions enough, and without supplies no army on earth can remain in the field. I had the idea to order parties to bring in whatever falls into their hands, cattle, sheep, pigs, grain, hay, and in this province and the district of Vidziko, in Mazovia, which also has not seen an enemy yet, there is an abundance of everything." "But those nobles will raise heaven-climbing shouts," said Pan Yan, "if their crops and cattle are taken." "The army means more for me than the nobles, let them cry. Supplies will not be taken for nothing. I shall command to give receipts, of which I have prepared so many during the night, that half the Commonwealth might be taken under requisition with them. I have no money, but when the war is over and the Swedes driven out, the Commonwealth will pay. What is the use in talking? It would be worse for the nobles if the army were to grow hungry, go around and rob. I have a plan too of scouring the forests, for I hear that very many peasants have taken refuge there with their cattle. Let the army people return thanks to the Holy Ghost who inspired them to choose me, for no other man would have managed in such a fashion. On your great mightiness is a senator's head, that is certain, exclaimed Jendzian. Hi, retorted Zagloba, rejoiced at the flattery, and you are not to be imposed on, you rogue. Soon it will be seen how I'll make you lieutenant, only let there be a vacancy. I thank your great mightiness humbly, replied Jendzian. This is my plan, continued Zagloba. First, to collect such supplies that we could stand a siege, then to make a fortified camp, and let Radzivill come with Swedes or with devils. I'm a rascal if I do not make a second Zbaraj here. As God is dear to me, a noble idea, cried Volodyovski. But where can we get cannon? Pan Kotovski has 2 howitzers, and Yakub Kmita has 1 gun for firing salutes. In Bialystok are 4 8-pounders which were to be sent to the castle of Tykotsin, for you do not know, gentlemen, that Bialystok was left by Pan Wyslowski for the support of Tykotsin castle, and those cannon were bought the past year with the rent, as Pan Stempalski, the manager here, told me. He said also that there were 100 charge of powder for each cannon. We'll help ourselves, gracious gentlemen. Only support me from your souls, and do not forget the body either, which would be glad to drink something, for it is time now for that. Volodyovski gave orders to bring drink, and they talked on at the cups. You thought that you would have the picture of a commander, continued Zagloba, sipping lightly the old mead. Never, never. I did not ask for the favor, but since they adorn me with it, there must be obedience and order. I know what each office means, and see if I am not equal to every one. I'll make a second Zbaraj in this place, nothing but a second Zbaraj. Radzivill will choke himself well, and the Swedes will choke themselves before they swallow me. I hope the Hovanski will try us too. I would bury him in such style that he would not be found at the last judgment. They are not far away, let them try. Mead, Pan Michael. Volodyovski poured out mead. Zagloba drank it at a draught, wriggled his forehead, and as if thinking of something said, Of what was I talking? What did I want? Ah, mead, Pan Michael. Volodyovski poured out mead again. They say, continued Zagloba, that Pan Sapieha likes a drink in good company. No wonder. Every honourable man does. Only traitors who have false thoughts for their country abstain, lest they tell their intrigues. Radzivill drinks birch sap, and after death will drink pitch. I think that Sapieha and I shall be fond of each other, but I shall have everything here so arranged that when he comes all will be ready. There is many a thing on my head, but what is to be done? If there is no one in the country to think, then think thou, old Zagloba, while breath is in thy nostrils. The worst is that I have no chancellery. And what does father want of a chancellery? asked Pan Yan. Why has the king a chancellery? And why must there be a military secretary with an army? It will be necessary to send some town to have a seal made for me. A seal? Repeated Jendzian with delight, looking with growing respect at Zagloba. And on what will your lordship put the seal? asked Volodyovski. In such a confident company you may address me as in old times. The seal will not be used by me, but by my chancellor. Keep that in mind to begin with. Here Zagloba looked with pride and importance at those present, till Jendzian sprang up from the bench, and Pan Stanislav muttered, Honores mutant mores. Honours change manners. What do I want of a chancellery? But listen to me, said Zagloba. Know this, to begin with, that those misfortunes which have fallen upon our country, according to my understanding, have come from no other causes than from license, unruliness, and excesses. Mead, Pan Michael. And excesses, I say, which like a plague are destroying us. But first of all, from heretics blaspheming with ever-growing boldness the true faith, to the damage of our most holy patroness, who may fall into just anger because of these insults. He speaks truly, said the knights in chorus. The dissidents were the first to join the enemy, and who knows if they did not bring the enemy hither? For example, the grand hetman of Lithuania. But in this province where I am commander there is also no lack of heretics, as in Tykotsin and other towns. Therefore, to obtain the blessing of God on our undertaking at its inception, a manifesto will be issued, that whoso is living in error must turn from it in 3 days, and those who will not do that will have their property confiscated to the army. The knights looked at one another with astonishment. They knew that there was no lack of adroit reason and stratagem in Zagloba, but they did not suppose him to be such a statesman and judge of public questions. "And you ask," continued Zagloba with triumph, "where shall we get the money for the army? But the confiscations and all the wealth of the Radzivills, which by confiscation will become army property?" "Will there be right on our side?" asked Volodyovski. "There are such times at present that whoever has a sword is right. And what right have the Swedes and all those enemies who are raging within the boundaries of the Commonwealth?" "It is true," answered Pan Michael with conviction. "That is not enough," cried Zagloba, growing warmer. "Another manifesto will be issued to the nobles of Podlyasye, and those lands in the neighboring provinces which are not yet in the hands of the enemy, to assemble a general militia. These nobles must arm their servants, so that we may not lack infantry. I know that many would be glad to appear if only they could see some government. They will have a government and manifestos." "You have, in truth, as much sense as the Grand Chancellor of the kingdom," cried Volodyovski. "Mead, Pan Michael!" "A third letter will be sent to Hovanski, telling him to go to destruction. If not, we will smoke him out of every town and castle. They, the Northerners, are quiet now in Lithuania, it is true, and do not capture castles. But Zolotarenko's men rob, going along in parties of 1,000 or 2,000. Let him restrain them, or we will destroy them." "We might do that indeed," said Pan Yan, "and the troops would not be lying idle. I am thinking of this, and I will send new parties today, precisely to Volkolyevsk, but some things are to be done and others are not to be admitted. I wish to send a fourth letter to our elected, our good king, to console him in his sorrow, saying that there are still men who have not deserted him, that there are sabres and hearts ready at his nod. Let our father have at least this comfort in a strange land. Our beloved lord, our Jagiellon blood, which must wander in exile. Think of it, think of it." Here Zagloba fell to sobbing, for he had much mead in his head, and at last he roared from pity over the fate of the king, and Pan Michael at once seconded him in a thinner voice. Jendzian sobbed too, or pretended to sob, but Pan Yan and Pan Stanislav rested their heads on their hands and sat in silence. The silence continued for a while. Suddenly Zagloba fell into a rage. "What is the elector doing?" cried he. "If he has made a pact with the Prussian towns, let him take the field against the Swedes. Let him not intrigue on both sides. Let him do what a loyal vassal is bound to do, and take the field in defiance of his lord and benefactor." "Who can tell that he will not declare for the Swedes?" asked Pan Stanislav. "Declare for the Swedes? Then I will declare to him. The Prussian boundary is not far, and I have some thousands of sabres within call. You will not deceive Zagloba. As true as you see me here, the commander of this noble army, I will visit him with fire and sword. We have not provisions. Well, we shall find all we need in Prussian storehouses." "Mother of God!" cried Jendzian in ecstasy. "Your great mightiness will conquer crowned heads." "I will write to him at once. Worthy Pan Elector, there is enough of turning the cat away by the tail, enough of evasion and delay. Come out against the Swedes, or I will come on a visit to Prussia. It cannot be otherwise. Ink, pen, and paper! Jendzian, will you go with the letter?" "I will go," answered the tenant of Vansosh, delighted with his new dignity. But before pen, ink, and paper were brought to Zagloba, shouts were raised in front of the house, and throngs of soldiers darkened the windows. Some one shouted Vivat, others cried Allah in Tartar. Zagloba and his comrades went out to see what was taking place. End of chapter 33, part 1.
Chapter 23, Part 2 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 23, Part 2. It appeared that they were bringing those 8-pounders which Zagloba had remembered, and the sight of which was now delighting the hearts of the soldiers. Pan Stempalski, the manager of Bialystok, approached Zagloba and said, serene, great, mighty commander, from the time that he, of immortal memory, the Lord Marshal of the Grand Principality of Lithuania, left by will his property at Bialystok to support the castle of Tykotsin, I, being manager of that property, have applied faithfully and honestly all its income to the benefit of that castle, as I can show to the whole Commonwealth by registers, so that working more than 20 years I have provided that castle with powder and guns and brass, holding it as a sacred duty that every copper should go to that object to which the serene, great, mighty Marshal of the Grand Principality of Lithuania commanded that it should go. But when by the changing will of fate the castle of Tykotsin became the greatest support in this province of the enemies of the country, I asked God and my own conscience whether I ought to strengthen it more, or whether I was not bound to give into the hands of your great mightiness this wealth and these military supplies obtained from the income of the present year. You should give them to me, interrupted Zagloba with importance. I ask but one thing, that your great mightiness be pleased in presence of the whole army and in writing to give me a receipt that I applied nothing from that property to my own use, and that I delivered everything into the hands of the Commonwealth, worthily represented here by you, the great mighty commander. Zagloba motioned with his head as a sign of assent, and began at once to look over the register. It appeared that besides the 8-pounders, there were put away in the storehouses 300 German muskets, very good ones, besides 200 Moscow halberds for infantry in the defence of walls and breastworks, and 6,000 ducats in ready money. The money will be divided among the army, said Zagloba. And as to the muskets and halberds, here he looked around. Pan Oskierko, you will take them and form a body of infantry. There are a few foot soldiers here from the Radziwill fugitives, and as many as are lacking may be taken from the millers. Then he turned to all present. Gracious gentlemen, there is money, there are cannons, there will be infantry and provisions. These are my orders to begin with. Vivat! Shouted the army. And now, gracious gentlemen, let all the young men go on a jump to the villages for spades, shovels, and pickaxes. We will make a fortified camp, a second's barrage, but whether a man belongs to cavalry or infantry, let none be ashamed of the shovel, and to work. Then the commander withdrew to his quarters, attended by the shouts of the army. As God is true, that man has a head on his shoulders, said Volodyovski to Pan Yan, and things begin to go in better order. If only Radziwill does not come soon, put in Pan Stanislav, for he is such a leader that there is not another like him in the Commonwealth. Our Pan Zagloba is good for provisioning the camp, but it is not for him to measure strength with such a warrior as Radziwill. That is true, answered Pan Yan. When it comes to action, we will help him with counsel, for he does not understand war. Besides, his rule will come to an end the moment Sapieha arrives. He can do much good before that time, said Volodyovski. In truth, the army needed some leader, even Zagloba, for from the day of his election better order reigned in the camp. On the following day they began to make breastworks near the Bialystok ponds. Pan Oskierko, who had served in foreign armies and understood fortification, directed the whole labor. In 3 days there had arisen a very strong entrenchment, really something like Zbaraj, for the sides and the rear of it were defended by swampy ponds. The sight of this work raised the hearts of the soldiers. The whole army felt that it had some ground under its feet. But courage was strengthened still more at sight of the supplies of food brought by strong parties. Every day they drove in oxen, sheep, pigs. Every day came wagons bringing all kinds of grain and hay. Some things came from Lukovo, others from Vitsko. There came also in continually greater numbers nobles, small and great, for when the tidings went around that there was a government, an army, and a commander, there was more confidence among people. It was burdensome for the inhabitants to support a whole division, but to begin with, Zagloba did not inquire about that. In the second place, it was better to give half to the army and enjoy the rest in peace, than to be exposed every moment to losing all through the unruly bands, which had increased considerably and raged like Tartars, and which, at command of Zagloba, were pursued and destroyed. If the commander turns out to be such a leader as he is a manager, said the soldiers in camp, the Commonwealth does not know yet how great a man it has. Zagloba himself was thinking, with definite alarm, of the coming of Janusz Radziwill. He called to mind all the victories of Radziwill. Then the form of the hetman took on monstrous shapes in the imagination of the new commander, and in his soul he said, "Oh, who can oppose that dragon? I said that he would choke himself with me, but he will swallow me as a sheat fish a duck." And he promised himself under oath not to give a general battle to Radziwill. There will be a siege, thought he, and that always lasts long. Negotiations can be tried too, and by that time Sapieha will come up. In case he should not come up, Zagloba determined to listen to Pan Yan in everything, for he remembered how highly Prince Yeremy prized this officer and his military endowments. "You, Pan Michael," said Zagloba to Volodyovski, "are just created for attack, and you may be sent scouting, even with a large party, for you know how to manage and fall on the enemy, like a wolf on sheep. But if you were commanded to be hetman of a whole army, I pass. You will not fill a vault with your mind, since you have no wit for sail. But Yan, he has the head of a commander, and if I were to die, he is the only man who could fill my place." Meanwhile, contradictory tidings came. First, it was reported that Radziwill was marching through Electoral Prussia. Second, that having defeated Hovanski's troops, he had taken Grodno and was marching thence with great force. Further, there were men who insisted that not Prince Janusz but Sapieha, with the aid of Prince Michael Radziwill, had defeated Hovanski. Scouting parties brought no reliable news, saving this that the body of Zolotarensko's men, about 2,000 in number, were at Volkovysk and threatened the town. The neighborhood was in flames. One day later, fugitives began to come in, who confirmed the news, reporting besides that the townspeople had sent envoys to Hovanski and Zolotarenko with a prayer to spare the place, to which they received answer from Hovanski that that band was a separate one, having nothing to do with his army. Zolotarenko advised the people to ransom themselves, but they, as poor men, after the recent fire and a number of plunderings, had no ransom to give. They implored the commander in God's name to hasten to the rescue while they were conducting negotiations to ransom the town, but afterward there would not be time. Zagloba selected 1,500 good troops, among them the Lauda men, and calling Volodyovski said, "Now, Pan Michael, it is time to show what you can do. Go to Volkovysk and destroy those ruffians who are threatening an undefended town. Such an expedition is not a novelty for you. I think you will take it as a favor that I give such functions." Here he turned to the other colonels. "I must remain in camp myself, for all the responsibility is on me. That is first. And second, it does not beseem my office to go on an expedition against ruffians. But let Radziwill come. Then, in a great battle, it will be shown who is superior, the hetman or the commander." Volodyovski set out with alacrity, for he was weary of camp life and yearned for battle. The squadron selected marched out willingly and with singing. The commander appeared on the rampart on horseback and blessed the departing, making over them the sign of the cross for the road. There were some who wondered that Zagloba sent off that party with such solemnity, but he remembered that Żołkiewski and other hetmans had the habit of making the sign of the cross over squadrons when going to battle. Besides, he loved to do everything with ceremony, for that raised his dignity in the eyes of the soldiers. Barely had the squadrons vanished in the haze of the distance, when he began to be alarmed about them. "Yan," said he, "another handful of men might be sent to Volodyovski." "Be at rest, father," answered Pan Yan. "For Volodyovski to go on such an expedition is the same as to eat a plate of fried eggs. Dear God, he has done nothing else all his life." "That is true, but if an overwhelming force should attack him? Nec Hercules contra plures. Neither Hercules against too many. What is the use in talking about such a soldier? He will test everything carefully before he strikes, and if the forces against him are too great, he will pluck off what he can and return, or will send for reinforcements. You may sleep quietly, father." Ah, I also knew whom I was sending, but I tell you that Pan Michael must have given me some herb. I have such a weakness for him. I have never loved anyone so, except Podbipięta and you. It cannot be but that little fellow has given me something." 3 days passed. Provisions were brought continually. Volunteers also marched in, but of Pan Michael not a sound. Zagloba's fears increased, and in spite of Pan Jan's remonstrance that in no way could Volodyovski return yet from Volkovysk, Zagloba sent 100 of Jakub Kmita's light horse for intelligence. The scouts marched out, and 2 days more passed without news. On the 7th day, during a grey, misty nightfall, the camp attendant sent for food to Bobrovniki returned in great haste, with a report that they had seen some army coming out of the forest beyond Bobrovniki. "Pan Michael!" exclaimed Zagloba joyfully. But the men contradicted that. They had not gone to meet it for the special reason that they saw strange flags not belonging to Volodyovski's troops, and besides, this force was greater. The attendants, being attendants, could not fix the number exactly. Some said there were 3,000, others 5,000, or still more. "I will take 20 horsemen and go to meet them," said Captain Lipnitsky. He went. An hour passed, and a second. At last it was stated that not a party was approaching, but a whole army. It is unknown why, but on a sudden it was thundered through the camp, "Radziwill is coming." This report, like an electric shock, moved and shook the whole camp. The soldiers rushed to the bulwarks. On some faces terror was evident. The men did not stand in proper order. Oskierko's infantry only occupied the places indicated. Among the volunteers there was a panic at the first moment. From mouth to mouth flew various reports. "Radziwill has cut to pieces Volodyovski, and the second party formed of Jakub Kmita's men," repeated some. "Not a witness of the defeat has escaped," said others, "and now Lipnitsky has gone, as it were, under the earth. Where is the commander? Where is the commander?" The colonels rushed to establish order, and since all in the camp save a few volunteers were old soldiers, they soon stood in order, waiting for what would appear. When the cry came, "Radziwill is coming," Zagloba was greatly confused, but in the first moment he would not believe it. What has happened to Volodyovski? Has he let himself be surrounded so that not a man has come back with a warning? And the second party? And Pan Lipnitsky? Impossible, repeated Zagloba to himself, wiping his forehead, which was sweating profusely. Has this dragon, this man-killer, this Lucifer been able to come from Kyedani already? Is the last hour approaching? Meanwhile, from every side, voices more and more numerous cried, "Radziwill! Radziwill!" Zagloba ceased to doubt. He sprang up and rushed to Pan Yan's quarters. "Oh, Yan, save! It is time now!" "What has happened?" asked Pan Yan. "Radziwill is coming. To your head I give everything, for Prince Yeremy said that you are a born leader. I will superintend myself, but do you give counsel and lead." "That cannot be Radziwill," said Pan Yan. "From what direction are the troops marching?" "From Volkovysk. It is said that they have taken Volodyovski and the second party, which I sent not long ago." "Volodyovski let himself be taken? Oh, father, you do not know him. He is coming back himself, no one else." "But it is said that there is an enormous army." "Praise be to God! It is clear then that Sapieha is coming." "For God's sake, what do you tell me? Why then was it said that Lipnitsky went against them?" "That is just the proof that it is not Radziwill who is coming. Lipnitsky discovered who it was, joined, and all are coming together." "Let us go out! Let us go out!" "I said that the first moment," cried Zagloba. "All were frightened, but I thought, that cannot be. I saw the position at once. Come, hurry, Yan, hurry! Those men out there are confused. Aha!" Zagloba and Pan Yan hastened to the ramparts, occupied already by the troops, and began to pass along. Zagloba's face was radiant. He stopped every little while and cried so that all heard him, "Gracious gentlemen, we have guests. I have no reason to lose heart. If that is Radziwill, I'll show him the road back to Kyedani." "We'll show him!" cried the army. "Kindle fires on the ramparts. We will not hide ourselves. Let them see us. We are ready. Kindle fires!" Straightway they brought wood, and a quarter of an hour later the whole camp was flaming, till the heavens grew red as if from daybreak. The soldiers, turning away from the light, looked into the darkness in the direction of Bobrovniki. Some of them cried that they heard a clatter and the stamp of horses. Just then, in the darkness, musket shots were heard from afar. Zagloba pulled Pan Yan by the skirts. "They are beginning to fire," said he, disquieted. "Salute!" answered Pan Yan. After the shots, shouts of joy were heard. There was no reason for further doubt. A moment later a number of riders rushed in on foaming horses, crying, "Pan Sapieha, the voevoda of Vityebsk!" Barely had the soldiers heard this, when they rushed forth from the walls like an overflowed river, and ran forward, roaring so that anyone hearing their voices from afar might think them cries from a town in which victors were putting all to the sword. Zagloba, wearing all the insignia of his office, with a baton in his hand and a heron's feather in his cap, rode out under his horse-tail standard at the head of the colonels to the front of the fortifications. After a while the voevoda of Vityebsk, at the head of his officers and with Volodyovski at his side, rode into the lighted circle. He was a man already in respectable years, of medium weight, with a face not beautiful but wise and kindly. His moustaches, cut evenly over his upper lip, were iron grey, as was also a small beard, which made him resemble a foreigner, though he dressed in Polish fashion. Though famous for many military exploits, he looked more like a civilian than a soldier. Those who knew him more intimately said that in the countenance of the voevoda Minerva was greater than Mars, but besides Minerva and Mars there was in that face a gem rarer in those times, that is, honesty, which, flowing forth from his soul, was reflected in his eyes as the light of the sun is in water. At the first glance people recognized that he was a just and honorable man. "We waited as for a father," cried the soldiers. "And so our leader has come," repeated others with emotion. "Vivat! Vivat!" Pan Zagloba at the head of his colonels hurried towards Sapieha, who reined in his horse and began to bow with his lynx-skin cap. "Serene, great, mighty voevoda," began Zagloba, "though I possessed the eloquence of the ancient Romans, nay, of Cicero himself, or, going to remoter times, of that famous Athenian Demosthenes, I should not be able to express the delight which has seized our hearts at sight of the worthy person of the serene, great, mighty lord. The great Commonwealth is rejoicing in our hearts, greeting the wisest senator and the best son, with a delight all the greater because unexpected. Behold, we were drawn out here on these bulwarks under arms, not ready for greeting but for battle, not to hear shouts of delight but the thunder of cannon, not to shed tears but our blood. When, however, hundred-tongued fame bore around the news that the defender of the fatherland was coming, not the heretic, the voevoda of Vityebsk, not the grand hetman of Lithuania, Sapieha, not Radziwill. But Pan Sapieha was in an evident hurry to enter, for he waved his hand quickly, with a kindly, though lordly inattention, and said, "Radziwill also is coming. In 2 days he will be here." Zagloba was confused, first because the thread of his speech was broken, and second because the news of Radziwill made a great impression on him. He stood therefore a moment before Sapieha, not knowing what further to say, but he came quickly to his mind, and drawing hurriedly the baton from his belt, said with solemnity, calling to mind what had taken place at Zbaraj, "The army has chosen me for its leader, but I yield this into worthier hands, so as to give an example to the younger how we must resign the highest honors for the public good." The soldiers began to shout, but Pan Sapieha only smiled and said, "Lord brother, I would gladly receive it, but Radziwill might think that you gave it through fear of him." "Oh, he knows me already," answered Zagloba, "and will not ascribe fear to me. I was the first to stagger him in Kyedani, and I drew others after me by my example." "If that is the case, then lead on to the camp," said Sapieha. "Volodyovski told me on the road that you are an excellent manager, and have something on which to subsist, and we are wearied and hungry." So saying, he spurred on his horse, and after him moved the others, and all entered the camp amid measureless rejoicing. Zagloba, remembering what was said of Sapieha, that he liked feasts and the goblet, determined to give fitting honor to the day of his coming. Hence he appeared with a feast of such splendor as had not been yet in the camp. All ate and drank. At the cups Volodyovski told what had happened at Volkovysk, how forces considerably greater than his own had been sent out by Solotarenko, how the traitor had surrounded him, how straitened he was when the sudden arrival of Sapieha turned a desperate defense into a brilliant victory. "We gave them something to think of," said he, "so that they will not stick an ear out of their camp." Then the conversation turned to Radziwill. The voevoda of Vityebsk had very recent tidings, and knew through reliable people of everything that took place in Kyedani. He said therefore that the hetman had sent a certain Kmita with a letter to the King of Sweden, and with a request to strike Podlasie from two sides at once. "This is a wonder of wonders to me," exclaimed Zagloba, "for had it not been for that Kmita, we should not have concentrated our forces to this moment, and if Radziwill had come, he might have eaten us up, one after the other, like puddings of Siedlitz." "Volodyovski told me all that," said Sapieha, "from which I infer that Kmita has a personal affection for you. It is too bad that he hasn't it for the country. But people who see nothing above themselves serve no cause well, and are ready to betray anyone, as in this case Kmita Radziwill. But among us there are no traitors, and we are ready to stand up with the serene great mighty voevoda to the death," said Zhiromski. "I believe that here are most honorable soldiers," answered Sapieha, "and I had no expectation of finding such order and abundance, for which I must give thanks to his grace Pan Zagloba." Zagloba blushed with pleasure, for somehow it had seemed to him hitherto that though the voevoda of Vityebsk had treated him graciously, still he had not given him the recognition and respect which he, the ex-commander, desired. He began therefore to relate how he had made regulations, what he had done, what supplies he had collected, how he had brought cannon and formed infantry, finally, what an extensive correspondence he had carried on, and not without boasting did he make mention of the letter sent to the banished king, to Hovanski, and to the elector. "After my letter, his grace, the elector, must declare for us openly or against us," said he with pride. The voevoda of Vityebsk was a humorous man, and perhaps also he was a little joyous from drink, therefore he smoothed his moustache, laughed maliciously, and said, "Lord brother, but have you not written to the Emperor of Germany?" "No," answered Zagloba, astonished. "That is a pity," said the voevoda, "for there an equal would have talked with an equal." The colonels burst into a thundering laugh, but Zagloba showed at once that if the voevoda wished to be a scythe, he had struck a stone. "Serene great mighty lord," said he, "I can write to the elector, for as a noble I am an elector myself, and I exercised my rights not so long ago when I gave my voice for Yan Kazimir." "You have brought that out well," answered Sapieha. "But with such a potentate as the Emperor I do not correspond," continued Zagloba, "lest he might apply to me a certain proverb which I heard in Lithuania." "What was the proverb?" "Such a fool's head as that must have come out of Vityebsk," answered Zagloba without confusion. Hearing this, the colonels were frightened, but the voevoda leaned back and held his sides from laughter. "Ah, but you have settled me this time. Let me embrace you. Whenever I want to shave my beard, I'll borrow your tongue." The feast continued till late in the night. It was broken up by the arrival of nobles from Tykotsin, who brought news that the Radziwill scouts had already reached that place. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 24. Radziwill would have fallen on Podlasie long before, had not various reasons held him back in Kyedani. First, he was waiting for the Swedish reinforcements, which Pontus de la Gardie delayed by design. Although bonds of relationship connected the Swedish general with the king himself, he could not compare in greatness of family, in importance, in extensive connections by blood, with that Lithuanian magnate. And as to fortune, though at that time there was no ready money in Radzivill's treasury, all the Swedish generals might have been portioned with 1/2 of the prince's estates and consider themselves wealthy. Now, when by the turn of fortune Radziwill was dependent on Pontus, The general could not deny himself the pleasure of making that lord feel his dependence and the superiority of De la Gardie. Radziwill did not need reinforcements to defeat the Confederates, since for that he had forces enough of his own, but the Swedes were necessary to him for the reasons mentioned by Kmita in his letter to Volodyovski. He was shut off from Podlasie by the legions of Chovanski, who might block the road to him, but if Radziwill marched together with Swedish troops, and under the aegis of the King of Sweden, every hostile step on the part of Chovanski would be considered a challenge to Karl Gustav. Radziwill wished this in his soul, and therefore he waited impatiently for the arrival of even one Swedish squadron, and while urging Pontus, he said more than once to his attendants, "A couple of years ago he would have thought it a favor to receive a letter from me, and would have left the letter by will to his descendants, but today he takes on the airs of a superior." To which a certain noble, loud-mouthed and truth-telling, known in the whole neighborhood, allowed himself to answer at once, "According to the proverb, mighty prince, as a man makes his bed, so must he sleep on it." Radziwill burst out in anger and gave orders to cast the noble into the tower, but on the following day he let him out and presented him with a gold button, for on this noble it was said that he had ready money, and the prince wanted to borrow money of him on his note. The noble accepted the button, but gave not the money. Swedish reinforcements came at last, to the number of 800 horse, of the heavy cavalry. Pontus sent directly to the castle of Tykocin 300 infantry and 100 light cavalry, wishing to have his own garrison there in every event. Chovanski's troops withdrew before them, making no opposition. They arrived therefore safely at Tykocin, for this took place when the Confederate squadrons were still scattered over all Podlasie and were occupied only in plundering the estates of Radziwill. It was hoped that the prince, after he had received the desired reinforcements, would take the field at once, but he loitered yet. The cause of this was news from Podlasie of disagreement in that province, of lack of union among the Confederates, and misunderstandings between Kotovski, Lipnitsky, and Jakub Kmita. "It is necessary to give them time," said the prince, "to seize one another by the heads. They will gnaw one another to pieces. Their power will disappear without war, and then we will strike on Chovanski." But on a sudden contradictory news began to come. The colonels not only did not fight with one another, but had assembled in one body at Bialystok. The prince searched his brain for the cause of this change. At last the name of Zagloba as commander came to his ears. He was informed also of the making of a fortified camp, the provisioning of the army, and the cannon dug out at Bialystok by Zagloba, of the increase of Confederate strength, of volunteers coming from the interior. Prince Yanush fell into such wrath that Ganov, a fearless soldier, dared not approach him for some time. At last the command was issued to the squadrons to prepare for the road. In one day a whole division was ready, 1 regiment of German infantry, 2 of Scottish, 1 of Lithuanian. Pan Korf led the artillery. Ganov took command of the cavalry. Besides Kharlamp's dragoons, the Swedish cavalry, and the light regiment of Niewierowski, there was the prince's own heavy squadron, in which Slizien was lieutenant. It was a considerable force and composed of veterans. With a force no greater, the prince, during the first wars with Khmelnitsky, had won those victories which had adorned his name with immortal glory. With a power no greater, he had beaten Nebaba at Loyovo, crushed a number of tens of thousands led by the famous Kryczowski, destroyed Mozyr and Turov, had taken Kiev by storm, and so pushed Khmelnitsky in the steppes that he was forced to seek safety in negotiations. But the star of that powerful warrior was evidently setting, and he had no good forebodings himself. He cast his eyes into the future and saw nothing clearly. He would go to Podlasie, tear apart with horses the insurgents, give orders to pull out of his skin the hated Zagloba. And what would come of that? What further? What change of fate would come? Would he then strike Chovanski? Would he avenge the defeat at Tsibyhova, and adorn his own head with new laurels? The prince said that he would, but he doubted. For just then reports began to circulate widely that the Northerners, fearing the growth of Swedish power, would cease to wage war, and might even form an alliance with Yan Kazimir. Sapieha continued to plague them still, and defeated them where he could. But at the same time he negotiated with them. Pan Gosiewski had the same plans. Then in case of Hovanski's retreat, that field of action would be closed, and the last chance of showing his power would vanish from Radziwill. Or if Yan Kazimir could make a treaty with those who till then had been his enemies and urge them against the Swedes, fortune might incline to his side against Sweden and thereby against Radziwill. From Poland there came, it is true, the most favorable news. The success of the Swedes surpassed all expectation. Provinces yielded one after another. In Great Poland, Swedes ruled as in Sweden. In Warsaw, Radziejowski governed. Little Poland offered no resistance. Krakow might fall at any moment. The king, deserted by the army and the nobles, with confidence in his people, broke into the core, went to Silesia, and Karl Gustav himself was astonished at the ease with which he had crushed that power, always victorious hitherto in war with the Swedes. But just in that ease had Radziwill a foreboding of danger to himself, for the Swedes, blinded by triumph, would not count with him, would not consider him, especially because he had not shown himself so powerful and so commanding as all, not excepting himself, had thought him. Will the Swedish king give him then Lithuania, or even White Russia? Will he not prefer to pacify an eternally hungry neighbor with some eastern slice of the Commonwealth, so as to have his own hands free in the remnants of Poland? These were the questions which tormented continually the soul of Prince Janusz. Days and nights did he pass in disquiet. He perceived that Pontus de la Gardie would not have dared to treat him so haughtily, almost insultingly, had he not thought that the king would confirm such a manner of action, or, what is worse, had not his instructions been previously prepared. As long as I am at the head of some thousands of men, thought Radziwill, they will consider me, but when money fails, when my hired regiments scatter, what then? And the revenues from his enormous estates did not come in. An immense part of them, scattered throughout Lithuania and far away to Polesie or Kiev, lay in ruins. Those in Podlasie the Confederates had plundered completely. At times it seemed to the prince that he would topple over the precipice, that from all his labor and plotting only the name traitor would remain to him, nothing more. Another phantom terrified him, the phantom of death, which appeared almost every night before the curtain of his bed, and beckoned with its hand, as if wishing to say to him, "Come into darkness, cross the unknown river." Had he been able to stand on the summit of glory, had he been able to place on his head, even for one day, for 1 hour, that crown desired with such passion, he might meet that awful and silent phantom with unterrified eye, but to die and leave behind evil fame and the scorn of men seemed to that lord, who was as proud as Satan himself, a hell during life. More than once then, when he was alone or with his astrologer, in whom he placed the greatest trust, did he seize his temples and repeat with stifled voice, "I am burning, burning, burning." Under these conditions he was preparing for the campaign against Podlasie, when the day before the march it was announced that Prince Boguslav had left Taurogi. At the mere news of this, Prince Janusz, even before he saw his cousin, revived as it were, for that Boguslav brought with him his youth and a blind faith in the future. In him the line of Birji was to be renewed. For him alone was Prince Janusz toiling. When he heard that Boguslav was coming, the hetman wished to go out to meet him, but etiquette did not permit him to go forth to meet a younger cousin. He sent therefore a gilded carriage and a whole squadron as escort, and from the breastworks raised by Kmita and from the castle itself mortars were fired at his command, just as at the coming of a king. When the cousins, after a ceremonial greeting, were left alone at last, Janusz seized Boguslav in his embrace and began to repeat with a voice of emotion, "My youth has returned, my health has returned in a moment." But Boguslav looked at him carefully and asked, "What troubles your highness?" "Let us not give ourselves titles if no one obeys us. What troubles me? Sickness irritates me so that I am falling like a rotten tree. But a truce to this. How is my wife and Mariska?" "They have gone from Taurogi to Tulca. They are both well, and Marie is like a rosebud. That will be a wonderful rose when it blooms. Ma foi, more beautiful feet there are not in the world, and her tresses flow to the very ground." "Did she seem so beautiful to you? That is well. God inspired you to come. I feel better in spirit when I see you. But what do you bring touching public affairs? What is the Elector doing?" "You know that he has made a league with the Prussian towns?" "I know." but they do not trust him greatly. Danzig will not receive his garrisons. The Germans have a good sniff. I know that too. But have you not written to him? What are his plans touching us?" "Touching us?" repeated Boguslav inattentively. He cast his eyes around the room, then rose. Prince Yanush thought that he was looking for something, but he hurried to a mirror in the corner, and withdrawing a proper distance, rubbed his whole face with the finger of his right hand. At last he said, "My skin is chapped a little from the journey, but before morning it will be healed. What are the elector's plans touching us? Nothing. He wrote to me that he will not forget us. What does that mean? I have the letter with me. I will show it to you. He writes that whatever may happen, he will not forget us, and I believe him, for his interests enjoin that. The elector cares as much for the Commonwealth as I do for an old Whig, and would be glad to give it to Sweden if he could seize Prussia. But the power of Sweden begins to alarm him. Therefore he would be glad to have an ally ready for the future, and you will have one if you mount the throne of Lithuania. Would that had happened! Not for myself do I wish that throne. Oh, Lithuania cannot be had perhaps at first, but even if we get a good peace with White Russia and Jmud. But what of the Swedes? The Swedes will be glad also to use us as a guard against the East. You pour balsam on me. Balsam! Ah! A certain necromancer in Taurogi wanted to sell me balsam, saying that whoever would anoint himself with it would be safe from spears, swords, and sabres. I ordered a soldier to rub him with it at once and thrust a spear into him. Can you imagine? The spear went right through his body. Here Prince Boguslav laughed, showing teeth as white as ivory, but this conversation was not to the taste of Yanush. He began again, therefore, on public affairs. I sent letters to the King of Sweden and to many others of our dignitaries. You must have received a letter through Kmita. But wait, I was coming to that matter. What is your idea of Kmita? He is hot-headed, wild, dangerous, and cannot endure restraint, but he is one of those rare men who serve us in good faith. Surely, answered Boguslav, and he came near earning the kingdom of heaven for me. How is that? Asked Yanush with alarm. They say, Lord brother, that if your bile is stirred, suffocation results. Promise me to listen with patience and quietly, and I will tell something of your Kmita, from which you will know him better than you have up to this moment. Well, I will be patient, only begin. A miracle of God saved me from the hands of that incarnate devil, said Boguslav, and he began to relate all that had happened in Pilvishki. It was no smaller miracle that Prince Yanush did not have an attack of asthma, but it might be thought that apoplexy would strike him. He trembled all over, he gnashed his teeth, he covered his eyes with his hand. At last he cried with a hoarse voice, "Is that true? Very well. He has forgotten that his little wench is in my hands." Restrain yourself, for God's sake, hear on. I acquitted myself with him as beseems a cavalier, and if I have not noted this adventure in my diary, and do not boast of it, I refrain because 'tis a shame that I let myself be tricked by that clown, as if I were a child. I, of whom Mazarin said that in intrigue and adroitness there was not my equal in the whole court of France. But no more of this. I thought at first that I had killed your Kmita. Now I have proof in my hands that he has slipped away. That is nothing. We will find him. We will dig him out. We will get him, even from under the earth. Meanwhile, I will give him a sorer blow than if I were to flay him alive. You will give him no blow, but only injure your own health. Listen. In coming hither I noticed some low fellow on a pied horse, who held himself at no great distance from my carriage. I noticed him specially because his horse was pied, and I gave the order at last to summon him. Where art thou going? To Kyedani. What art thou taking? A letter to the Prince Voivoda. I ordered him to give the letter, and as there are no secrets between us, I read it. Here it is. Then he gave Prince Yanush Kmita's letter, written from the forest at the time when he was setting out with the Kyemliches. The prince glanced over the letter, and crushing it with rage, cried, "True, in God's name, true, he has my letters, and in them are things which may make the King of Sweden himself suspicious, nay more, give him mortal offence." Here choking seized him, and the expected attack came on. His mouth opened widely, and he gasped quickly after air. His hands tore the clothing near his throat. Prince Boguslav, seeing this, clapped his hands, and when the servants ran in, he said, "Save the prince your lord, and when he recovers breath, beg him to come to my chamber. Meanwhile I will rest a little." And he went out. 2 hours later, Yanush, with bloodshot eyes, hanging lids, and a blue face, knocked at Prince Boguslav's chamber. Boguslav received him lying in bed, his face rubbed with milk of almonds, which was to enhance the softness and freshness of his skin. Without a wig on his head, without the colours of his face, and with unblackened brows, he seemed much older than in full dress, but Prince Yanush paid no heed to that. "I have come to the conclusion," said he, "that Kmita will not publish those letters, for if he should, he would by that act write the sentence of death for the maiden. He understands well that only by keeping them does he hold me, but I cannot pour out my vengeance, and that gnaws me, as if I were carrying about a mad dog in my breast." "Still, it will be necessary to get those letters," said Boguslav. "But quomodo? In what way?" "Some adroit man must be sent after him to enter into friendship, and at a given opportunity seize the letters and punch Kmita with a knife. It is necessary to offer a great reward." "Who here would undertake that deed?" "If it were only in Paris, or even in Germany, I could find 100 volunteers in one day. But in this country such wares are not found. And one of our own people is needed, for he would be on his guard against a stranger. It seems to me that I can find someone in Prussia. Oh, if he could be taken alive and brought to my hands, I would pay him once for all. I say that the insolence of that man passes every measure. I sent him away because he enraged me, for he would spring at my throat for any reason, just like a cat. He hurled at me his own wishes in everything. 100 times lacking little, had I the order just in my mouth to shoot him, but I could not. Tell me, is he really a relative of ours?" "He is a relative of the Kishkis, and through the Kishkis of us. In his fashion he is the devil, and an opponent dangerous in the highest degree. He? You might command him to go to Tsargrad and pull the Sultan from his throne, or tear out the beard of the King of Sweden and bring it to Kyedani. But what did he not do here in time of war? He has that look, but he has promised us vengeance to the last breath. Luckily he has the lesson from me that 'tis not easy to encounter us. Acknowledge that I treated him in Radziwill fashion. If a French cavalier had done a deed like mine, he would boast of it whole days, excepting the hours of sleeping, eating, and kissing. For they, when they meet, emulate one another in lying, so that the sun is ashamed to shine. It is true that you squeezed him, but I would that it had not happened. And I would that you had chosen better confidence, with more respect for the Radziwill bones. Those letters! The cousins were silent for a while. Boguslav spoke first. "But what sort of a maiden is she? Panna Billevich?" "Billevich or Mieleshko. One is the equal of the other. I do not ask for her name, but if she is beautiful." "I do not look on those things, but this is certain, the Queen of Poland need not be ashamed of such beauty." "The Queen of Poland, Maria Ludwika! In the time of the Cinq-Mars, maybe the Queen of Poland was beautiful, but now the dogs howl when they see her. If your Panna Billevich is such as she, then I'll hide myself. But if she is really a wonder, let me take her to Trilogy, and there she and I will think out a vengeance for Kmita." Yanush meditated a moment. "I will not give her to you," said he at last, "for you will constrain her with violence, and then Kmita will publish the letters. I use force against one of your tufted larks. Without boasting, I may say that I have had affairs with not such as she, and I have constrained no one. Once only, but that was in Flanders. She was a fool, the daughter of a jeweler. After me came the infantry of Spain, and the affair was accounted to them. You do not know this girl. She is from an honorable house, walking virtue, you would say a nun. Oh, we know the nuns too. And besides, she hates us, for she is a patriot. She has tried to influence Kmita. There are not many such among our women. Her mind is purely that of a man. She is the most ardent adherent of Yan Kazimir." "Then we will increase his adherents." "Impossible, for Kmita will publish the letters. I must guard her like the eyes in my head, for a time. Afterward I will give her to you or to your dragoons, all one to me. I give you my word of a cavalier that I will not constrain her, and a word given in private I always keep. In politics it is another thing. It would be a shame for me indeed if I could gain nothing by her." "You will not. In the worst case I'll get a slap in the face, and from a woman that is no shame. You are going to Podlyasye. What will you do with her? You will not take her with you, you cannot leave her here, for the Swedes will come to this place, and the girl should remain always in your hands as a hostage. Is it not better that I take her to Taurogi and send Kmita, not an assassin, but a messenger, with a letter in which I shall write, 'Give the letters, and I'll give you the maiden'?" "True," answered Prince Yanush, "that's a good method." "But if," continued Boguslav, "not altogether as I took her, that will be the first step in vengeance." "But you have given your word not to use violence." "I have, and I say again that it would be a shame for me." "Then you must take also her uncle, the sword bearer of Rossyeni, who is staying here with her." "I do not wish to take him. The noble in the fashion of this region wears, of course, straw in his boots, and I cannot bear that." "She will not go alone." "That's to be seen. Ask them to supper this evening, so that I may see and know whether she is worth putting between the teeth, and immediately I'll think out methods against her. Only, for God's sake, mention not Kmita's act, for that would confirm her in devotion to him. But during supper, no matter what I say, contradict not. You will see my methods, and they will remind you of your own years of youth." Prince Yanush waved his hands and went out, and Boguslav put his hands under his head and began to meditate over means. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 35 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 35. To the supper, besides the sword-bearer of Rossyeni and Olenka, were invited the most distinguished officers of Kyedani and some attendants of Prince Boguslav. He came himself in such array and so lordly that he attracted all eyes. His wig was dressed in beautiful waving curls. His face in delicacy of color called to mind milk and roses. His small mustache seemed to be of silken hair, and his eyes stars. He was dressed in black, in a caftan made of stripes of silk and velvet, the sleeves of which were slashed and fastened together the length of the arm. Around his neck he had a broad collar, of the most marvellous Brabant lace, of inestimable value, and at the wrists ruffles of the same material. A gold chain fell on his breast, and over the right shoulder along the whole caftan went to his left hip a sword strap of Dutch leather, so set with diamonds that it looked like a strip of changing light. The hilt of his sword glittered in like manner, and in his shoe buckles gleamed the two largest diamonds, as large as hazelnuts. The whole figure seemed imposing, and as noble as it was beautiful. In one hand he held a lace handkerchief, in the other he carried, according to the fashion of the time, on his sword hilt, a hat adorned with curling black ostrich feathers of uncommon length. All, not excepting Prince Yanush, looked at him with wonder and admiration. His youthful years came to the memory of the Prince Voivode, when he in the same way surpassed all at the French court with his beauty and his wealth. Those years were now far away, but it seemed at that moment to the hetman that he was living again in that brilliant cavalier who bore the same name. Prince Yanush grew vivacious, and in passing he touched with his index finger the breast of his cousin. "Light strikes from you as from the moon," said he. "Is it not for Panna Billevich that you are so arrayed?" "The moon enters easily everywhere," answered Boguslav boastingly. And then he began to talk with Ganov, near whom he halted, perhaps of purpose to exhibit himself the better, for Ganov was a man marvellously ugly. He had a face dark and pitted with smallpox, a nose like the beak of a hawk, and mustaches curled upward. He looked like the spirit of darkness, but Boguslav near him like the spirit of light. The ladies entered, Pani Korf and Olenka. Boguslav cast a swift glance at Olenka and bowed promptly to Pani Korf. He was just putting his fingers to his mouth to send in cavalier fashion a kiss to Panna Billevich when he saw her exquisite beauty, both proud and dignified. He changed his tactics in an instant, caught his hat in his right hand, and advancing toward the lady bowed so low that he almost bent in two, The curls of his wig fell on both sides of his shoulders, his sword took a position parallel with the floor, and he remained thus, moving purposely his cap and sweeping the floor in front of Olenka with the ostrich feather, in sign of respect. A more courtly homage he could not have given to the Queen of France. Panna Billevich, who had learned of his coming, divined at once who stood before her. Therefore, seizing her robe with the tips of her fingers, she gave him in return a curtsy equally profound. All wondered at the beauty and grace of manners of the two, which was evident from the greeting itself, grace not over usual in Kyedani, for, as a Wallachian, Yanush's princess was more in love with Eastern splendor than with courtliness, and Yanush's daughter was still a little girl. Boguslav now raised his head, shook the curls of his wig over his shoulders, and striking his heels together with force, moved quickly toward Olenka. At the same time he threw his hat to a page and gave her his hand. "I do not believe my eyes, and see as it were in a dream what I see," said he, conducting her to the table. "But tell me, beautiful goddess, by what miracle you have descended from Olympus to Kyedani." "Though simply a noble woman, not a goddess," answered Olenka, "I am not so simple-minded as to take the words of your highness as anything beyond courtesy." "Though I tried to be the politest of all, your glass would tell more than I." "It would not tell more, but more truly," answered Olenka, pursing her mouth according to the fashion of the time. "Were there a mirror in the room, I would conduct you to it straightway. Meanwhile look into my eyes, and you will see if their admiration is not sincere." Here Boguslav bent his head before Olenka. His eyes gleamed large, black as velvet, sweet, piercing, and at the same time burning. Under the influence of their fire the maiden's face was covered with a purple blush. She dropped her glance and pushed away somewhat, for she felt that with his arm Boguslav pressed lightly her arm to his side. So he came to the table. He sat near her, and it was evident that in truth her beauty had made an uncommon impression on him. He expected to find a woman of the nobles, shapely as a deer, laughing and playful as a nutcracker, ruddy as a poppy flower, but he found a proud lady, in whose black brows unbending will was revealed, in whose eyes were reason and dignity, in whose whole face was the transparent repose of a child, and at the same time she was so noble in bearing, so charming and wonderful, that at any king's castle she might be the object of homage and courtship from the first cavaliers of the realm. Her beauty aroused admiration and desire, but at the same time there was in it a majesty which curbed these, so that despite himself Boguslav thought, "I pressed her arm too early; with such a one subtlety is needed, not haste." Nevertheless he determined to possess her heart, and he felt a wild delight at the thought that the moment would come when the majesty of the maiden and that purest beauty would yield to his love or his hatred. The threatening face of Kmita stood athwart these imaginings, but to that insolent man this was but an incentive the more. Under the influence of these feelings he grew radiant; blood began to play in him as in an oriental steed, all his faculties flashed up uncommonly, and light gleamed from his whole form as from his diamonds. Conversation at the table became general, or rather it was turned into a universal chorus of praise and flattery of Boguslav, which the brilliant cavalier heard with a smile, but without overweening delight, since it was common and of daily occurrence. They spoke first of his military deeds and duels. The names of the conquered princes, margraves, barons streamed as if out of a sleeve. He threw in carelessly from time to time one more. The listeners were astonished. Prince Yanush stroked his long mustaches with delight, and at last Ganhoff said, "Even if fortune and birth did not stand in my way, I should not like to stand in the way of your highness, and the only wonder to me is that men of such daring have been found." "What is to be done, Ganhoff? There are men of iron visage and wild cat glance, whose appearance alone causes terror, but God has denied me that power; even a young lady would not be frightened at my face." "Just as darkness is not afraid of a torch," said Pani Korf, simpering imposing, "until the torch burns in it." Boguslav laughed, and Pani Korf talked on without ceasing to pose. "Duels concern soldiers more, but we ladies would be glad to hear of your love affairs, tidings of which have come to us." "Untrue ones, my lady benefactress, untrue. They have all merely grown on the road. Proposals were made for me, of course. Her Grace, the Queen of France, was so kind. With the Princess de Rohan, added Janusz. With another too, de la Force, added Boguslav. But even a king cannot command his own heart to love, and we do not need, praise be to God, to seek wealth in France, hence there could be no bread out of that flour. Graceful ladies they were, 'tis true, and beautiful beyond imagination, but we have still more beautiful, and I need not go out of this hall to find such." Here he looked long at Olenka, who, feigning not to hear, began to say something to the sword bearer, and Pani Korf raised her voice again. "There is no lack here of beauties, still there are none who in fortune and birth could be the equal of your highness." "Permit me, my benefactress, to differ," responded Boguslav, with animation. "For first, I do not think that a Polish noble lady is inferior in any way to a Rohan or de la Force. Second, it is not a novelty for the Radzivills to marry a noble woman, since history gives many examples of that. I assure you, my benefactress, that that noble lady who should become Radzivill would have the step and precedence of princesses in France." "An affable lord," whispered the sword bearer to Olenka. "That is how I have always understood," continued Boguslav, "though more than once I have been ashamed of Polish nobles, when I compare them with those abroad, for never would that have happened there which has happened in this Commonwealth, that all should desert their king, nay, even men are ready to lay in wait for his life. A French noble may permit the worst action, but he will not betray his king." Those present began to look at one another and at the prince with astonishment. Prince Yanush frowned and grew stern, but Olenka fixed her blue eyes on Boguslav's face with an expression of admiration and thankfulness. "Pardon, your highness," said Boguslav, turning to Yanush, who was not able yet to recover himself. "I know that you could not act otherwise, for all Lithuania would have perished if you had followed my advice. But respecting you as older, and loving you as a brother, I shall not cease to dispute with you touching Yan Kazimir. We are among ourselves, I speak therefore what I think. Our insufficiently lamented king, good, kind, pious, and doubly dear to me. I was the first of Poles to attend him when he was freed from durance in France. I was almost a kid at the time, but all the more I shall never forget him, and gladly would I give my blood to protect him, at least from those who plot against his sacred person." Though Yanush understood Boguslav's game now, still it seemed to him too bold and too hazardous for such a trifling object. Therefore, without hiding his displeasure, he said, "In God's name, of what designs against the safety of our ex-king are you speaking? Who cherishes them? Where could such a monster be found among the Polish people? True as life, such a thing has not happened in the Commonwealth since the beginning of the world." Boleslav hung his head. "Not longer than a month ago," he said with sadness in his voice, "on the road between Podlyasye and Electoral Prussia, when I was going to Tanrogi, there came to me a noble of respectable family. That noble, not being aware of my real love for our gracious king, and thinking that I, like others, was an enemy of his, promised for a considerable reward to go to Silesia, carry off Yan Kazimir, and deliver him to the Swedes, either living or dead." All were dumb with amazement. "And when with anger and disgust I rejected such an offer," said Boguslav in conclusion, "that man with brazen forehead said, 'I will go to Radzieyovski, he will buy and pay me gold by the pound.'" "I am not a friend of the ex-king," said Yanush, "but if the noble had made me a proposal like that, I should have placed him by a wall, and in front of him 6 musketeers." "At the first moment I wanted to do so, but did not," answered Boguslav, "as the conversation was with 4 people, and people might cry out against the violence and tyranny of the Radzivills. I frightened him, however, by saying that Radzieyovski and the King of Sweden, even Hmelnitski, would put him to death for such a proposal. In one word, I brought that criminal so far that he abandoned his plan." "That was not right. It was not proper to let him go living. He deserved at least the impaling stake," cried Korf. Boguslav turned suddenly to Yanush. "I cherish also the hope that punishment will not miss him, and first I propose that he perish not by an ordinary death, but your highness alone is able to punish him, for he is your attendant and your colonel." "In God's name, my colonel! Who is he? Who? Speak." "His name is Kmita," said Boguslav. "Kmita!" repeated all with astonishment. "That is not true," cried Panna Billevich at once, rising from her chair with flashing eyes and heaving breast. Deep silence followed. Some had not recovered yet from the fearful news given by Boguslav, others were astonished at the boldness of that lady who had dared to throw a lie in the eyes of Prince Boguslav. The sword-bearer began to stutter, "Olenka! Olenka!" But Boguslav veiled his face in sorrow and said without anger, "If he is your relative or betrothed, I am grieved that I mention this fact. But cast him out of your heart, for he is not worthy of you, O lady." She remained yet a moment in pain, flushed and astonished, but by degrees her face became cool until it was cold and pale. She sank down in the chair and said, "Forgive me, your highness, I made an unseemly contradiction. All is possible for that man." "May God punish me if I feel aught save pity," answered Boguslav mildly. "He was the betrothed of this lady," said Prince Yanush, "and I myself made the match. He was a young man, hot-headed. He caused a world of turmoil. I saved him from justice, for he was a good soldier. I saw that he was lawless, and would be. But that he, a noble, could think of such infamy, I did not expect." "He is an evil man, that I knew long since," said Ganhoff. "And why did you not forewarn me?" inquired Yanush in a tone of reproach. "I was afraid that your highness might suspect me of envy, for he had everywhere the first step before me." "Horribile dictu et auditu." Horrible in the speaking and the hearing, said Korf. "Gracious gentlemen," exclaimed Boguslav, "let us give peace to him. If it is grievous for you to hear of this, what must it be for Panna Billevich?" "Your highness, be pleased not to consider me," said Olenka. "I can listen to everything now." The evening was drawing toward its close. Water was given for the washing of fingers. Then Prince Yanush rose first and gave his arm to Pani Korf, and Prince Boguslav to Olenka. "God has punished the traitor already," he said to her, "for whoso has lost you has lost heaven. It is less than 2 hours since I first saw you, charming lady, and I should be glad to see you forever, not in pain and in tears, but in joy and in happiness." "I thank your highness," answered Olenka. After the departure of the ladies, the men returned to the table to seek consolation in cups, which went around frequently. Prince Boguslav drank deeply, for he was satisfied with himself. Prince Yanush conversed with the sword-bearer of Rossyeni. "I march tomorrow with the army for Podlyasye," said he. "A Swedish garrison will come to Kyedani. God knows when I shall return. You cannot stay here with the maiden; it would not be a fit place for her among soldiers. You will both go with Prince Boguslav to Torugi, where she may stay with my wife among her ladies in waiting." "Your highness," answered the sword-bearer, "God has given us a corner of our own; why should we go to strange places? It is a great kindness of your highness to think of us, but not wishing to abuse favour, we prefer to return to our own roof." The prince was unable to explain to the sword-bearer all the reasons for which he would not let Olenka out of his hands at any price, but some of them he told with all the rough outspokenness of a magnate. "If you wish to accept it as a favour, all the better, but I will tell you that it is a precaution as well. You will be a hostage there; you will be responsible to me for all the Billeviches, who I know well do not rank themselves among my friend, and are ready to raise Jmud in rebellion when I am gone. Advise them to sit in peace and do nothing against the Swedes, for your head and that of your niece will answer for their acts." At this juncture patience was evidently lacking to the sword-bearer, for he answered quickly, "It would be idle for me to appeal to my rights as a noble. Power is on the side of your highness, and it is all one to me where I must sit in prison. I prefer even that place to this." "Enough!" said the prince threateningly. "What is enough," answered the sword-bearer. "God grant to this violence an end, and to justice new power. Speaking briefly, do not threaten your highness, for I fear not." Evidently Boguslav saw lightnings of anger gleaming on the face of Yanush, for he approached quickly. "What is the question?" asked he, standing between them. "I was telling the hetman," said the sword-bearer with irritation, "that I choose imprisonment in Tyrogi rather than in Kyedani." "In Tyrogi there is for you not a prison but my house, in which you will be as if at home. I know that the hetman chooses to see in you a hostage. I see only a dear guest." "I thank your highness," answered the sword-bearer. "And I thank you. Let us strike glasses and drink together, for they say that a libation must be made to friendship, or it will wither at its birth." So saying, Boguslav conducted the sword-bearer to the table, and they fell to touching glasses and drinking to each other often and frequently. An hour later the sword-bearer turned with somewhat uncertain step toward his room, repeating in an undertone, "An amiable lord! A worthy lord! A more honest one could not be found with a lantern. Gold, pure gold! I would gladly shed my blood for him." Meanwhile the cousins found themselves alone. They had something yet to talk over, and besides certain letters came, a page was sent to bring these from Ganhoff. "Evidently," said Yanush, "there is not a word of truth in what you reported of Kmita?" "Evidently. You know best yourself. But well? Acknowledge, was not Mazarin right? With one move to take terrible vengeance on an enemy, and to make a breach in that beautiful fortress? Well, who could do that? This is called intrigue worthy of the first court in the world. But that Panna Billevich is a pearl, and charming too, lordly and distinguished as if of princely blood. I thought I should spring from my skin. Remember that you have given your word. Remember that he will ruin us if he publishes those letters. What brows! What a queenly look, so that respect seizes one! Whence is there such a girl, such well-nigh royal majesty? I saw once in Antwerp, splendidly embroidered on Gobelin tapestry, Diana hunting the curious Actaeon with dogs. She was like this one, as cup is like cup. Look out that Kmita does not publish the letters, for then the dogs would gnaw us to death. Not true. I will turn Kmita into Actaeon and hunt him to death. I have struck him down on 2 fields, and it will come to battle between us yet." Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a page with a letter. The voevoda of Vilna took the letter in his hand and made the sign of the cross. He did that always to guard against evil tidings. Then, instead of opening, he began to examine it carefully. All at once his countenance changed. "Sapyeha's arms are on the seal!" exclaimed he. "It is from the voevoda of Vityebsk." "Open quickly," said Boguslav. The hetman opened and began to read, interrupting himself from time to time with exclamations. "He is marching on Podlyasye! He asks if I have no messages for Tykotsin. An insult to me! Still worse, for listen to what he writes further. Do you wish civil war, your highness? Do you wish to sink one more sword in the bosom of the mother? If you do, come to Podlyasye. I am waiting for you, and I trust that God will punish your pride with my hands. But if you have pity on the country, if conscience stirs within you, if you valued your deeds of past times and you wish to make reparation, the field is open before you. Instead of beginning a civil war, summon the general militia, raise the peasants, and strike the Swedes, while Pontus, feeling secure, suspects nothing and is exercising no vigilance. From Hovanski you will have no hindrance, for reports come to me from Moscow that they are thinking there of an expedition against Livonia, though they keep that a secret. Besides, if Hovanski wished to undertake anything, I hold him in check, and if I could have sincere trust, I would certainly help you with all my forces to save the country. All depends on you, for there is time yet to turn from the road and efface your faults. Then it will appear clearly that you did not accept Swedish protection for personal purposes, but to avert final defeat from Lithuania. May God thus inspire you, for this I implore him daily, though your highness is pleased to accuse me of envy. P.S. I have heard that the siege of Nyvezhjev is raised, and that Prince Michael will join us as soon as he repairs his losses. See, your highness, how nobly your family act, and consider their example. In every case remember that you have now a boat and a carriage. "Have you heard?" asked Prince Yanush when he had finished reading. "I have heard, and what?" answered Boguslav, looking quickly at his cousin. "It would be necessary to abjure all, leave all, tear down our work with our own hands." "Break with the powerful Karl Gustav, and seize the exiled Yan Casimir by the feet, that he might deign to forgive and receive us back to his service, and also implore Sapyeha's intercession?" Yanush's face was filled with blood. "Have you considered how he writes to me, 'Correct yourself and I will forgive you,' as a lord to an underling? He would write differently if 6,000 sabres were hanging over his neck. Still," here Prince Yanush fell to thinking gloomily. "Still what?" "Perhaps for the country it would be salvation to do as Sapyeha advises." "But for you? For me? For the Radzivills?" Yanush made no answer. He dropped his head on his fists and thought. "Let it be so," he said at last. "Let it be accomplished." "What have you decided?" "Tomorrow I march on Podlyasye, and in a week I shall strike on Sapyeha." "You are a Radzivill!" cried Boguslav, and they grasped each other's hands. After a while Boguslav went to rest. Yanush remained alone. Once and a second time he passed through the room with heavy steps. At last he clapped his hands. A page entered the room. "Let the astrologer come in an hour to me with a ready figure," said he. The page went out, and the prince began again to walk and repeat his Calvinistic prayers. After that he sang a psalm in an undertone, stopping frequently for his breath failed him, and looking from time to time through the window at the stars twinkling in the sky. By degrees the lights were quenched in the castle, but besides the astrologer and the prince, one other person was watching in the room, and that was Olenka Bilyevich. Kneeling before her bed, she clasped both hands over her head and whispered with closed eyes, "Have mercy on us! Have mercy on us!" For the first time since Kmita's departure, she would not, she could not pray for him. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 36. Kmita had, it is true, Radzivill's passes to all the Swedish captains, commandants, and governors, to give him a free road everywhere, and make no opposition. But he did not dare to use those passes, for he expected that Prince Boguslav, immediately after Pilvishki, had hurried off messengers in every direction with information to the Swedes of what had happened, and with an order to seize him. For this reason Pan Andrei had assumed a strange name, and also changed his rank. Avoiding therefore Lomja and Ostrolenko, to which the first warning might have come, he directed his horses and his company to Bajaznish, whence he wished to go through Pultusk to Warsaw. But before he reached Bajaznish, he made a bend on the Prussian boundary through Vansosh, Kolno, Mishneniec, because the Kemiliches, knowing those wildernesses well, were acquainted with the forest trails, and besides had their cronies among bark shoes, from whom they might expect aid in case of emergency. The country at the boundary was occupied for the most part by the Swedes, who limited themselves, however, to occupying the most considerable towns, going not too boldly into the slumbering and fathomless forests inhabited by armed men, hunters who never left the wilderness, and were still so wild that just a year before the queen, Maria Ludwika, had given a command to build a chapel in Mishneniec and settle there Jesuits, who were to teach religion and soften the manners of those men in the wilderness. "The longer we do not meet the Swedes," said old Kyemlich, "the better for us." "We must meet them at last," answered Pan Andrei. If a man meets them in a large town, they are often afraid to do him injustice, for in a town there is always some government and some higher commandant to whom it is possible to make complaint. I have always asked people about this, and I know that there are commands from the King of Sweden forbidding violence and extortion. But the smaller parties sent far away from the eyes of the commandants have no regard for orders, and plunder peaceful people. They passed on then through the forests, meeting Swedes nowhere, spending the nights with pitch makers in forest settlements. The greatest variety of tales concerning the invasion were current among the bark shoes, though almost none of them had known the Swedes hitherto. It was said that a people had come from over the sea who did not understand human speech, who did not believe in Christ the Lord, the Most Holy Lady, or the saints, and that they were wonderfully greedy. Some told of the uncommon desire of those enemies for cattle, skins, nuts, mead, and dried mushrooms, which if refused, they burned the woods straightway. Others insisted that on the contrary they were a people of werewolves, living on human flesh, feeding specially on the flesh of young girls. Under the influence of those terrible tidings, which flew into the remotest depths of the wilderness, the bark shoes began to watch and to search through the forests. Those who were making potash and pitch, those who worked at gathering hops, woodcutters and fishermen, who had their wicker nets fixed in the reedy banks of the Rosoga, trappers and snarers, beekeepers and beaver hunters, assembled at the most considerable settlements, listening to tales, communicating news, and counseling how to drive out the enemy in case they appeared in the wilderness. Kmita, going with his party, met more than once greater or smaller bands of these men, dressed in hemp shirts and skins of wolves, foxes, or bears. More than once he was stopped at narrow places, and by inquiries, "Who art thou, a Swede?" "No," answered Pan Andrei. "God guard thee." Kmita looked with curiosity at those men who lived always in the gloom of forests, and whose faces the open sun had never burned. He wondered at their stature, their boldness of look, the sincerity of their speech, and their daring, not at all peasant-like. The Kyemliches, who knew them, assured Pan Andrei that there were no better shots than these men in the whole Commonwealth. When he discovered that they all had good German muskets bought in Prussia for skins, he asked them to show their skill in shooting, was astonished at the sight of it, and thought, "Should I need to collect a party, I will come here." At Myshneniec itself he found a great assembly. More than 100 marksmen held constant watch at the mission, for it was feared that the Swedes would show themselves there first, especially because of the Starosta of Ostrolenko had commanded them to cut out a road in the forest so that the priests settled at the mission might have access to the world. The hop raisers, who took their produce to Pizjaniec to celebrated breweries there, and hence passed for men of experience, related that Lomja, Ostrolenko, and Pizjaniec were swarming with Swedes, who were managing and collecting taxes there as if at home. Kmita tried to persuade the Bark Shoes not to wait for the Swedes in the wilderness, but to strike on them at Ostrolenko and begin war. He offered to command them himself. He found a great willingness among them, but 2 priests led them away from this mad enterprise, telling them to wait till the whole country moved, and not draw on themselves the terrible vengeance of the enemy by premature attack. Pan Andrei departed, but regretted his lost opportunity. The only consolation remaining was this: he had convinced himself that if powder were to explode anywhere, neither the Commonwealth nor the king would lack defenders in those parts. This being the case, thought he, it is possible to begin in another place. His fiery nature was restive for quick action, but judgment said, the Bark Shoes alone cannot conquer the Swedes. You will go through a part of the country, you will look around, examine, and then obey the king's order. He traveled on, therefore. He went out of the deep wilderness to the forest borders, to a neighborhood more thickly settled. He saw an uncommon movement in all the villages. The roads were crowded with nobles going in wagons, carriages, and carts of various kinds, or on horseback. All were hastening to the nearest towns and villages to give Swedish commanders an oath of loyalty to the new king. In return they received certificates which were to preserve their persons and property. In the capitals of provinces and district capitulations were published securing freedom of confession and privileges pertaining to the order of nobles. The nobles went with the requisite oath, not only willingly, but in haste, for various punishments threatened the stubborn, and especially confiscation and robbery. It was said that here and there the Swedes had already begun, as in Great Poland, to thumbscrew suspected men. It was repeated also with alarm that they were casting suspicion on the wealthiest on purpose to rob them. In view of all this, it was unsafe to remain in the country. The wealthier, therefore, hurried to the towns to live under the immediate eye of Swedish commandants, so as to avoid suspicion of intrigue against the King of Sweden. Pan Andrei bent his ear carefully to what nobles were saying, and though they did not wish greatly to speak with him, since he was a poor fellow, he discovered this much, that near neighbors, acquaintances, even friends, did not speak among themselves with sincerity touching the Swedes or the new government. It is true they complained loudly of the requisitions, and in fact there was reason for, to each village, each hamlet, came letters from commandants with orders to furnish great quantities of grain, bread, salt, cattle, money, and frequently these orders exceeded the possible, especially because when supplies of one kind were exhausted, others were demanded. Whoso did not pay, to him was sent an execution in thrice the amount. But the old days had gone. Each man extricated himself as best he was able, took out of his own mouth, gave, paid, complaining, groaning, and thinking in his soul that long ago it was different. But they comforted themselves for the time, saying that when the war was over the requisitions would cease. The Swedes promised the same, saying, "Only let the king gain the whole country, he will begin to govern at once like a father." For the nobles who had given up their own king and country, who before, and not long before, had called the kindly Yan Kazimir a tyrant, suspecting him of striving for absolute power, who opposed him in everything, protesting in provincial and national diets, and in their hunger for novelty and change went so far that they recognized, almost without opposition, an invader as lord, so as to have some change. It would be a shame then even to complain. Karl Gustav had freed them from the tyrant, they had abandoned of their own will their lawful king, but they had the change so greatly desired. Therefore the most intimate did not speak sincerely among themselves touching what they thought of that change, inclining their ears willingly to those who asserted that the attacks, requisitions, robberies, and confiscations were, of course, burdens, but only temporary ones, which would cease as soon as Karl Gustav was firm on the throne. "This is grievous, brother, grievous," said one noble to another at times, "but still we must be thankful for the new ruler. He is a great potentate and warrior. He will conquer the Tartars, restrain the Turks, drive the Northerners away from the boundaries, and we together with Sweden will flourish." "Even if we were not glad," answered another, "what is to be done against such powers? We cannot fly to the sun on a spade." At times, too, they referred to the fresh oath. Kmita was enraged listening to such talks and discussions, and once when a certain noble said in his presence in an inn that a man must be faithful to him to whom he had taken an oath, Pan Andrei shouted out to him, "You must have two mouths, one for true and the other for false oaths, for you have sworn to Yan Kazimir." There were many other nobles present, for this happened not far from Pisnagus. Hearing these words, all started. On some faces wonder was visible at the boldness of Kmita, others flushed. At last the most important man said, "No one here has broken his oath to the former king. He broke it himself, for he left the country, not watching over its defence." "Would you were killed!" cried Kmita. "But King Lokyetek, how many times was he forced to leave the country, and still he returned, for the fear of God was yet in men's heart. It was not Yan Kazimir who deserted, but those who sold him and who now calumniate him, so as to palliate their own sins before God and to the world." "You speak too boldly, young man. Whence came you who wish to teach us people of this place the fear of God? See to it that the Swedes do not overhear you." "If you are curious, I will tell you whence I am. I am from Electoral Prussia, and belong to the Elector. But being of Samaritan blood, I feel a good will toward the country, and am ashamed of the indifference of this people." Here the nobles, forgetting their anger, surrounded him and began to inquire hurriedly and with curiosity. "You are from Electoral Prussia. But tell what you know. What is the Elector doing here? Does he think of rescuing us from oppression?" "From what oppression? You are glad of the new ruler, so do not talk of oppression. As you have made your bed, so must you sleep on it." "We are glad, for we cannot help it. They stand with swords over our necks. But speak out, as if we were not glad." "Give him something to drink, let his tongue be loosened. Speak boldly, there are no traitors here among us." "You are all traitors," roared Pan Andrei, "and I don't wish to drink with you. You are servants of the Swedes." Then he went out of the room, slamming the door, and they remained in shame and amazement. No man seized his sabre, no man moved after Kmita to avenge the insult. But he went directly to Pryasnysh. A few furlongs before the place, Swedish patrols took him and led him before the commandant. There were only 6 men in the patrol, and an under officer was the 7th; therefore Soroka and the 2 Kyemliches began to look at them hungrily, like wolves at sheep, and asked Kmita with their eyes if he would not give an order to surround them. Pan Andrei also felt no small temptation, especially since the Vengyrka flowed near, between banks overgrown with reeds, but he restrained himself and let the party be taken quietly to the commandant. There he told the commandant who he was, that he had come from the elector's country, and that he went every year with horses to Sobota. The Kyemliches too had certificates with which they provided themselves in Leng, for the place was well known to them. Therefore the commandant, who was himself a Prussian German, made no difficulty, only inquired carefully what kind of horses they were driving and wished to see them. When Kmita's attendants drove the beasts up, in accordance with the commandant's wish, he looked at them carefully and said, "I will buy these. From another I would have taken them without pay, but since you are from Prussia I will not harm you." Kmita seemed somewhat confused when it came to selling, for by this the reason for going farther was lost, and he would have to go back to Prussia. He asked, therefore, for a price so high that it was almost twice the real value of the horses. Beyond expectation, the officer was neither angry, nor did he haggle about the price. "Agreed," said he. "Drive the horses into the shed, and I will bring you the pay at once." The Kyemliches were glad in their hearts, but Pan Andrei fell into anger and began to curse. Still there was no way but to drive in the horses. If they refused, they would be suspected at once of trading only in appearance. Meanwhile the officer came back, and gave Kmita a piece of paper with writing. "What is this?" asked Pan Andrei. "Money, or the same as money, an order." "And where will they pay me?" "At headquarters." "Where are headquarters?" "In Warsaw," said the officer, laughing maliciously. "We sell only for ready money." "How's that? What's that? O gates of heaven?" began old Kyemlich, groaning. Kmita turned and, looking at him threateningly, said, "For me the word of the commandant is the same as ready money. I will go willingly to Warsaw, for there I can buy honest goods from the Armenians, for which I shall be well paid in Prussia." Then, when the officer walked away, Pan Andrei said, to comfort Kyemlich, "Quiet, you rogue! These orders are the best passes. We can go to Cracow with our complaints, for they will not pay us. It is easier to press cheese out of a stone than money out of the Swedes, but this is just playing into my hand. This breeches fellow thinks that he has tricked me, but he knows not what service he has rendered. I'll pay you out of my own pocket for the horses. You will be at no loss." The old man recovered himself, and it was only from habit that he did not cease yet for a while to complain. "They have plundered us, brought us to poverty." But Pan Andrei was glad to find the road open before him, for he foresaw that the Swedes would not pay for the horses in Warsaw, and in all likelihood they would pay nowhere. Hence he would be able to go on continually, as it were, seeking for justice, even to the Swedish king, who was at Cracow occupied with the siege of the ancient capital. Meanwhile Kmita resolved to pass the night in Pjasnysh, to give his horses a rest, and without changing his assumed name to throw aside his exterior of a poor noble. He saw that all despised a poor horse dealer, that any one might attack him more readily and have less fear to answer for injustice to an insignificant man. It was more difficult in that dress to have approach to important nobles, and therefore more difficult to discover what each one was thinking. He procured therefore clothing answering to his station and his birth, and went to an inn so as to talk with his brother nobles. But he was not rejoiced at what he heard. In the taverns and public houses the nobles drank to the health of the King of Sweden and to the success of the Protector, struck glasses with the Swedish officers, laughed at the jokes which these officers permitted themselves to make at the expense of Yan Kazimir and Charnyetski. Fear for their own lives and property had debased people to such a degree that they were affable to the invaders and hurried to keep up their good humor. Still even that debasement had its limits. The nobles allowed themselves, their king, the hetman, and Pan Charnyetski to be ridiculed, but not the religion. And when a certain Swedish captain declared that the Lutheran faith was as good as the Catholic, Pan Grebkovski, sitting near him, not being able to endure that blasphemy, struck him on the temple with a hatchet, and taking advantage of the uproar, slipped out of the public house and vanished in the crowd. They fell to pursuing him, but news came which turned attention in another direction. Couriers arrived with news that Cracow had surrendered, that Pan Charnyetski was in captivity, and that the last barrier to Swedish dominion was swept away. The nobles were dumb at the first moment, but the Swedes began to rejoice and cry vivat. In the Church of the Holy Ghost, in the Church of the Bernardines, and in the cloister of Bernardine nuns, recently erected by Pani Muskovski, it was ordered to ring the bells. The infantry and cavalry came out on the square, from the breweries and cloth-shearing mills, in battle array, and began to fire from cannons and muskets. Then they rolled out barrels of gorelka, mead and beer for the army and the citizens. They burned pitch barrels and feasted till late at night. The Swedes dragged out the inhabitants from the houses to dance with them, to rejoice and frolic, and together with throngs of soldiers straggled along nobles who drank with the cavalry, and were forced to feign joy at the fall of Cracow and the defeat of Charnyetski. Disgust carried away Kmita, and he took refuge early in his quarters outside the town, but he could not sleep. A fever tormented him, and doubts besieged his soul. Had he not turned from the road too late, when the whole country was in the hands of the Swedes? It came into his head that all was lost now, and the Commonwealth would never rise from its fall. This is not a mere unlucky war, thought he, which may end with the loss of some province. This is accomplished ruin. This means that the whole Commonwealth becomes a Swedish province. We have caused this ourselves, and I more than others. This thought burned him, and conscience gnawed. Sleep fled from him. He knew not what to do, to travel farther, remain in the place, or return. Even if he collected a party and harried the Swedes, they would hunt him as a bandit, and not treat him as a soldier. Besides, he is in a strange religion, where no one knows who he is. Who will join him? Fearless men rallied to him in Lithuania, where he, the most famous, called them together. But here, even if some had heard of Kmita, they held him a traitor and a friend of the Swedes. But surely no one had ever heard of Babinich. All is useless. It is useless to go to the king, for it is too late. It is useless to go to Podlyasy, for the Confederates think him a traitor. It is useless to go to Lithuania, for there the Radzivills own all. It is useless to stay where he is, for there he has nothing to do. The best would be to drive out the soul, and not look on this world, but flee from remorse. But will it be better in that world for those who, having sinned their fill in this life, have not effaced their sins in any way, and will stand before judgment beneath the whole weight of these sins? Kmita struggled in his bed as if lying on a bed of torture. Such unendurable torments he had not passed through, even in the forest cabin of the Kymliches. He felt strong, healthy, enterprising. The soul in him was rushing out to begin something, to do something. And here every road was blocked. Even knock the head against a wall. There is no issue, no salvation, no hope. After he had tossed during the night on his bed, he sprang up before daybreak, roused his men, and rode on. They went toward Warsaw, but he knew not himself wherefore or why. He would have escaped to the Sich in despair, if times had not changed, and if Hmelnitski, together with Bertolin, had not just overborne the grand hetman of the kingdom at Grodek, carrying the same time fire and sword through the southwestern regions of the Commonwealth, and sending predatory bands as far as Lublin. Along the roads to Pultusk, Pan Andrei met at all points Swedish parties, escorting wagons with provisions, grain, bread, beer, and herds of every kind of cattle. With the herds and wagons went crowds of peasants, small nobles, weeping and groaning, for they were dragged away numbers of miles with the wagons. Happy the man who was allowed to return home with his wagon, and this did not happen in every case, for after they had brought the supplies, peasants and petty nobles were forced to labor at repairing castles, building sheds and magazines. Kmita saw also that in the neighborhood of Pultusk the Swedes acted more harshly with the people than in Pajajnish, and not being able to understand the cause, he inquired about it of the nobles whom he met on the road. "The nearer you go to Warsaw," answered one of the travelers, "the harsher you will find the oppressors. Where they have just come and are not secure, they are more kindly, publish the commands of the king against oppression, and promulgate the capitulations. But where they feel safe, and have occupied castles in the neighborhood, they break all promises, have no consideration, commit injustice, plunder, rob, raise their hands against churches, the clergy, and sacred nuns. It is nothing here yet, but to describe what is going on in Great Poland, words fail in the mouths of men." Here the noble began to describe what was taking place in Great Poland, what extortions, violence, and murders the savage enemy committed, how men were thumbscrewed and tortured to discover money, how the provincial, Father Branetski, was killed in Poznan itself, and the peasants were tortured so fearfully that the hair stood on one's head at the mere thought of it. "It will come to this everywhere," said the noble. "It is the punishment of God. The last judgment is near, worse and worse every day, and salvation from no point." "It is a marvel to me," said Kmita, "for I am not of these parts, and know not how the people feel here, that you, gracious gentlemen, being nobles and knightly persons, endure these oppressions in patience." "With what can we rise up?" answered the noble. "In their hands are the castles, fortresses, cannon, powder, muskets. They have taken from us even fowling pieces. There was still some hope in Charnyetski, but since he is in prison, and the king in Silesia, who will think of resistance? There are hands, but nothing in them, and there is no head." "And there is no hope," added Kmita in a hollow voice. Here they dropped the conversation, for a Swedish division came up convoying wagons, small nobles, and a requisition. It was a wonderful spectacle. Sitting on horses as fat as bullocks, mustached and bearded troopers rode on in a cloud of dust, with their right hands on their hips, with their hats on the sides of their heads, with tens of geese and hens hanging at their saddles. Looking at their warlike and insolent faces, it was easy to see that they felt like lords, gladsome and safe. But the brotherhood of petty nobles walked at the sides of the wagons, not only barefoot, but with heads drooping on their bosoms, abused, troubled, frequently urged forward with whips. On seeing this, Kmita's lips quivered as in a fever, and he fell to repeating to the noble near whom he was riding, "Oh, my hands are itching, my hands are itching, my hands are itching!" "Quiet, in the name of the merciful God! You will ruin yourself, me, and my little children." More than once, however, Pan Andrei had before him sights still more marvellous. Behold, at times, among parties of horsemen, he saw marching groups, larger or smaller, of Polish nobles, with armed attendants. These nobles were joyous, singing songs, drunk, and with Swedes and Germans on the footing of lord brother. "How is this?" asked Kmita. "They are persecuting some nobles and crushing them, while with others they enter into friendship. It must be that those citizens whom I see among the soldiers are fanatical traitors?" "Not merely fanatical traitors, but worse, for they are heretics," answered the noble. "They are more grievous to us Catholics than the Swedes. They are the men who plunder most, burn houses, carry off maidens, commit private offences. The whole country is in alarm from them, for everything drops from these men altogether without punishment. And it is easier to get justice from Swedish commanders against a Swede than against one of our own heretics. Every commandant, if you utter a word, will answer at once, 'I have no right to touch him, for he is not my man. Go to your own tribunals.' And what tribunals are there here now, and what execution of law when everything is in Swedish hands? Where the Swede cannot go, the heretics will take him, and they are the men chiefly who incite the Swedes against churches and clergy. This is the way in which they punish the country, our mother, for having given them refuge here and freedom for their blasphemous faith, when they were persecuted in other Christian lands justly, for their intrigues and abominations." The noble stopped and looked with alarm at Kmita. "But you say that you are from Electoral Prussia, so you may be a Lutheran?" "God save me from that!" answered Pan Andrei. "I am from Prussia, but of a family Catholic for ages, for we went from Lithuania to Prussia." "Then praise to the Most High, for I was frightened. My dear sir, as to Lithuania, there is no lack of dissidents there, and they have a powerful chief in Radzivill, who has turned out so great a traitor that he can come into comparison with Radzieyovski alone." "May God grant the devils to pull the soul out through his throat before the new year!" exclaimed Kmita with venom. "Amen," answered the noble, "and also the souls of his servants, his assistants, his executioners, of whom tidings have come even to us, without whom he would not have dared to bring destruction on this country." Kmita grew pale and said not a word. He did not dare to ask, of what assistants, servants, and executioners the noble was speaking. Traveling slowly, they came to Pultusk late in the evening. There they called Kmita to the bishop's palace or castle to give answer to the commandant. "I am furnishing horses to the army of his Swedish Grace," said Pan Andrei, "and I have orders with which I am going to Warsaw for money." Colonel Israel, such was the name of the commandant, smiled under his mustaches and said, "Oh, make haste, and take a wagon for the return, so as to have something to carry that money in." "I thank you for the counsel," answered Pan Andrei. "I understand that you are jeering at me, but I will go for my own, even if I have to go to his grace the king." "Go. Don't give away your own, a very nice sum belongs to you." "The hour will come when you'll pay me," retorted Kmita, going out. In the town itself he came on celebrations again, for rejoicing over the capture of Cracow was to last 3 days. He learned, however, that in Pjanish the Swedish triumph was exaggerated, perhaps by design. Charnyetski, the Castellan of Kiev, had not fallen into captivity, but had obtained the right of marching from the city with his troops, with arms and lighted matches at the cannon. It was said that he was to retire to Silesia. This was not a great consolation, but still a consolation. In Pultusk there were considerable forces which were to go thence to the Prussian boundary, under command of Colonel Israel, to arm the elector. Therefore neither the town nor the castle, though very spacious, could furnish lodging for the soldiers. Here too, for the first time, Kmita saw soldiers encamped in a church, in a splendid Gothic structure, founded almost 200 years before by Bishop Gijczycki, were quartered hireling German infantry. Inside the sanctuary it was flaming with light as on Easter, for on the stone floor were burning fires kindled in various places. Kettles were steaming over the fires. Around kegs of beer were groups of common soldiers, hardened robbers who had plundered all Catholic Germany, and of a certainty were not spending their first night in a church. In the church were heard talking and shouting. Hoarse voices were singing camp songs. There sounded also the outcry and merriment of women, who in those days straggled usually in the wake of an army. Kmita stood in the open door. Through the smoke, in the midst of ruddy flames, he saw the red, mustached faces of soldiers who, inflamed with drink, were sitting on kegs and quaffing beer, some throwing dice or playing cards, some selling church vestments, others embracing low women dressed in bright garments. Uproar, laughter, the clatter of tankards, the sound of muskets, the echoes thundering in the vaults deafened him. His head whirled. He could not believe what his eyes saw. The breath died in his breast. Hell would not have more greatly amazed him. At last he clutched his hair and ran out repeating as if in bewilderment, "O God, aid us! O God, correct us! O God, deliver us!" End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 37. In Warsaw, the Swedes had been managing for a long time. Wittenberg, the real governor of the city and the commander of the garrison, was at that moment in Cracow. Radziwiłłski carried on the government in his place. Not less than 2,000 soldiers were in the city proper, surrounded by walls, and in the jurisdictions beyond the walls built up with splendid edifices belonging to the church and the world. The castle and the city were not destroyed, for Pan Wessel, starosta of Makowo, had yielded them up without battle, and he with the garrison disappeared hurriedly, fearing the personal vengeance of Radziwiłłski, his enemy. But when Pan Kmita examined more closely and carefully, he saw on many houses the traces of plundering hands. These were the houses of those citizens who had fled from the city, not wishing to endure foreign rule, or who had offered resistance when the Swedes were breaking over the walls. Of the lordly structures in the jurisdictions, those only retained their former splendor, the owners of which stood soul and body with the Swedes. Therefore the Kazanovski Palace remained in all its magnificence, for Radziwiłłski had saved that, his own, and the palace of Koniecpolski, the standard-bearer, as well as the edifice reared by Vladislav IV, and which was afterward known as the Kazimierovski Palace. But edifices of the clergy were injured considerably. The Denhof Palace was half wrecked. The Chancellor's, or the so-called Osolinsky Palace, on Reformatsky Street, was plundered to its foundations. German hirelings looked out through its windows, and that costly furniture which the late Chancellor had brought from Italy at such outlay, those Florentine leathers, Dutch tapestry, beautiful cabinets inlaid with mother of pearl, pictures, bronze and marble statues, clocks from Venice and Danzig, the magnificent glasses were either lying in disordered heaps in the yard, or, already packed, were waiting to be taken, when the time came, by the Vistula to Sweden. Guards watched over these precious things, but meanwhile they were being ruined under the wind and rain. In other cities the same thing might be seen, and though the capital had yielded without battle, still 30 gigantic flat boats were ready on the Vistula to bear away the plunder. The city looked like a foreign place. On the streets foreign languages were heard more than Polish. Everywhere were met Swedish soldiers, German, French, English, and Scottish mercenaries, in the greatest variety of uniforms, in hats, in lofty helmets, in caftans, in breastplates, half-breastplates, in stockings or Swedish boots, with legs as wide as water buckets. Everywhere a foreign medley, foreign garments, foreign faces, foreign songs. Even the horses had forms different from those to which the eye was accustomed. There had also rushed in a multitude of Armenians with dark faces and black hair covered with bright skull caps. They had come to buy plundered articles. But most astonishing of all was the incalculable number of gypsies who, it is unknown for what purpose, had gathered after the Swedes from all parts of the country. Their tents stood at the side of the Ujazdowski Palace, and along the monastery jurisdiction, forming as it were a special town of linen houses within a town of walled structures. In the midst of these various-tongued throngs, the inhabitants of the city almost vanished. For their own safety they sat gladly enclosed in their houses, showing themselves rarely, and then passing swiftly along the streets. Only occasionally the carriage of some magnate, hurrying from the Cracow suburbs to the castle, and surrounded by haiduks, Turkish grooms, or troops in Polish dress, gave reminder that the city was Polish. Only on Sundays and holidays, when the bells announced services, did crowds come forth from the houses, and the capital put on its former appearance. Though even then lines of foreign soldiers stood hedge-like in front of the churches to look at the women or pull at their dresses when, with downcast eyes, they walked past them. These soldiers laughed, and sometimes sang vile songs just when the priests were singing mass in the churches. All this flashed past the astonished eyes of Pan Kmita like jugglery, but he did not warm his place long in Warsaw, for not knowing any man, he had no one before whom to open his soul. Even with those Polish nobles who were stopping in the city and living in public houses built during the reign of King Sigismund III on Deluge Street, Pan Andrei did not associate closely. He conversed, it is true, with this one and that to learn the news, but all were fanatical adherents of the Swedes, and waiting for the return of Karl Gustav, clung to Radzieyowski and the Swedish officers with the hope of receiving starostaships, confiscated private estates, and profits from church and other recoupments. Each man of them would have been served rightly had some one spat in his eyes, and from this Kmita did not make great effort to restrain himself. From the townspeople Kmita only heard that they regretted past times and the good king of the fallen country. The Swedes persecuted them savagely, seized their houses, exacted contributions, imprisoned them. They said also that the guilds had arms secreted, especially the linen weavers, the butchers, the furriers, and the powerful guild of tailors, that they were looking continually for the return of Yan Kazimir, did not lose hope, and with assistance from outside were ready to attack the Swedes. Hearing this, Kmita did not believe his own ears. It could not find place in his head that men of mean station and rank should exhibit more love for the country and loyalty to their lawful king than nobles, who ought to bring those sentiments into the world with their birth. But it was just the nobles and magnates who stood by the Swedes, and the common people who for the greater part wished to resist, and more than once it happened that when the Swedes were driving common people to work at fortifying Warsaw, these common people chose to endure flogging, imprisonment, even death itself, rather than aid in confirming Swedish power. Beyond Warsaw the country was as noisy as in a beehive. All the roads, the towns, and the hamlets were occupied by soldiers, by attendants of great lords and nobles, and by lords and nobles serving the Swedes. All was captured, gathered in, subdued. Everything was as Swedish as if the country had been always in their hands. Pan Andrei met no people save Swedes, adherents of the Swedes, or people in despair, indifferent, who were convinced to the depth of their souls that all was lost. No one thought of resistance. Commands were carried out quietly and promptly, 1/2 or a 10th part of which would have been met in times not long past with opposition and protest. Fear had reached that degree that even those who were injured praised loudly the kind protector of the Commonwealth. Formerly it had happened often enough that a noble received his own civil and military deputies of exaction with gun in hand, and at the head of armed servants. Now such tributes were imposed as it pleased the Swedes to impose, and the nobles gave them as obediently as sheep give their wool to the shearer. It happened more than once that the same tribute was taken twice. It was vain to use a receipt as defense. It was well if the executing officer did not moisten it in wine and make the man who showed it swallow the paper. That was nothing. Vivat protector! Cried the noble, and when the officer had departed he ordered his servant to crawl out on the roof and see if another were not coming. And well if only all were ended with Swedish contributions, but worse than the enemy were, in that as in every other land, the traitors. Old private grievances, old offences were brought up, ditches were filled, meadows and forests were seized, and for the friend of the Swedes everything went unpunished. Worst, however, were the dissidents, and they were not all. Armed bands were formed of unfortunates, desperadoes, ruffians, and gamblers. Assisted by Swedish marauders, Germans, and disturbers of all kinds, these bands fell upon peasants and nobles. The country was filled with fires, the armed hand of the soldier was heavy on the towns, in the forest the robber attacked. No one thought of curing the Commonwealth, no one dreamed of rescue, of casting off the yoke, no one had hope. It happened that Swedish and German plunderers near Sohachev besieged Pan Lushchevsky, the starosta of that place, falling upon him at Strugi, his private estate. He, being of a military turn, defended himself vigorously, though an old man. Kmita came just then, and since his patience had on it a sore ready to break at any cause, it broke at Strugi. He permitted the Kmicics, therefore, to pound, and fell upon the invaders himself with such vigor that he scattered them, struck them down. No one escaped, even prisoners were drowned at his command. The starosta, to whom the aid was as if it had fallen from heaven, received his deliverer with thanks and honored him at once. Pan Andrei, seeing before him a personage, a statesman, and besides a man of old date, confessed his hatred of the Swedes and inquired of the starosta what he thought of the future of the Commonwealth, in the hope that he would pour balsam on his soul. But the starosta viewed the past differently and said, "My gracious sir, I know not what I should have answered had this question been put when I had ruddy mustaches and a mind clouded by physical humor. But today I have gray mustaches and the experience of 70 years on my shoulders, and I see future things, for I am near the grave. Therefore I say that not only we, even if we should correct our errors, but all Europe cannot break the Swedish power." "How can that be? Where did it come from?" cried Kmita. "When was Sweden such a power? Are there not more of the Polish people on earth? Can we not have a larger army? Has that army yielded at any time to Sweden in bravery?" "There are 10 times as many of our people. God has increased our produce, so that in my starostaship of Sohachev more wheat is grown than in all Sweden. And as to bravery, I was at Kirchholm when 3,000 hussars of us scattered in the dust 18,000 of the best troops of Sweden." "If that is true," said Kmita, whose eyes flashed at remembrance of Kirchholm, "what earthly causes are there why we should not put an end to them now?" "First, this," answered the old man with a deliberate voice, "that we have become small and they have grown great, that they have conquered us with our own hands, as before they conquered the Germans with Germans. Such is the will of God, and there is no power, I repeat, that can oppose them today." "But if the nobles should come to their senses and rally around their ruler, if all should seize arms, what would you advise to do then, and what would you do yourself?" "I should go with the others and fall, and I should advise every man to fall, but after that would come times on which it is better not to look." "Worse times cannot come. As true as life they cannot. It is impossible," cried Kmita. "You see," continued the starosta, "before the end of the world and before the last judgment, Antichrist will come, and it is said that evil men will get the upper hand of the good. Satans will go through the world, will preach a faith opposed to the true one, and will turn men to it. With the permission of God, evil will conquer everywhere until the moment in which trumpeting angels shall sound for the end of the world." Here the starosta leaned against the back of the chair on which he was sitting, closed his eyes, and spoke on in a low, mysterious voice. "It was said, there will be signs. There have been signs on the sun in the form of a hand and a sword. God be merciful to us sinners. The evil gain victory over the just, for the Swedes and their adherents are conquering. The true faith is failing, for behold, the Lutheran is rising. Men, do you not see that dies irae, dies ille, the day of wrath, that day, is approaching? I am 70 years old. I stand on the brink of the Styx. I am waiting for the ferryman and the boat. I see." Here the starosta became silent, and Kmita looked at him with terror. For the reasons seemed to him just, the conclusions fitting, therefore he was frightened at his decisions and reflected deeply. But the starosta did not look at him, he only looked in front of himself and said at last, "And of course the Swedes conquer here when that is the permission of God, the express will mentioned and spoken of in the prophecies. Oi people, to Częstochowa. And again the starosta was silent. The sun was just setting, and looking only aslant into the room, its light broke into colors on the glass fitted in lead, and made 7 colored stripes on the floor. The rest of the room was in darkness. It became more and more awe-inspiring for Kmita. At moments it seemed to him that if the light were to vanish, that instant the trumpeting angel would summon to judgment. "Of what prophecies is your grace speaking?" asked Kmita at last, for the silence seemed to him still more solemn. The starosta, instead of an answer, turned to the door of an adjoining room and called, "Olenka, Olenka!" "In God's name," cried Kmita, "whom are you calling?" At that moment he believed everything, believed that his Olenka by a miracle was brought from Kyedani and would appear before his eyes. He forgot everything, fastened his gaze on the door, and waited without breath in his breast. "Olenka, Olenka!" The door opened, and there entered not Panna Billevich, but a young woman, shapely, slender, tall, a little like Olenka, with dignity and calm spread over her face. She was pale, perhaps ill, and maybe frightened at the recent attack. She walked with downcast eyes, as lightly and quietly as if some breath were moving her forward. "This is my daughter," said the starosta. "I have no sons at home. They are with Pan Potocki, and with him near our unfortunate king." Then he turned to his daughter. "Thank first this manful cavalier for rescuing us, and then read to him the prophecy of Saint Bridget." The maiden bowed down before Pan Andrei, then went out, and after a while returned with a printed roll in her hand, and standing in that many-colored light, began to read in a resonant, sweet voice. "The prophecy of Saint Bridget. I will declare to you, first of the 5 kings and their rule. Gustav, the son of Eric, the lazy ass, because neglecting the right worship he went over to the false. Rejecting the faith of the apostles, he brought to the kingdom the Augsburg Confession, putting a stain on his reputation. Look at Ecclesiastes, where it is stated of Solomon that lie defiled his glory with idolatry." "Are you listening?" asked the starosta, pointing toward Kmita with the index finger of his left hand, and holding the others ready for counting. "Yes," answered Kmita. "Eric, the son of Gustavus, a wolf of insatiable greed," read the lady, "with which he drew on himself the hatred of all men and of his brother Jan. First, suspecting Jan of intrigues with Denmark and Poland, he tormented him with war, and taking him with his wife, he held them 4 years in a dungeon. Jan at last, brought out of imprisonment and aided by change of fortune, conquered Eric, expelled him from the kingdom, and put him into prison forevermore. There is an unforeseen event." "Consider," said the old man, "here is another." The lady read further. "Jan, the brother of Eric, a lofty eagle, thrice conqueror over Eric, the Danes, and the Northerners. His son, Sigismund, in whom dwells nobility of blood, chosen to the Polish throne. Praise to his offshoots." "Do you understand?" asked the starosta. "May God prosper the years of young Casimir," answered Kmita. "Karl, the prince of Sudermani, the ram, who as rams lead the flock, so he led the Swedes to injustice, and he attacked justice." "That is the 4th," interrupted the starosta. "The 5th, Gustavus Adolphus," read the lady, "is the lamb slain but not spotless, whose blood was the cause of suffering and misfortune." "Yes, that is Gustavus Adolphus," said the starosta. "Of Christiana there is no mention, for only men are counted. Read now the end, which refers accurately to the present time." She read as follows: "I will show to thee the 6th, who distracts land and sea and brings trouble on the simple, whose hour of punishment I will place in my own hand. Though he attained his end quickly, my judgment draws near him. He will leave the kingdom in suffering, and it will be written, 'They sowed rebellion and reap suffering and pain.' Not only will I visit that kingdom, but rich cities and powerful, for the hungry are called, who will devour their sufficiency. Internal evils will not be lacking, and misfortune will abound. The foolish will rule, and the wise and the old men will not raise their heads. Honor and truth will fall, till that man shall come who will implore away my anger, and who will not spare his own soul in love of truth." "There you have it," said the starosta. "All is verified, so that only a blind man could doubt," answered Kmita. "Therefore the Swedes cannot be conquered," said the starosta. "Till that man shall come who will not spare his soul for the love of truth," exclaimed Kmita. The prophecy leaves hope. Not judgment, but salvation awaits us. Sodom was to be spared if 10 just men could be found in it, said the starosta, but that many were not found. In the same manner will not be found the man who will not spare his soul for love of truth, and the hour of judgment will strike. It cannot be but that he will be found, called out Kmita. Before the starosta answered, the door opened, and into the room walked a man, no longer young, in armor and with a musket in his hand. Pan Shebjetski? Said the starosta. Yes, answered the newly arrived. I heard that ruffians had besieged you, and I hastened with my servants to the rescue. Without the will of God a hair will not fall from the head of man, answered the starosta. This cavalier has already freed me from oppression. But whence do you come? From Soachev. Have you heard anything new? Every news is worse, new misfortune. What has happened? The provinces of Krakow, Sandomir, Rus, Lubelsk, Belsk, Volhynia, and Kiev have surrendered to Karl Gustav. The act is already signed by envoys and by Karl. The starosta shook his head and turned to Kmita. See, said he, do you still think that the man will be found who will not spare his soul for the love of truth? Kmita began to tear the hair from his forelock. Despair, despair, repeated he in distraction. And Pan Shebjetski continued. They say also that the remnants of the army, which are with Potocki, the hetman, have already refused obedience and wish to go to the Swedes. The hetman probably is not sure of safety or life among them, and must do what they want. They sow rebellion and reap suffering and pain, said the starosta. Whoso wishes to do penance for his sins, now is his time. Kmita could not hear further either prophecies or news. He wanted to sit with all speed on his horse and cool his head in the wind. He sprang up therefore and began to take farewell of the starosta. Rut, whither so hastily? asked the latter. To Chenstova, for I too am a sinner. Though glad to entertain, I will not delay you, since your work is more urgent, for the day of judgment is at hand. Kmita went out, and after him went the young lady, wishing instead of her father to do honor to the guest, for the old man was weak on his feet. Be in good health, young lady, said Kmita. You do not know how thankful I am to you. If you are thankful to me, answered the young lady, do me one service. You are going to Chenstova. Here is a ruddy ducat. Take it, I beg, and give for a mass in the chapel. For whose intention? asked Kmita. The prophetess dropped her eyes, trouble spread over her face. At the same time a slight flush came to her cheeks, and she said with a low voice like the rustle of leaves, For the intention of Andrzej, that God may turn him from his sinful ways. Kmita pushed back 2 steps, stared, and from astonishment could not speak for a time. By the wounds of Christ, cried he at last, what manner of house is this? Where am I? The prophecy itself, the soothsaying, and the indications? Your name is Olenka, and you give me for a mass for the intentions of a sinful Andrzej. This cannot be chance. It is the finger of God. It is, it is. I shall go wild. As God lives, I shall. What is the matter? He caught her hands violently and began to shake them. Prophesy further, speak to the end. If that Andrzej will return and efface his faults, will Olenka keep faith with him? Speak, answer, for I shall not go away without that. What is your trouble? Will Olenka keep faith with him? Repeated Kmita. Tears came suddenly into the eyes of the maiden. To the last breath, to the hour of death, said she with sobbing. She had not finished speaking when Kmita fell his whole length at her feet. She wanted to flee, he would not let her, and kissing her feet he said, I too am a sinful Andrzej who wants to return. I too have my loved one Olenka. May yours return, and may mine keep faith. May your words be prophetic. You have poured balsam and hope into my suffering soul. God reward you. God reward you. Then he sprang up, sat on his horse, and rode away. End of chapter 37.